Hello, everybody. What's going on? TCH Live Tuesday. It's Aaron, Aaron McAvoy hanging out with you. Derek Ing in the booth as well over there in Dallas for our fantastic lineup here of some 1025, I think we've got going on. What's going on tonight, my friend?
I'm doing well. We're back to our 6-hour stream, so it should be a lot of action tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Kicking things off here. $100 PLO bomb pot. As not really a bomb pot, really just a flip. We're going to go ahead and look around the board here. Looks like Benham in seat number 2 is going to have a full house, and that is going to take her down. Yeah, as soon as he sees the 10 and the 5, he's like, ooh, that's got to be good, right?
Very nice for Benham. And it looks like we have a bunch of our regular players tonight. No one new, no one really sticking out here, but battle of the regulars, which is always fun.
Yeah, absolutely. On here we can see Wolfgang in the mix, JD, Fire, Cashman, Brass Monkey, Safine, Benham. We'll have a couple other players around the corner as well. So yeah, definitely some fresh faces here, and plenty of familiars. So yeah, should be a good game. So we take a look here in the chat, see who's hanging out with us. We got Raina and Frank already. So welcome to the stream, y'all. JTM New York as well as Frank. Again, already hanging out with us. So thanks for tuning in, guys. All right. As of right now, the 5 seat is open, but I'm sure we'll get that filled before you know it. And as everybody is likely already aware, we've got the Poker Atlas Tour coming through Dallas, Texas Card House Dallas, and TCH Social in Las Colinas. Going to be firing up a whole batch of fantastic tournaments. August 15th through September 5th. You can see that there on the felt. Over $3 million in guaranteed prize pools for those tournaments. We're going to go through and show you guys some of the highlights, the biggest tournaments that we're going to be running throughout that series, throughout the night. But definitely, if you are in or around the Dallas area here in the coming weeks, it is going to be a fantastic time to be playing some No Limit Texas Hold'em, as well as a few other games in the mix as well.
Yeah, I think last I checked, there's a few. There's actually quite a few PLO events, both high and low. Some mix events with the horse, triple draw. There's some bomb pot too, if you're into the bomb pot games.
Dude, heck yeah. Gotta love that, mix bomb pots into tournaments. I mean, there's a whole untapped world out there just waiting to be explored when it comes to, creating different dynamics in tournament formats. It's been pretty stagnant for a long time, and for a good reason. Let's be honest. You don't need to tinker around under the hood too much with when it comes to tournaments. But there's some exciting things in the works when it comes to bomb pots getting mixed in.
Yeah, I think I saw a live progressive bounty tournament in one of our events, so it'll be interesting to see how they're going to do it, but I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun for all the players involved.
Yeah, it's a little tricky to implement, right? I mean, people have asked about this before. Why don't you do live progressive bounties? And I mean, unless you have a really good system that is very nearly foolproof in terms of keeping track of the progression on the bounties, it can be a real headache, right? Because, I mean, it doesn't even have to be malicious. Like, a player can just forget to add a bounty to their pile, or whether you do it with a card system, like every time you knock out a player, you pick up a card and add that to the pile.
Or maybe the floor is keeping track of it, like so.
Yeah,
also,
right.
All the
like
players and outs. Yeah,
it just becomes a nightmare. So
I feel like it's going to be a lot more. There's going to be a lot more of the element on the dealer to keep track of stuff as well, while they're also trying to deal the game. So we'll definitely see how they're going to implement it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hopeful that there's a system in place where it'll largely be on the players, and it'll be really just like it'll be sort of like a double check done by the floor or the dealer staff in order to make sure that everything is done correctly. But I just don't know how they're going to do it. But I'm pretty excited to see that in the mix, as Trip 8's on the flop here for Yacht Club. He's going to put a small bet out there, and his opponent is going to run for the hills with just king high. So a couple of pretty quick pots here already won. Benham, the only player up after our first $100 flip. So Benham running hot nice and early. Pretty much buy-ins here around 5K for everybody. Benham buying in just a little bit lower than everyone else at 4K, and he's pretty much already up there to 5K. So there you have it. So I just got back from a fantastic weekend out in Colorado. Got to go see my family and went to a really cool music festival called Rhythms on the Rio.
Rhythms on the Rio.
Yeah, tiny little town called Del Norte, Colorado. It's on down in the southwest part of the state, and it's like a bluegrass and folk music kind of festival.
Okay.
But man, some of the bands were really fantastic with some upbeat, up-tempo music, and it was a really good time. So definitely enjoyed that. If anybody's into folk or bluegrass, definitely a festival to put on the calendar. It comes around in the summertime each year out there in Colorado. And it was super fun. Like, that's not really my kind of music. I like more up-tempo, sort of rock and roll, or something more along those lines. Mm-hmm. But it was very enjoyable. Had a really good time.
Yeah, the thing about live music too is just like it just makes it 10 times better.
It really does.
Yeah.
I mean, Brass Monkey here going to flop second pair, and the best hand Wolfgang, the pre-flop aggressor with ace king here. Probably, yeah, just going to check this back. Board really not very good for him. Not a lot of great turn cards unless it's an ace or a king, although the queen does give him some additional equity. Brass Monkey going to lead out for just a shade over pot and take this down with his 2 pair. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about live music being just infinitely better, because I was looking at the set list of the different, bands that we're going to play, put them up, pulled them up on Spotify, checked them out, see, who was who and what was what. And there were a few bands that seemed like they were very cool. There was actually Shiny Ribs. They're a well-known band here from Austin that were playing, and they did a fantastic job.
No surprise there.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, there were really just a handful of bands from the list that I thought were going to be, really awesome. But it turned out that a couple of the bands that I hadn't even really been looking forward to were the ones that like really, knocked my socks off and delivered a really fantastic performance. So yeah, there's something about being in a live venue and having the, the energy of the crowd and everybody just enjoying the music that makes it so
the
great.
crowd's half of it, and then like the production, if they have like added lights or whatever, it just kind of adds to the effect. And speaking of Colorado, I've always wanted to go to the Red Rocks amphitheater.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, definitely want to check that out at some point.
Yeah, a concert at Red Rocks is one of those sort of experiences that I think everybody should experience at some point, particularly if it's a band that you've been wanting to see and you get to see them in that venue. There's really nothing that compares. It is, one of a kind for sure.
I'm playing like 5-10 and 10-25 for the past like 3 weeks. Yeah. Wow. He's only been playing for 2 months. Dang. Oh, okay.
What's your favorite day to play?
All right, looking back at the chat here, we got Mo the Cat hanging out with us now, as well as all of our familiar faces from earlier. So welcome to the stream, and welcome to all 70 of our current viewers. Thank you guys for tuning in. We got 5, 10, 25 No Limit Texas Hold'em here on tap for you for the remainder of the evening.
And then also when
Wyatt here in the chat says Red Rocks is the coolest concert venue. You're absolutely right. I mean, especially if the weather is cooperating. I mean, it is an outdoor venue, so you can definitely get rained out. There's the possibility
that's
just
part of
for
the experience, though. Just
I
the
mean,
elements.
yeah, absolutely. But like you could be planning for this for like months, and you're all excited, and you go and then you get rained out, and that's kind of not the greatest. But if things go off well, it is just an amazing experience for sure.
one more hustler.
Active in the vampire scene, right?
Yeah, and it always reminds me too, whenever I go to one of these festivals, I'm like, dude, I have to get out and do this more, like I have to look at the schedule and see when these are happening and, plan for, getting people together and setting up a trip really, because
More than I expected.
You know, unless it just kind of comes upon you by happenstance. You got to be prepared and set aside the time to make this sort of thing happen. But it is well worth
Yeah,
it.
that definitely improved ever since.
So the game's definitely good. The game's definitely
Really big, but good.
All right, Cascade of folds all the way around to the big blind. Venom with the 7 deuce suited variety, gonna limp in. And Yacht Club gonna charge the limper's tax. That Venom will pay, so heads up to a flop, 200 in the middle. All heart flop. Gin flop here for Yacht Club. Quickly checks it back, which gives Venom bottom pair of 2s now.
1-2, then we did 1-2-4. I guess it's 1-2-2. It was a little confusing, but nobody got killed.
Yacht Club going to do his best to entice his opponent into seeing a river, which he does. And thankfully for Venom, it's not a 2 or a 7, which could have gotten him into trouble. The King of Diamonds, probably not the best card in the deck for Yacht Club to get paid, but he'll try.
I fell asleep like 4 times.
Bet is 300, and Venom will lay it down.
They're not, nobody's batting. Andy's in, he's really good.
Nice in there for Yacht Club. Seems to be running pretty hot lately.
There's nothing quite like the feeling. You know, it's like whenever you see a flop with pocket 3s or 4s and you flop a set, it's also that same feeling when you just flop a flush. You're like, ooh, well, that's lovely. And no one's going to give me credit for this because it's really hard to flop a flush.
Especially if you've been running bad lately. It's just like, it's a nice like surprise, just like not expecting it at all.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, I will say, though, that I prefer flopping a set because flopping a flush, I mean, if you flop the nut flush, great, good for you. But it's still hard for you to get action from your opponents because the board just like looks scary.
Right, it's just out there, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and the worst is when you have like
or,
6, 7 of hearts or something, right? Flops all hearts. You're like, yeah, got him, and then another heart comes on the turn. You're like, wait, what? This is awful. Who did that?
I still don't know how wide you made that call. I was watching that.
All right, Yacht Club here, right back in the saddle. Ace King offsuit from the big blind.
There's like 3
Gonna
hands.
squeeze it up against the Fiend's open on the button, and yeah, Ace 6, easy
So
fold.
YG, he should just tell everybody that he had a sick library. The sick library on marijuana.
So what's been going on with you for the last week? You been smashing it in the PLO streets or what?
yeah, I've been playing PLO. Just continue doing that. And, yeah, that's pretty much it. Working or playing, honestly. Haven't had too much time for my own stuff, but I actually did get to go out to dinner with Lauren last night. We went to Italy in Dallas.
Okay.
Date, so that was fun.
Nice.
Then walked around North Park because it's just too awfully hot outside to do anything.
It has been quite toasty here from what I've heard. Thankfully, I had a little bit of a reprieve out in Colorado. You know, nice dry heat up in the mountains. It was still warm, but it was nowhere near what we've been dealing with here in Austin and the surrounding Texas area. So it was a very nice week up in the mountains.
I did watch a show that was recommended to me by a friend that I'll tell you about if there's no action here for Yacht Club's Queens. But you heard about the show Jury Duty?
I have not, no.
Oh my gosh. If you have Amazon Prime, and this is to everyone in the audience too, I highly recommend the show. It's a real life Truman Show where they set up a fake jury or a fake trial. Everyone's in it. Everyone's an actor. The plaintiff, the bailiff, the judge, all the other jurors are all actors. And there's one real life person that thinks it's a real trial. Because I guess he got called for jury duty in a weird fake way, and then they they just film everything. But it's obviously a comedy, but I don't want to spoil too much because it's there's a lot to it. it's a really funny show.
So the
James
whole thing is about
Marsden's in it.
trolling one person,
Yes.
and they don't know it's happening. I'm curious how they were able to produce this whole thing.
Exactly. So I thought the
knowing.
same thing, but it really works well. James Marsden plays himself because he gets called to jury duty, and Yeah, it's just it's.
Huh. Okay. I mean,
I'd rather you just go in like with not knowing anything, because that's how I kind of went in, and it was
Okay.
just an amazing show.
interesting. All right. Well, I'll put it on the list. It sounds like the style of show that I'm not usually intrigued by, but if you give it high recommendations, throw it on the list.
It was definitely not what I was expecting, so if that's worth anything. Like,
Okay.
because like my friend was describing it, and I was like, oh, that sounds kind of cool, and then I started watching, and I was like, oh my god, I couldn't stop watching it.
It's amazing. Guys are calling him, hey, what's up, buddy?
We're honest to message me like, hey, you want to come out here?
Yeah. Oh, trust me, I know why I got invited. I'm not stupid.
Right. Venom here opening the hijack 980. Definitely reaching down into the range a little bit for this one. He's going to get called by Yacht Club in between and JD's turn to wake up with a real hand from the small blind. Going to pump this up to 375 with the 2 red queens, and Venom here will be punished for opening wide. And Yacht Club, who's been running hot here as of yet, is going to go ahead and take one off in position, but up against a wall. Going to need to find a miracle flop against JD's queens. What he finds instead is a very dangerous flop, flopping top pair, 2 diamonds out there and no diamond in hand. So JD going to love this spot. 860 in the middle. Going to come in for a small continue, 275. Sometimes you'll see a larger size. But having the 2 queens really interacting with his opponent's continue range. Queen jacks of the world, the queen tens of the world, and also having the queen of diamonds. So he keeps it small, but Yacht Club here going to raise with the top pair middling kicker. Interesting choice here. And these players really not that deep. A lot of chips could go in here given the stack sizes. Definitely see JD here going a couple of different ways. One is make the call, taking the stacked pot ratio to 1.5 thereabouts, or perhaps even ripping it all in. But he does just make the call. 5 of clubs, super brick now on the turn.
Yeah, very safe turn card for Yacht Club, unfortunately for him. So he might just kind of value own himself here on the turn.
Well, the problem is that when you get called by your opponent, right? Like, yeah, they can have some diamonds and things, but yeah, I do think that the check back here from Yacht Club is the wise play. Putting more chips in the middle with a hand like Queen Jack here is
very sketchy.
yeah, it's too speculative. It's like you say, you sort of value owning yourself too frequently because your opponent has already called a check raise.
Super high quality too.
Right? Sorry, not a check raise, but a raise on the flop, and that indicates some strength for sure.
Maybe. In Mexico.
JD gonna go for some value now. Trying to target all the jacks.
They're in for like 3K USD, but it's all in pesos, so it's really fun.
It looks cool.
It'll be fun for the vlog. I'm all in for 60,000.
Super small bet here. Same bet here on the flop, and Yacht will look him up, and great pot here for JD.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by the small size from JD there.
Beach, gonna do some poker.
I'm not really sure what he's targeting for that size. I feel like
Landlocked.
Yeah.
your opponent is either going to have like total error, like they check raised you with some sort of draw that has bricked out, and they're folding to any bet. I mean, it doesn't matter how small you make it, they're folding.
Like, the 360 view is like a mountain range.
So I'm a little bit perplexed by that, but he does get it paid off, and perhaps a larger bet would have somehow gotten the jack to fold. So I'm not sure, but yeah, nice little pot there nonetheless for JD. He'll move up into the positive.
I'm wondering if he was just like kind of confused by the check on the turn and like kind of expected Yacht Club to continue with all his jacks. Or, I don't know. Yeah, I mean I kind of agree with you, right? Because I mean he'd never go with that sizing if he was bluffing. So.
Yeah, well, it's not to say that you're never going for it. If you brick diamonds, like let's say that JD somehow just has you know,
It's gonna feel like a tournament, really. The chips
king 5 of diamonds or something, you know, that, yeah, I'm trying to think of a hand that makes sense given the pre-flop action, but give him a hand that is just diamonds, and he thinks that he can get his opponent to fold either a better diamond draw that missed or a better straight draw,
Enough to interest the cartel, but maybe not.
right? Like better high card straight draw that has missed. You can go for the small
Just a
size.
perfect belt.
But I feel like queens there unblocking the jack is, you know, sort of a slam dunk spot to go for a bigger size. But, you know, I'm not sure. Anyways, here we are, 3 players to a river. Pair jacks with a king kick it. Gonna take it down for fire.
You won $75.
I mean, you bet I fold. I did have the
Yeah, I mean, just to beat, to kick that sort of horse for a little bit longer. And absolutely squeaky read, we can do that for a little bit. One of those situations where you get raised and then your opponent, either on a check raise and then your opponent checks the turn, or just a raise in position and checks back the turn. Those are spots where, yeah, you usually go for more of a polar size when all the draws break. So definitely curious play.
It's surprising you say that, because some people think it's worth like 40 grand.
Yeah.
Including Robbie. What? I'm just saying. Maybe, you know what, I will buy some extra, right?
Yacht Club here on a little bit of a heater, looking down at a lot of big cards.
Yeah, I'm not selling anything.
Greedy motherfucker.
Well, you already said it. There you go. That I suck. So I can't. I gotta have money behind me that believes in me.
Don't worry, I'm not buying cash in action either, so it's not, you know.
Yeah,
I'm just poor. It's not even like a thing. It's not a skill set.
You're in a good club, buddy.
I would have to say, yeah. Now I'm feeling better about myself.
Exactly. You're in a good club.
It's not a compliment.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Listen, if you need any reason to question JD's decision-making skills, check the last like 4 weeks of TCH Live. You know, kind of speaks for itself.
Rough end.
Kid's right. Kid's right for the first time in his life. Kid was right about that.
No argument.
JD can take the needles quite well. Likes to dish them out, obviously.
Raise 400.
Yeah, it's good to have thick skin at a poker table, that's for sure.
Is it?
All right, 3-bet pot here. Raise from Fire gets 3-bet by Safine from the big blind. Fire makes a call in position. We see a 7-high board. 1 heart and 1 club.
I have to count them.
Block the doors.
400.
Safine checks it over to Fire, who will bet half pot. Safine makes the call. And hits a gin card here on the turn. Top pair of aces now.
I can't even see. These are so small, I can't see those.
Fire quickly checks back the turn, recognizing this is not a good card for him. But a 7 does pair the board on the
It
end.
is the coldest seat in any room anywhere.
Is that right?
That
See if
blows right on you.
Safine
It
goes
is-
for a block or
I've got
just
my
checks it
sweater.
over.
I am ready to go.
Really brings out
Well,
your
forget about all that. He goes for a big size.
Brian's at that age
2/3
to
on
like
the
have the
end
glasses
and
and
quick
sweater on
fold.
him at all times. You know, just
Exactly. My skin's so thin.
I understand.
It's a rough day today. Rough table.
you know, Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, we grew up together.
Oh shit. Yeah, he's fucking in 70.
Is he still alive? I thought he
I
died.
don't think so. I think he died a long time ago.
Yeah.
I don't know if Chris even knows who he is.
There's a movie.
Yeah, there's a movie. There's a movie.
He loves Tom Hanks.
Yeah, there's a movie. Yeah.
Did you know this? Raise 150 is it?
All right. So I just got word we are going to have a player in seat 5 joining us here before too long.
So far,
As of right now, we've got Fire raising it up to 150 on a $50 straddle. Safine calling from the small blind, but Wolfgang out of the way. So heads up between Queen Jack and Queen 10. Both players sort of swapping out, swapping gut shots here.
$2,000 sweatshirts, but we'll give a couple hugs to the poor people. I gotta turn this bitch in.
Check, check, flop. Deuce of spades really doesn't change much, but Fire does pick up a spade flush draw, so he'll put a little tickle out there and take her down.
Got it.
Never do that.
All right, with the Poker Atlas Tour coming up, we've got all kinds of amazing tournaments that y'all should be aware of. Let's go ahead and take a look at the dates. We've got August 15th through September 5th. That's going to be played at both TCH Dallas and Texas Card House Dallas and TCH Social in Las Colinas. Over $3 million in guarantees with live streamed final tables. So,
And some feature tables as well. I think for our larger events, especially the $1 million, $1.5 million title event. I think we're going to be streaming feature tables probably pretty much every flight. It seems like. I don't know any. Actually, I don't know really any of the details, but it seems like we're just going to try to stream a lot of feature tables.
yeah, well, what better reason to play the tournament to you know, show off your skills whilst winning a big chunk of the $1.5 million plus prize pool. I can't think of many better reasons. I'll be up there trying to make my way onto the feature table and get a piece of the prize pool myself. So hopefully.
How long are you going to be here?
So I will definitely be there for the 1 mil, the opening weekend. Or the first, like,
It's like a $40 pot. He just loses his mind.
big culmination of the 1 million guarantee. And then I will be back for the 1.5 mil for sure. I'm moving into a new apartment in the middle of the series, so I will sort of miss the 500K guarantee payday. I will miss that one, but I'll be up there for the other one.
That's close. Good job. I had to memorize them because I'm not going to go back.
And yeah, I'll have to look a little bit closer at the schedule to see what some of the middle of the week tournaments are. You know, see whether or not there's something that I want to come up maybe early for to play before I start jumping into the day one flights of those other tournaments. But you know, just kind of got to look ahead a little bit and start doing some planning.
So we got the $50 straddle on tonight, or right now.
Are we playing that? We are
And as we will see momentarily, Fire going to be rewarded for putting that $50 straddle out there. Venom will open the button with the Jack-7 suited. Yacht Club on the ace tray off. Going to 3-bet from the small blind, a very small size.
Yes, I heard there's a 50 mix game that runs here.
There is. It ran last night.
And here we go. What we saw a moment ago, Fire here going to wake up with the aces.
Okay, good.
I had to play
The birds, the number one in the straddle, already facing an open and a 3-bet front.
I got all the rules in one night. Now I'm like, I don't know what in 2 years. Well, I mean, it's hard to lose 500. We really have
Takes
to
it
try.
1,500 to go, and a cold 4-bet here, even from sort of a splashy player like Fire, can definitely set off the alarm bells. And, well, your hand just also kind of sucks. So.
There's more people than this.
Yeah, it's just such a like,
It's really fun. And,
almost like a meme at this point, right? Where when someone raises from the straddle, they just never get any credit.
I would have been
which
tempted,
means they put in as much money as they possibly can. They raise to as much as they can, and then they draw all 5 cards that they have.
No, we're talking about real
So
estate
they raise
investors.
All right,
the
Yacht Club
max,
will take
and
his
they
time
draw
with the
every
fold,
card that
but
they
does let it
right?
go.
So they're just completely.
I mean, with the stack depth there, just pretty much zero hope of ever getting a 5-bet bluff through. So just sort of thinking his way through that one and eventually does let it go. Yeah, with the $50 straddle out there, I mean, these stacks shrink down pretty quick. You've got a lot of players at 100 big blinds or a little below, so pretty easy to get all the chips in by the river.
It's more the knowledge that is like important, I feel like.
So we got about 200 viewers right now. So everyone joining us here tonight, welcome to TCH Live. We've streamed for about 30 minutes now. We will be streaming until midnight, so we're back to our 6-hour stream.
50?
Yeah, sure.
And for those of you that do not know, we are streaming 5, 10, 25, $5,000 max buy-in and match the stack. So kind of a different game from, say, beginning of the stream to end of the stream, for sure. As you'll probably see a lot more straddles towards the end of the night and deeper stacks.
Yeah.
Oh, I think you're talking about putting the $50 straddle.
Well, the relative shortness of the stacks have certainly not diminished the action here. Yacht Club coming in for a call on the button with the Jack-7 suited. Sorry, Jack-6 suited. Venom opening it up with the Queen-10.
We played 50 all night. Nobody
Fire's in the mix as well, and we're going to go 3 ways to a flop.
Yeah, 100.
$100. Mallory did say that she'd like to try and keep it in the 100 range today. Not the 400,
don't let it
500,
get out of
600.
hand,
Yeah.
Really?
We'll see.
Mallory.
Yeah. Let's see when the game comes on.
No, she did. She did. You guys.
Yeah, we were playing we played it for 300 and 350 to 400 the second day of the stream last week, and she
last week?
Yeah, she came over and she was like, her face when she saw like the 400 was on. I lost it one of the times too, but she came over and she was like, "You guys."
I mean, last week was
What does that
different.
mean? Less
All right, check call of 225 on the flop
Last week
from
was different.
Fire with the deuces. And does not improve, still up against the top pair queen picker from Bennett, who checks back the turn, but should be going for some value now. And
600 is
a
about.
couple of draws have missed here.
Danny's
Let's
face
see if
when she
Fire
said
goes for the
400.
hero call. He does
Danny didn't
not.
like it. At first, because they were like, okay, who wants to choose what price the Nick game? And I knew Danny was probably going to be on the lower end, so just out of the kindness of my heart, I'm like, what, Danny, what do you want to do it for? He's like, I don't care. I was like, oh, you're fucked. Then someone was like, Hollywood, what do you want to do it for? She's like, 400. Everyone's like, okay, 400. Then I look over at Danny, he's like,
Wait, they're both here.
I think I gave you an option.
You paid it, right?
I'm so confused.
You had to pay the 4
He ended up getting,
How are they both here?
he ended up paying it and then getting stacked.
Ouch.
at the same time.
Like a few
Just
hands later, yeah.
the literal salt in the wound of
again,
a Nick
From
game.
Mariano.
So he lost.
Yo, we have two
Oh,
players.
actually,
Oh, I saw
he's
that
here.
hand.
He's here.
Well,
Let's
Steven's
let's
also
wait.
here. HC. Or, not HC.
Well, no matter what, that Nick game we should wait because he's here.
Oh, yeah,
Nick game's on.
All right, Danny is going to be joining us here in just about a hand, maybe two. They see him up at the cage flying in,
I'm ready
so
for you, but it's
the
400.
Nick game will wait until he sits down.
Who's going to say it? I joke too much.
I'll
Someone's
tell you
serious.
because I wasn't there. I won't
Yeah.
know.
Who has the chair?
Yeah.
How are they both
So hey,
here?
throw him a button.
Yeah,
We'll need a button.
Someone's an alternate. I just don't know who.
Or ace 150.
I mean, I understand, but
All right, folds to JD in the small blind. He'll open it up with Jack-8 suited, and he's going to run smack into the Ace-King suited of Brass Monkey.
That's what I always say. Raise. 500 is about.
I mean, it's hard to imagine Steven is just here by coincidence.
Yeah, pretty tough hand to play out of position here as JD, especially facing the over 3x 3-bet, so he'll let that one go. And gets shown the Ace-King, but the Nick game, of course, not quite in effect, so just going to be a little bit of extra information there.
one has youth on their side and the other one has size.
Thank you.
And that's the most.
Yeah, speaking of the Poker Atlas Tour, the first event is going to be the $1 million guarantee, the Dallas Duel. It's a $500 buy-in, 30K starting stack. You can see all the information there on the screen for the locations, the flight times, etc., all culminating in day 2 at 1 p.m. on Sunday, August 20th. So that's just a couple of weeks away. And that is going to be the first of a couple big events. So, yeah, really looking forward to that. Of course, you can always go to texascardhouse.com to get all of the additional information, the full schedule, the times, all of the information that you need. You can also go to Poker Atlas and check it out there.
Nick game's on, right?
No. And he's like, "Should I do it? You know, saying sorry, you know, whatever.
Oh, yeah?
Get over here. So we're like,
Gives all the information you need. I check.
That's not a real play.
And then it gets serious. He like hits me in the face again. I'm like, okay, now it's serious. We get up and we're like, and everyone's screaming, "Stop! Your brothers! What are you doing? What are you doing?" And then I like go for the sick kick move.
Both
right?
players whipping
I-
this
it
flop
worked
pretty
out.
hard,
It
so
was-
Wolfgang just going to take a little
definitely
stab at
worked
it.
out perfectly in my head.
I had you
Take it down.
Directly in the shin. I broke my big toe.
Shows the 10-7 and in jest releases the nit bet, and of course that game.
I
Still waiting for Danny to come and take a seat.
Like, my other friend helped
Nick
pick me
thought
up,
I was coming.
and I'm like, oh, I'm going home. Like,
Any little added
and I'm like, hey,
incentive.
help me out. And my brother helped, you know,
course.
walked
Yeah,
down,
yeah,
yeah, broke my
you
big toe. I didn't tell my mom.
brother.
I had you dominate.
He went straight to his parents and said,
No, I didn't.
That was my
I just
flop.
Walked with a broken toe for
flop.
like 3 weeks, 4 weeks because I was too ashamed to admit to my parents that I kicked my brother in the shin.
50 is about.
Waiting on you.
Yeah, waiting on you, man.
We're doing.
If
We're
the
gonna
shoe
start
fits,
at 4.
buddy, then
are we on this hand or
We're
no?
gonna start at 4. They said that's
400?
Yeah.
I've already lost one of those, so I know how it feels.
Raise 500.
We said we'll let you pick this week, yeah.
I mean, after that one, nothing will bother me.
I don't really talk about it with my brother anymore. It's like a sensitive.
400 a person. That's the entire stack.
That is an absolutely ginormous bounty slash penalty slash
I
whatever.
can't tell you how many fist fights we got in.
It's not
This weekend. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so shocking.
I mean, yeah, like without the 50 on, and even with the 50, like let's just assume that the biggest straddle is 50 and everybody's doing it.
Okay, Nick game's on now.
$400 is
For 100.
8 of those. I mean,
The game's on.
that is real big. That's real big.
You're playing a pickup game. Next thing you know, you need to make contact between your foot and the opponent's. You know,
A plus minus 80 big blind swing playing one round of the net game.
Yeah, it's just like I was playing in a pretty sick PLO game this morning, and like by like the end of it, there was a guy on our table just wanted to do like $500 flips. And I was like, dude, we're playing like 3K pots right now. Like we don't need to flip. And he just like he just wanted more and more action. It was just like,
Wow. Yeah, for some people, it's just it's all about getting the money in there and
right, yeah.
taking the shot at it. You know.
He did convince 2 other people to do a $600 flip with him, so we all just watched that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm all for doing, you know, like maybe one flip or whatever at the end of the night.
Yeah, but while we're still about to play.
Yeah, but like just in the middle of a game or even just, you know, people wanting to replace bomb pots with flips. You know, obviously here on this game, they do it on a dealer change, you know, every 2 hours, which is really infrequent. But, you know, some players will try to instigate that in place of the bomb pots here in Austin. And we're playing those like, you know, every half hour.
Right.
And
what I have seen it done sometimes is they'll alternate, right? They'll do 30 minutes, they'll do the, you know, bomb pot, and then the next one they'll do a flip, and the next one they do bomb pot. So
yeah,
just kind of balance it out.
Yeah.
See a Razor from Fire with a really strong hand here.
Yeah, Cashman with the ace of spades not going anywhere. Definitely feeling that he could potentially rep some spade flushes if another spade comes in. Does pick up a gut shot draw here as well to go with his second pair. But yeah, this is a little bit dicey, right? I mean, second pair, just not really the card that is, or the portion of the hand that is motivating him to continue here. King of diamonds on the end, and it's actually gonna be even tougher to let this go now, though. As Fire rips it all in for 2K. Yeah, Cashman here is like, whatever you've got over there, I just don't think I can fold ace queen now, and snaps it off. Fire gonna get the double up with the King Dewey.
This is good.
One queen.
Are you pitching to get on the hustle stream with me?
Yeah, I mean, you can't really fault Cashman there. After he calls the turn bet, the last 2,000 is,
Telling the story.
you know, let's not say an afterthought, but it's not that much. Excuse me. There's like 5,400 in the middle, so 2K, right? So fraction of the pot.
Insane price, and then a player like Fire, you have to give him all the credit to have some bluffs even in that spot. So,
Yeah.
nice hand there for Fire.
Yeah, even like Queen Jack just got counterfeited.
Exactly.
You know, like maybe Fire still just goes for it because it's like, why not for 2K? I'm not folding if I check and he goes all in, so I may as well just rip it. And yeah, just a tough spot for Cashman.
And the bricks come out here from Cashman. It's funny, right? Because you typically don't see a player like Brass Monkey with all the chips. It's like you think a player like Cashman would have chips in his bag, but he bought chips from Brian there.
Okay, could you give him a friendly reminder about the phones at the table?
Oh, okay. Yeah, you guys.
Always nice to play banker for your fellow players.
It's a new.
Feels good to keep the game going and add some more chips to the table. As Fire here going to continue stacking his newly won chip.
Okay, so I started pulling mine out and going on
And
Instagram
with
and
the
stuff.
match the stack in effect,
Like 5 minutes after that, like,
I think the high watermark here definitely going to be Fire stack up near just about 10K, I think. So everybody else can add on up to that amount if they'd like.
on the ground.
Started with a, you know who I am?
Yeah. I'm not going to say anything, but I'm also going to pull it out so it's so obvious.
50 raise, 150 is it? 150 is it? Calls 150.
All right. Right back in the saddle here for Cashman. A really nice hand here. Definitely could even 3-bet this hand at some frequency. But JD opening from the low jack. Just going to make the call, and that'll bring in Sabine as well as Wolfgang. So 3 suits represented, and the sailboats in the mix. 4 players to a flop.
Maybe the correct answer is not yet.
Let's see what the flop brings.
Check.
Top pair, sort of weak kicker here for JD, but certainly a spot you can go for a small continue. He goes for a little bit larger size here, 275 actually, and is going to get all folds down the line. So nice spot for JD. He'll get rid of his knit button, and now he is out of the woods as far as the, I mean, I heard them say 400, and Danny perhaps didn't veto that, or maybe they were going to give Danny the call on that. I don't know, but if it is 400 a person, that is a big chunk of change.
Yeah, let me ask them.
It was first of all,
I'm adding 5K. Brian also had a 5K. I don't know if you got that earlier.
it would have been like one of the greatest discoveries of the century. But it was actually proven false
Is
today.
that what you're telling us?
The room temperature is superconductor.
They honestly don't really know. They think 100, which would make more sense.
I don't post really.
Okay. Yeah, 100 is very reasonable. With the $50 straddle out there, it's even, you know, not that much, as it's sort of just like two blinds.
A day ago, it was like looking super sketch.
It's looking sketch, I guess.
People have been going to the place, like knocking on the door's like locked, like fucking shit's dusty.
Well, I think they figured out why it was floating. It was like some sort
Oh
of
wow, look at this. I mean, we're at a $50
$50
straddle, 100 big blinds deep for Safine. We can definitely see the money just get in here pre-flop.
Look at this guy ignorant over here. So happy to be ignorant.
Got some nerd talk here about room temperature superconductors going on.
He didn't need to go to college.
Love to hear it.
He didn't need to go to
Bro,
college.
if you haven't seen my TikTok I posted today,
See, I have
probably the best one.
I've never been to TikTok.
Wow, there it is. All in, and Yacht Club with
What the fuck? No, it had like
the King Queen going to be in a real bad spot.
Don't do it, don't do it.
If
Yeah, I
Sabine
think
makes
he's
the
gonna
call,
realize
he
he's
does.
100 big blinds deep here and just gonna call it off. But
I got queens. I had aces.
gonna see a 3-way all in here.
Yeah, nice spicy pot, 13-5 in the middle, and
What do you need? Jack?
Yacht Club at risk and way behind. But
Do you need somebody?
gonna try to find some diamonds, maybe make a straight.
Oh, you're fine.
That's not a bad
There is a
Brass
nice
Monkey
young
just
lady
looking to
over
hold
Brian, are you nervous for this
in pretty good shape against just the 2 overcards, the ace and the king of his opponents.
Yeah, they're terrible.
I can barely see. That's probably why I lost.
I'm always down for an underdog story here. I'll root for the underdog here.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the spot where, like, you know, the King Queen is just like totally toast, right? We don't have the equities up here right now. You know,
He
with,
probably has like 15% or something like that.
yeah, if that, right? And so yeah, it's just like he's got a pretty slim draw, but it is non-zero and would be pretty nasty for being a Brass Monkey if the King Queen of Diamonds does get there. But we will take a flop, turn, and river here with these players all in.
They are just going to go one time now, Max Payne.
I have a good feeling about this. No, I'm good. Ace!
1 diamond and a 10 out there, so Yacht Club has a little bit of hope. Needs a good turn, and that is a good turn.
Queen ball.
It's a 7 of hearts, and the pocket queens for Brass Monkey are going to hold up and ship the whole pot, moving that man up to 18,000 plus in the stack. That is a nice pot to win.
Very nice in there for Brass Monkey. Fresh off his victory last week on the Mariano stream, winning a, I think, $40,000 pot. 3-way
Yeah,
all
that
in
was
against Rom
nice.
and Mariano. Same seat, too. Must be a lucky seat for him.
Yeah, seems that way. And he may be reaching into his little banker's bin and chipping up some of his opponents again.
Yeah, just start down.
Yeah.
You got it, Brian? You want me to get some of it?
You can do it and I'll give it back to you. How's that?
Okay.
I'm terrible at stacking chips. I'm used to just giving them away.
26.
Oh my gosh.
It's a good problem to have, stacking a bunch of chips. Yeah, absolutely right. All right, I keep getting a freeze sort of hang up here on my video and everything, but I see the timer going, so I guess we're still in action, but I seem to have...
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. No, that was for real. Okay,
Yeah,
well, not sure what happened. We had something time out, perhaps video drop, whatever it is, so we are going to wait for word on what is going on in that department. And in the meantime, we're going to have a little bit of Aaron and Derek Q&A podcast type situation. So sorry for the technical difficulties that we are currently experiencing. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, hanging out with us. And yeah, we're back.
There it is.
There we go.
That was quick.
No, it's you.
Yeah, always nice when the technical difficulties are short-lived. So hopefully that doesn't happen again. Maybe we just needed to refresh something or whatnot. But yeah, in my infinite non-technical, at least as far as how this thing streams wisdom, we're just going to cross our fingers and hope for the best.
I mean, that was so quick. We'll just pretend that didn't even happen, all right? So
yeah,
right back in the action here.
Usually we can hear Ricky on the stream almost.
Oh, it was a short-lived Q&A for Doug. Doug already asked me what my vertical jump is. Man, it's been a while since I've done that, honestly. It'd be probably pretty poor.
Yeah, I don't think mine would be very good either, but luckily we don't have to answer those questions because we've moved right back into the action.
Yeah,
we look at the earnings there.
Shooting at questions at us. But yeah, look at the earnings there. Brass Monkey up, what, 8,200? And Fire up about 4K.
Sabine, how do you want it?
Yeah,
I'll
feels
take
good.
2,500, 500 in green and 2K in black.
And this is when the game gets deep. When that one person wins a massive pot, everyone just starts adding on. I see JD adding on. I see Safine adding on. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Cashman adding on.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. This game definitely not for the faint of heart, not for someone who's looking to just come in and play with 100 big blinds here and there, not put the straddles out, whatever. So
I overpaid this guy.
You overpay him every time, but one time
Mo the Cat asking, remember when Ace Queen beat Ace King and Pocket Kings? The long shot came in. Yeah, no, and there were a bunch of those, right? It's like, the gentleman that won the whole thing had to survive with jacks against kings and queens. Yeah, you have to get lucky, especially in tournaments, to make deep runs.
Not that one.
It's going to be a tough spot here for Fire as he's got pocket jacks in the $50 straddle facing a button open and a big blind squeeze. And yeah, Fire's just going to rip it in. Danny can't believe his good fortune. Snap calls it off and is now just one flop, turn, and river away from a double up. Unless Fire can find a jack.
I like your chances, don't worry about it.
Uh-oh.
Fire does have the jack of clubs for some backdoor clubs, but that is going to seal his fate. Rip it and rip it one time. Danny going to get the dub and move up to 11.5. Okay. And that feels pretty nice. You just come in, sit down, you play a few hands, and you get double up.
This is what happened. I went up to 22K and I lost it all.
This is referring to the game on Wednesday that you and I didn't commentate because I was working that night, and I felt so bad. I was that guy as he was leaving the stream, and I didn't realize the stream had already was still going on. I was like, "Oh, hey Danny, how's it going?" He's like, just lost one of the biggest spots I ever played."
I agree.
And then just walked away. I was like, "Oh no, I was that guy." And then because I was just working, so I didn't really keep track of time. Yeah, the stream was still going on.
Yeah.
But I guess he's referring to that. Because I think he got stacked by Mariano on the Wednesday stream.
Okay. Yeah.
I knew you had a good hand.
Yeah, that's a tough spot, man, and yeah, it is always tough. I've definitely done that before too, where you sort of ask someone with just pure innocence in your heart, like, how's it going, or how'd you do in the game, or whatever, and they're like, I literally just got smoked. So thanks for asking.
But that's what bankrolls are for, right? And I know Danny's very. I think he calls himself like a bankroll nit, but he's very conservative with his bankroll. In a sense, like he has no plans. The games he plays.
I said for me it's the other way around. I can't.
Some people think the 5 makes the game like.
Yeah, it is always
once you finish so many
exhilarating,
strategies,
exciting, heart-pumping situation whenever you play one of your biggest pots, because you're always kind of pushing the boundaries in a little bit of fresh territory when those hands happen. Both players flopping a pair. Cashman here with the best of it, still on the turn, 10 of diamonds. So he will lead out for about a 250 and get a quick call from Venom, who needed a 5, 4, or 6 to improve. Didn't find it.
Just go 200, 400. Gets you ready.
And we're going to check the showdown. Queen 8 good.
No, here. And we'll for different reasons.
Game will go tight, a little tighter. When everybody's got 10 grand, you're playing 200, 400. Being interesting.
Not me.
All right, so already showed you guys the rundown on the first event, the $1 million guarantee, $500 buy-in. The next one, $600 buy-in with a $500K guarantee, mystery payday Poker Atlas tournament. All the information there for day 1's and the day 2 start date, August 27th. That will be the second weekend of the Poker Atlas Tour in Dallas. Again, for all of the information, not just on those events, but for all of the in-between events, starting times, buy-ins, guarantees, etc., you can go to TexasCardHouse.com.
That's a big important thing too. Is make sure you keep an eye on the location of the event.
Dude, a lot of fun.
Because it will specify whether it's at TCH Social or TCH Dallas.
Well, it started really well, then it took a big dip, and now it's going well again.
Too much fun.
Oh, man. It's fun when you're playing 2, 5, 10, 20, 30, 40.
Is that common?
Yeah, TCH Law School.
Really?
Yeah.
TCH Law School?
Yeah, we're going to put into that shit. We're going to into that shit.
Did the 2, 5 kilo streets?
I know, we're going to.
Danny doing some marketing for us.
TCH Dallas.
There you go.
We'll talk to them. We'll talk to them. No straddles allowed. Not even dart.
It's not even straddles. A lot of it's dead money.
No, it's not even dart. Not
It's
even
just
allowed.
dead bets.
We're going to make some rules. Not allowed. Yeah.
650 is
Don't worry. I'm on it.
Oh, thank you. I was getting concerned a little.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell. Protect you from yourself.
I share that sentiment, but, tis what it is. Cashman here goes for the big squeeze with the pocket aces and takes her down. All right, 3 players in the positive. Everybody else stuck from a little bit to a lot of it. We are moving on to hand number 31.
That's all good.
You know it's really bad, Danny? So I have like money on Bovada or whatever. But I usually don't use it for poker unless I'm just playing tournaments on Sunday. I have such a big PLO bug that I started firing 5, 10 PLO.
Oh, yeah.
6 minutes?
I don't
Yeah.
I've never played with
Dude,
I think you might have put
What
those
games are,
so much. No, they're not that good.
really?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's got to be a lot different than the live.
Oh, of course. There's not, a lot less limping,
Yeah,
obviously.
yeah. It's like raising
But
3
it's
betting.
6 stacks, so you're playing a lot
The
of
guy, the younger guy,
And
I mean,
you
it's good
see-
practice too, y'all. Yeah.
he ended up getting crushed.
It's a lot of fun.
You know who's helped a bunch? He bought in again. I mean, a couple of big bluffs and got
All right,
called on.
ace deuce versus ace 9 here.
Younger guy, dark
JD
hair.
raising it up on the button, getting called from the straddle. Both players with the flop.
I got the PLO
And
mastermind
then
if
it
you
was,
want to borrow it.
one time he
We're just working with ace
I
5.
did.
So
Ace played
Queen's
a lot.
9 is kicking
Taking the chorus
and likely will be
I just can't win
when
it
we
all
get
of
to
one time
river. Check, check once again, and indeed Sabine will win if we get to showdown. And not a lot of reason here for either player to bet, but Sabine is going to put a little tickle out there for 2/3 pot. And I suppose this is trying to charge a worse ace high / get
Ace high.
a,
Value?
yeah, he's trying to get a small
Oh
pair
my God,
to
Hannah was a good
fold.
bud?
What are you doing?
Value.
Jade, he says, what are you doing? And Sabine says, value, after a lot of value question marks first.
Because you don't expect an ace high to bluff there, right? So.
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. JD's
What are you
sort of
doing?
curious about why you would turn ace-9 into a bluff. But
The respect I get is quite high for me.
it was value.
Ace 9, buddy.
I know.
Oh my god.
You had a good hand.
I know.
Okay.
What was the value then?
Yeah, okay.
What's happening here?
Very bored.
Okay.
Got a heart and everything? Come on.
Okay.
That's why you tabled it so comfortably.
$50 shot.
I'm adding 5.
Oh, cool new bag. It's see-through, so we can actually see the bottom of it.
Did you say you added on 5?
Oh, Cashman, I have your
JD
back.
added on 5.
You downsized your bag. You just don't need as much.
Remind me to
Yeah,
get
I still got more of them. They came, like, I thought they were bigger, actually. I miss
Oh, you ordered it online.
yeah. I just ordered on like Amazon. Yeah, but like I thought they were like yay big, you know? And there was just like a much tiny one. I'm just like, okay.
Raise 450.
They work surprisingly well. Also. The other ones are just like wearing out. They haven't go into them so much, you know? Like
Yeah, no,
strings.
mine is too.
and torn.
The ones they're wearing out.
Yeah, buddy. I'm wearing holes in them, I guess. Fuck, bad luck.
on what?
My chip bags. I've been losing. I got a new one, and you know, gotta change something up.
I thought you were gonna say something totally different. That's what you've been losing.
It's actually fitting. The new one he got is microscopic. It's very small.
Very small.
It is, right?
All right, Wolfgang makes the call here after getting 3-bet by fire. Heads up to a 10 high,
That's all the
2-tone
chips that
board.
you have.
Pocket 6 is still
It's
best,
the size of a
and
Walmart bag. It was
as
huge.
effective third pair.
Royal bag.
Not the greatest of flops, but not the worst. Doesn't have a club in hand either, so
Not anymore.
doesn't really block any of the potential bluffing candidates. Or any of the big overcards that his opponent could have.
Pretty soon he's gonna have like just a coin, like the little pocket you have in a jean, that little front pocket. That's all he needs.
Pretty soon I'm gonna be Paulo style. I'm gonna have a fucking old Ziploc bag or some shit.
Where is Paulo?
And the other one.
No, is he? I haven't seen. I've been there a few times.
He's out of town for a little while. He's more interested in sports cards now than poker.
Sports cards.
Sports cards?
We should get together with Jared
All
Butler.
right, bet a 350 here. Wolfgang looking to go for
I was in Guatemala, looking around, got
a
kicked back to
check
my friend.
raise, perhaps?
Oh, there you go.
And it is
Raise.
Put a whole quarter
turning
in
the
there.
6s into a
I mean, I can think of one thing that's like.
bit of a curious line.
There's only one thing that.
Gonna have a lot of flush draws, straight draws, other things to work with as check raises, but
I have no idea what it's for.
just gonna kind of define his hand right now and
Everybody else knows.
find out what happens. I mean, the tricky part there, right, is if fire calls, because now you've built a pot with a very marginal hand, and you really haven't defined your opponent's range, because they can have all the straight draws and flush draws and overpairs, and just top pair good kickers of the world.
I didn't know what it was for
And
either.
of course, those aren't going to fold.
His mom's
So now you just build a pot against that range. So now you're kind of, and you're never improving, right? So it's kind of like a check raise that is designed just to win the pot right then, or else give up. And
Raise 150.
I mean, in some sort of way, you're kind of setting a price as to whether or not you're going to win the hand. You're like, I'm willing to put in this amount right now to find out if I just win. And if my opponent pays the price, then I just give up and lose. And then I don't have to worry about sort of holding on any bricky looking or maybe even more scary looking turn cards if my opponent continues betting. So I mean, I understand the logic there, but it's just maybe a play that you don't see implemented too often.
Oh man, JD would have flopped the set if he called with the 6s.
Ooh.
That was so funny.
How was he not in this with 6s?
I mean, yeah, I guess he just kind of glanced over at Wolfgang, saw that he raised under the gun, and then just folded.
Huh.
It surprised me too, but
Yeah, I mean, it was the quote-unquote correct play pre-flop. Would have been rewarded with a beautiful flop, of course, but yeah,
What have they been doing?
it's not
I haven't
folding.
seen them either.
Folding pocket pairs to single raises very often.
I was playing football one night, middle of the night at 3 a.m.
Yacht Club here turns his pair and a gutty. He'll start betting, and Wolfgang will make a call.
The parent schedule, you know, look at it.
She's been playing late.
Heads up now to a river. Going to need a
That's
deuce,
great on the marriage.
a 4, or a 5 for Yacht Club. Doesn't find it.
I think they have like a 1-year-old, 9 months.
2-year-old.
2-year-old.
She just turned 2.
Wow, time flies.
Yeah, it does. 'Cause I remember she.
Yacht Club here, I mean, he really isn't going to get any value unless he goes super small. Maybe he can convince an ace high to call. So that's 350.
French Bulldogs are actually really good.
He's around quarter pot. So has the idea of a block bet, trying to get paid by an ace high.
I don't know. I know they have house problems.
Wolfgang here now with kings up.
The real Bulldogs, I think 7 or 8 years is real short. Yeah.
This doesn't look like a bet that
it's a little better, but
you know
they
a
do
3
naturally
would
have
go
a lot of
for.
fishes. Yeah.
So I think he can
just have to know
safely
so
raise
sad.
here.
Dogs, like,
I mean, obviously it does get kind of weird if your opponent
That was
like
my first,
3-bet
experience
jams.
with
You know,
justice. My
you
family
might
dog.
have to think about it for
Why
a
you gotta
while,
bring it
but
up, man?
I definitely do like the raise here. Wolfgang
first thing I think
correctly
about
surmising
when you get
that
the dog, I'm like, how long is this thing
his
gonna
2
live?
pair
I
is
don't wanna,
best.
That's
go
quite
through
the
the shit.
that's quite the way your brain works.
Well, if you have 3 dogs or so that have passed, it's not fun.
Remind me to not have Braswell.
Yeah. I'm gonna get a goldfish,
Yeah, I
and you're
shot
gonna be
two.
like, that thing's gonna be dead in 2
This
months.
guy's just dog's life.
Yacht Club here is going to pay this off with the pair of 5s, thinking that Wolfgang could have some busted draws that are just going to YOLO it here and hope for the best, but Wolfgang is not bluffing and will take it down. Circo here in the chat wants to know, so the ante is $5. No, the small blind is $5. That is the small blind, big blind, and the third blind, sometimes referred to as a straddle in this sense. It is a 3-blind game. Those are all mandatory. The $50 straddle has been coming in, and that has been not mandatory, but basically being played every hand.
I literally can't
All I
remember.
have left.
Yeah, me neither.
Is it winter in Texas?
50 to come in?
Yeah, it might look that way with Wolfgang's get up there, but it's just very cold in all of our poker rooms. And that's kind of just pretty standard across the country, right? In casinos and card rooms across the country, they're typically pretty chilly, and you might not be able to figure out what the weather is like outside based on what people wear inside a poker room.
Yeah, that is definitely true. I would say that his garb is a little bit more on the...
It is. That does look a little heavier than what I would wear. I mean, I see you're wearing a hoodie on your end, and that's what I wear if I get a little chilly. I still wear shorts because like I cannot wear pants in the summer in Texas. Like I refuse.
Yeah, and that's the tricky thing. It's like 110 outside, so you're like, I definitely need to be wearing shorts. But then I go into the card room and it's 65, so I'm like,
No, like this morning when I left, you know, it was really chilly inside, so I had my hoodie on, but I walked outside, and it was like 9 or 10 a.m., and it was like hot, and I still had my hoodie on. I was like, oh my god. Like,
oh yeah.
just like sweating.
Yeah, you gotta snap take that thing off. All right, we
Nuts
got
here.
three players in the mix here, a couple players with tiny little pieces of equity as Yacht Club here has just flopped the joint.
525.
You're gonna fare every day, huh?
Venom does have, you know, what is perceived to be some reasonable equity. Overcard, backdoor diamonds, and a gut shot. Does pick up the diamond on the turn, but yeah, drawn pretty slim nonetheless. Venom gonna donk rip the 3 of diamonds, and that's not... I mean, obviously we can see it's just a terrible spot. He's up against it, but I'm not too sure what the 3 of diamonds does for any of his hands that are gonna want to do this. But he is gonna need to find a diamond or a 9 for a chop.
9.
That'd be so sick.
Board pairing 3, no good for Venom, and Yacht Club gonna double up.
Nice in there for Yacht Club. Back up to above starting stack. I imagine Venom will reload as well.
145.
Got Eric in the chat. Has been commentating with me for the past few weeks. Last 2 hours on the Tuesday streams. Also throwing in the $9.99 super chat. Rooting for the young buck. Let's go Cashman. Appreciate it, Eric.
Yeah, thank you so much for the super chat. And is he gonna be you hanging out with Derek here tonight as well? Or what?
It's actually me and my friend Sal. He's been wanting to commentate for a while now, so I figured give him a shot. But it doesn't mean that there's not going to be another Eric and Derek show again. Just wanted to give my friend Sal a chance tonight.
Excellent. Well, should be fun.
Actually, I think Sal dealt the 50-100 stream. So yeah, he did. So.
Is that mine or his?
Oh my gosh, he loses that pot and has to pay it out. I didn't realize those last 2 there.
Round 2?
Yeah. Okay. So that's going to play in so much more to the decision
jam on the turn,
to,
yeah.
to rip the turn than as he's trying to win the nit game. Yeah, I lost a little bit of track of where the nit buttons were at and who had them. I definitely should have been paying more
Play
attention
real
to
serious
that.
poker for a split second.
Just for a little bit, yeah.
At least like 4 to 5 hands.
without the
At least like 5 hands.
You know? Yeah.
Hold on. Fire. Did you see?
All right, so nit game not in effect at least for a brief
Don't
moment.
sweat, it'll all work out.
Fire. When I call you back to look at your hand, you have to play. It's like, well, it's
Trust the process.
It means he's got aces and he's hoping you've got kings.
just say, yeah. It's like a hey, fire, come here.
Offense actually made that hand.
Brian, there's a hand going on. Can you not talk about the hand? Like during the hand?
This freaking guy.
Very serious. Keep your reads to yourself, please.
Love JD. All right, 3 players to a flop. JD with the pair of 7s is still best after the flop. Not much up there for his opponent. A 2 overs with a big club. Still going in the muck here. Wolfgang not interested in seeing a turn card.
Back in the day, but table's turn, man.
Brass Monkey up $8,000. Danny up 6.5 thereabouts. 1.9 apiece for JD and Wolfgang, and everybody else stuck between 1,900 and 5K.
That whatever that is, Katy Perry song.
Yeah, they were singing about you.
Yeah, the
You
whole
need to have,
stream from the back.
you need to have fire, water, metal, and wood.
Oh,
all
sorry.
the same game.
Who knew? Water, metal, and that's all.
And ice.
That's not Edison. It's going to be Earth. I want to be Earth. I called dibs already. I'll show you the message to YG.
George Worth joining us in the chat. What's up?
Hey, what's
man?
up, George?
Welcome.
It is.
If I'm not mistaken, he's actually going to be landing in Dallas in like less than 48 hours, I think. So
Beyonce.
look forward to coming back. You coming back, and I'm sure you'll be playing on our streams for the next few months.
You gotta get George here for ice. Right?
Who's here?
George.
German
Asian
George?
George.
Oh, German George is coming back.
Wow, as if on cue, they're talking about George on the stream.
Yeah.
That's
Perfect
hilarious.
timing.
Huge posse, probably.
All the Euros.
I don't know.
Huge posse.
Probably not.
See, George, that's just how much everyone misses you in Texas. You know, they want that German money back.
Nothing but aces.
Seat 7.
German boy fall.
Please name. Just seat 7.
Yeah, my cards if I was like.
I'm curious if we'll see any of the regulars in this bigger game, the bigger live stream game, in the mix in these tournaments coming up there in Dallas. I would presume so, but not all cash players are tournament players, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, that being said, I always see just a massive influx of all the cash game regulars firing away in our big guarantees because there's like, the value's there. Like, especially for our first event, I bet you'll just see a bunch of our 2-5 regs just be like, it's $1 million guarantee and it's $500. Like, they're like, I have to play it. It's like when the lottery hits $1 billion. They're like, well, I have to play it.
That's right. I've got tickets.
Banner equity at stake. We really gotta go for it.
Depends what you look like.
Harris Cashin in the chat as well. What's up, Harris? I saw him actually playing out, playing outside in TCH Dallas. So he's playing and watching our stream. Appreciate it, buddy.
But if you win it, no.
Oh, that's
Also, I just don't play very well, so.
Trying to get more people into the game.
that's true. That's true.
Looks like they're going to be having the $50 straddle on for quite a while. Or probably the rest of the night with this lineup.
Let him get lined up. Let him get lined up.
He only plays poker for the banner.
Immortalize
That's
those
literally
literally
the
the
banner.
Yeah.
That's it.
I know going to the final table, he's going to go get
All right,
his
Sabine's
shit,
going to
like,
open this up.
sharp as hell.
Low jack position with the jack 10 suited. Got club.
David should get a
And I
banner.
hit him with a 3-piece, ace 6 suited.
Guy or gal. I need to make a
Take care
visit.
of you.
All right.
And one of the prettier hands to play. Jack 10 suited. Sabine will certainly put in chips and heads up to a flop to go.
I need a glamour squad.
We got a squad. I got a squad. Will you
I'll
come out?
We're good.
A little bit of something for both players here.
You are going to come out looking
And
fantastic.
a lot of times you'll see
You kind of
these sort of top pair no kicker type holdings when they do connect with top pair. Go for the check back just so that you have some good top pair holdings in your check back range. But Yacht Club does continue with a bet nonetheless.
You need to be able to, on the table that
Gets
is on
called
real
by
TV
Sabine and picks up additional equity now on the turn. Spade flush draw coming in.
Help me out.
And then, yeah, I'm in.
You know my favorite one.
Another check from Safine, and Yacht Club here sizing up to a nearly pot-sized bet.
It's not true. It's some kind of
It'll be tough to get value.
insecurity.
And if he is behind,
I'm very insecure. So I'm not
probably going to be tough to get his opponent to lay it down. But Safine here
Your mom.
is still in the mix, makes the call with the Jack-10. Perhaps just not seeing this big size up on the turn for what it is. Top pair with a boatload of equity, now turning into two pair on the
She
river.
sits at home and watches every minute. She said last week when they hit that
With a
king, she
pot-sized
literally
bet
jumped out.
behind,
76-year-old
Yacht Club going to grab every chip he's got and stuff it across the line.
My dad watches religiously.
Front door and back door draws have missed. Clubs and spades nowhere to be seen in Safine's hand. So he does beat all of the brick draws.
Now this is gonna get your heart
Question now is, does he give Yacht Club credit for a brick draw here that goes for it?
My dad was just here 5 minutes ago. Really? Yeah, my car had an issue.
Hand does have some desirable qualities, but the bet size on the turn and now this pot size river jam is really going to put him to the test. He's going to have plenty of aces, you know, ace-10 suited, ace-queen offsuit, maybe even some, you know, some ace-3 suited, you know, hands like that that he can call with. Does he feel like the Jack-10, no club, no spade,
11.6.
needs to make it into the call as well, the calling range as well? Also doesn't have a king or a queen, which would interact with the, you know, the ace-jack out there.
Take all of it. No, he's just doing some chip magic. He had some 1Ks. Switch them out.
I'd be very surprised here if Safine makes the call. Oh wow! And as I'm saying that,
Make sure you're paying
will pay off. Yacht Club here.
What is it, 40 what?
Another double up here for Yacht Club, up to now 13,500.
picked Mariano's bet last week. That was fun.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where Safine must have just had some kind of what he thought was maybe a read, or I mean, you know, it's never good to speculate too much, but definitely reaching down into the range there with the Jack-10. It certainly has good qualities as a bluff catcher, but you need your opponent to be capable of a lot of bluffs for Jack-10 to be even like, you know, not just purely indifferent, right? Like making money as a hero call. And I think that's a fairly tall order there, given the way that the hand played out and perhaps just the opponent in general. But yeah, tries to sniff one out there and goes for the big hero call, and that is going to get him buried even more as he's going to now move down over 10K in losses here on the evening, but plenty of time left to turn things around. Well, Circo, you know, asking how can he call that every hand beats him. Well, he's hoping that his opponent has a brick draw, which is just going to be a high card hand, right? Like he's not hoping that his opponent is value owning himself with pocket nines or something, right? Like it is a call expecting that the portion of your opponent's bluffing range that you can beat, or the portion of your opponent's bet line that you can beat is, you know, totally losing to a pair of jacks. So it's not the absolute strength of the hand that's necessarily important. It's what you put your opponent, how you sort of size up their range. So yeah, he certainly loses to two pair, and even just, you know, ace king, ace queen, that may certainly play it that way as well. But you know, got to go for it sometime.
Trust him. I'm gonna have to take it to the black light later.
Oh no, I put a cash hand bundle and just on his word that it was 10. I wonder if it's like 6,000.
8-8-6 out here on the board. Yacht Club going to call the bet from Venom. Another 8 comes off, and Yacht Club thought the ace high was good on the flop. It's not really going to be deterred now.
I gave Z-Fish 5 grand the last stream. I didn't realize, but he was counting it under the table. And then he's like, oh, you gave me an extra 100. You
Check,
gave me one
check
back.
to a river 7.
None of us want that
And
kind of
yeah, sure enough, ace high will be good if we get to showdown. Both players with a 9, interacting with board
You pull out the bundles.
a little bit, but not enough to bet. And Yacht Club will take it down.
Oh my god, you see it. They're looking a little thin compared to my other bundle. Oh my gosh. I mean,
You're doing alright.
JD, I mean, you can tell that.
He lost his touch. He lost his touch.
I know how much it is. This is how I know.
97.
No, that's definitely 10. Like, as I'm handing it away, I can definitely tell it's like, and I got the weight down.
Trust him for it now. Pretty soon, JD won't remember the feeling of
handing
$10,000
straps
to you.
to each other.
He'll forget how it feels.
We're coming these into 1-2 streets.
Exactly, exactly. Hey JD, can you come test? See if this feels like a 10K?
Wait, I gotta max out the street cred before I get the 1-2 streets.
Lost my powers.
NRG Fantasy Focus in the chat pointing out that it was also a 3-bet pot, and then bet, probably under bluff, and weighted to ace-x folding.
Talking about earlier.
Yeah, I tend to agree. You've got you know, pocket aces, you got ace king, ace queen, ace jack suited, and then I mean it is definitely a possibility that some of the 3-betting range that does have an ace in it is going to slow down on the river. So Sabine, you know, seeing the bet and then jam river when the board, I mean, I wouldn't call it connected. I mean, actually, there was just like nothing to be scared of out there, right? Like, I mean, ace queen could totally just keep going for it and hope to get called by ace x.
I invest with Sophia, and every time I see him punt, I'm gonna be like, oh my god, is that my money?
Inferior kicker. So, yeah.
Sassy in the chat, how's it going?
Just let him seem like you have action. Yeah.
It's like, oh shit.
Oh my god. Oh no.
I also go down?
Oh wow.
No, I'm trolling.
Yeah, this could get expensive here for Brass Monkey. It is 4 ways, and wow, we're checking through to a free 7 of diamonds here on the turn.
Go up. Yeah, until it doesn't.
Yeah, and Brass Monkey just called the 3-bet pre-flop.
And those other times,
So he's
it always goes up.
pretty under-repped here.
1,700 is the bet.
The leverage is 90% of the time, it always goes up.
We'll take those
Yeah, and that's one of those spots where sort of
Stay.
under-repping your hand
Investor is always like super
could
fucking
get
leveraged,
very
right?
costly,
Just like the nature.
as he is going to go
I
for
like
the
getting
big full
mortgages,
pot-size
right?
bet into 3
You don't pay
opponents,
off your
and
house, you're
Wolfgang
always
here
like, no, I'd leverage it in
is
the
like,
bank. And it
yes,
dips, and, like,
please.
I just go
That is
bankrupt,
a
like, in that
full
business,
rainbow
like,
board, no straights possible.
Seven-figure merchant.
Pocket 10s is the full-blown nizzles.
I mean, the effective nuts, it just a 3-bet pot here.
Heads up.
Wolfgang does make the call. 5K in the middle.
Oh no. That's all she wrote.
Top 2. Yeah, literally impossible for any queen jacks to have survived to this point in the hand because there was no flush draw to go along with them. Just a pure gut shot. So Brass Monkey here going to feel like he is up against, you know, maybe ace-7, maybe 10-7, maybe some 9-8. Although 9-8 is probably not going to call. Brass Monkey is going, he snap called the all in, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's never folding.
Yeah, okay, we just didn't have the action completed on the screen, but I presumed that he had snap called the all in. Wolfgang gonna get the dub and move up to 15K in the stack. Nice pop.
You know what? I never believe it at full. Pocket folds. I'm just giving cash and shit. Oh. He was making fun of me earlier.
Yeah. Let's stay next to table 15
So, yeah, I can't quite see the action, and I missed it, the pre-flop action. So, did Brass Monkey open the ace-king, get 3-bet by Wolfgang, and then just flat it with the other players in?
Wolfgang opened. Danny 3-bet.
48.
fire cold called in the small blind, and Brass Monkey also cold called from, I think, the straddle.
I see. And with those cold callers in there, Wolfgang only
Just
called
called.
himself.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
It was pretty sick hand. Or sick action, and then just flop second set there.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a spot that you could imagine the pre-flop action going dramatically different for a number of different reasons and in a number of different spots. But the way that it worked out, Wolfgang, the recipient of a double up plus the additional money in the pot.
Trying to decide.
On the river?
Yeah, I know. Like, no, not after I bet. I'm saying is, I thought about checking because but on one hand, I thought you might have his pocket tens.
Or sevens. Sevens is my hand.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't think you had sevens.
I play sevens. Yeah, like aces.
I play sevens like
That's
they're
just a cooler.
aces, says Wolfgang.
Yeah.
Okay. It's good information to have if you're at the table.
Thought you might have had ace 10, and then the king was like, okay.
I could have ace 10. Yeah. No, yeah, you're right. I mean,
50 to 20, $50 shuttle.
Wolfgang here getting aces the very next hand. Wow, little rush.
Win one, play one, right? Ouch.
Only Benham, though, going to make the call, and Benham is either going to smash this flop or likely brick it real hard, so let's find out. The aces will take damage, and it doesn't look like it.
Turning her baby toy over there.
Raina here advertising the 1-2 Chatters meetup game this Sunday at TCH Dallas, starting at noon. Anybody wants to go and join in on that game? Always a good time. Raina, you going to be bringing some delicious home-baked goods?
I know, we just get to that point where you're just like, yeah, let me tell you all the shit I did in your house. But, yeah,
Wouldn't be a Dallas meetup game if she didn't.
Yeah, right.
I don't really know what they do for broken toe. I guess I tape it to the one next to it. But
Got 300 of y'all joining us tonight. Just now joining us, welcome to TCH Live from Dallas, Texas. We're currently, it's currently 7:22 p.m. and 150 degrees. But we are live from Dallas, Texas, and you're listening to the voices of Darren and Aaron. Derek and Aaron.
Raise 150.
Wow, Queen 10 suited just went in the muck there. Oh, never mind. Cashman had not had a chance to act yet. Fire here playing the sevens, not like their pocket aces. Just makes the call. Cashman goes for the button squeeze with the Queen 10 and runs into Benham in the straddle with pocket queens. So some big hands here going around, and all of this is after Wolfgang raised from under the gun.
Billy Idol, Foo Fighters. It's gonna be good.
no,
It's like 3 days of concerts.
oh, like in a week?
Yeah, the weekend, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Fun. Where's that at?
Aspen.
Aspen, okay. That's nice. Real nice.
All right, Benham rips it. 3.7K is the amount.
Chris Stapleton, Zach Bryan.
Wolfgang here sort of contemplating for just a moment before he releases, but yeah, everybody folds, and that's a nice little pot there without having to see any additional cards.
There's been a lot of all-ins already.
All right, so many good comments here in the chat.
Keep it up. Like
Joseph Pfister wants to know, can you go over the meetup game again? Well, it's this Sunday. You can see the post there from Raina. I'll just go ahead and put it on screen here. Chatters meetup game this Sunday, TCH Dallas at noon. Going to be having a 1-2 table running. So that's the details. If you want to go and check that out. Yeah, Serco already had his question answered. That is tipping the dealer. Pretty standard practice and certainly encouraged and appreciated. Then we've got Kev Boz wants to know, poker in Texas, how do I sign up? Well,
If you look at the timestamp, yeah, it's really
all you got to
close.
do is punch in on your maps, Texas Card House or TCH Social, and whichever pops up that is closer to you or that you feel like going to, drive yourself on over there, get signed up, get yourself a membership, and you'll be in on the action.
Kev Boss is actually one of our dealers here at TCH.
Oh, he's trolling. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No, no, it's you know, he's trying to promote the room, and it's a little self-serving too. Trying to build up the room to more notoriety. But yeah, he actually deals our live stream quite often as well.
All right. Well,
I just realized they stopped the light thing.
Yeah, they turned it off again.
450.
Which one? Which one? Good. That's the bigger one.
all right, big squeeze here from Benham. He's going to take it down on a small blind.
Wow, you guys are gonna sweep today?
Oh, buddy, we need a sweep. It's not even that much, just 2.
Do you have like several every day?
No.
No? What's your baseball
We
season?
usually have 2.
2 a day?
You have 2. 12.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, what he does on his own is not my concern. I know he's clicking away from there.
Because if he only missed 2 a day max, he's like, I was like, probably 12.
Happy to hype up the room.
It's like 10 or something, I don't know.
12 per game.
Every game,
12 per game. Figure the profits for first half, first quarter.
They get you so bad on this.
All right, Benham here once again getting
You should do
after
a
it.
parlay
This
where you
time
have to
from
win
the
every one of
button
your
with the
bets.
ace
and
5-0.
then just like 150 extra.
JD with a hand that can go for a raise out of the straddle every once in a while. But yeah, it's usually just going to be a fold, and that one is
5-0
into them.
Per day.
You gotta make 50 bets a day.
That's a great point here from Mighty Hammer. You know, if for some reason we hit 200 likes on our
There's a football right now.
live stream right now, TCH Dallas will start offering complimentary beer to all players and members. So if we get up to 200 likes, TCH Dallas will start offering complimentary beer.
Any sport that's
All you have to do is hit that like button. It helps channel out a ton.
pros,
What kind of beer is on tap?
because line's gonna move.
Yeah, they have Michelob Ultra, and the other one rotates between Modelo and Dos
High
Equis.
school,
Nice,
picking on the
all
guys who
I got
got
bullied in
A's.
high school. That's why I'm transitioning. This is my villain phase.
All right, Benham here, who has raised pretty much every hand for the last 4 hands or so, is going to stay true to form. Makes it 150 to go with the 9-6 suited. Danny's in there with the sailboats and fire. Going to close the action.
His biggest
His
fire guy
9-8
caught on
off.
fire and couldn't finish it out. I was like, what do you mean you don't have any more money? He goes, man, I owe this guy like 200,000. That is funny. He hit this parlay. and
Benham
he came out
flops a
with it,
flush
and
with a
he
straight
doubled
flush
it up.
redraw.
He goes,
Fire here on just a gut shot, no diamond. He's out of there, and Benham going to take that one down. He's getting a little rush going right after getting stacked.
This one guy paid for like 50% of his stuff, and he got hot.
That's yeah. You can't be spending the money. You gotta have it. Just
You gotta have it in the bank, yeah. Like,
What would I rate Fiend's eyebrow game? I mean,
some kind of
I think he just wins at the table for sure.
10 grand, and
Solid 11 out of 10.
Up in
which he did it all the time, and he just didn't come in.
sometimes it doesn't.
His hair game's always on point too. I mean, just
I was like, oh man.
I just like getting out
Yeah,
there.
you can tell that he puts a lot of
like a
effort
thing to do, you know?
into getting
grooming.
stuff
Yeah.
just the right way. Yeah.
Last time I went out, though, the guy I was golfing with, someone from the pro shop recognized him. Like he's just like a member there, but
$2,000 bet.
apparently he's pretty good at golf. And the pro shop guy was like watching him swing and stuff. Then he introduced himself to me, and he's like, "Oh, if you ever need lessons, I'll give it to you for like."
Yeah.
I think it was 50 an hour, like something not too bad. Yeah. He's like, "I'll give you a discount at 50 an hour." I'm like, maybe I'll do that. I don't know. Yeah.
J-Rock is a pro.
Could have been lying to me too.
All right, Benham and Yacht Club heads up to a flop in a 3-bet pot.
One guy you take it easy.
Don's pretty good at both. Pretty sure. So is Seinfeld. Seinfeld's like good at everything.
I've heard it happen to like people who are like starting out.
I don't know where he came from.
Kramer played him in basketball and said he wasn't very good.
Seinfeld and Kramer play basketball.
Not a bad spot to go for a check raise here if you're Benham. You're not going to be doing a ton of check raising, but you are going to have the sevens and the threes that Yacht Club won't. You also have some ace seven suited, ace three suited.
Who responded to Seinfeld, so I'm pretty sure it's him.
Does
But he was
decide to
wearing
just
an
go
outfit
for
that
a
was
check
completely
call,
outside the norm.
and then check on the
It was like all
turn.
Gucci.
Perhaps opening the door for Venom to bet
He had
with
like
the
a
6
Gucci
high,
belt on, a
takes it
Gucci
down.
hat.
Unless he's
It
living,
looked like that. He responded to Seinfeld.
if he's living 2 lives, then that's a different story. But I've never seen Seinfeld wear that.
Just finished a house for a
He's
guy.
very
Started
Okay.
6 years
I was
ago.
like on the fence. But I was like, what's up, Seinfeld? He's like, hey, man.
Sold the next month.
Wow. Now I'm curious.
Yeah. Maybe the guy just was being nice and didn't want to call me out. Or
That's probably it. There's a lot of nice people.
I can't believe
he
we're
has,
still
he
spending
has a
all your
doppelganger then. I have a picture of him. I'll show you after the
I
stream.
need a picture of
Might see a king high hero call here.
A mutual friend, and because his outfit was so ludicrous, I was like, I said it to him, I'm like, this is Seinfeld. He's like, oh, I didn't even recognize him.
Does get through there for Benham.
No, it was just like a few pieces that
Yeah,
were
nice
like,
play there from Benham.
you know, royal pieces, you know, like, yeah.
I mean, I think I would have preferred the check raise on the flop, but I mean, it gets the job done nonetheless.
I was looking up.
I'll show you right now, but I'm not Mariano. I can't
Really
keep my
nice.
phone
I went in the
on.
morning to look at the project and 17 lots, 10 of them on the water, all new.
It does always feel weird check raising on an ace high board when the ace high
The stream is doing something, and then he got
boards
mowed.
just favor your opponent's
Mowed a
3-betting
second
range
ago
so
on
much
his
more,
phone.
but
And then
it
I was
also
like-
feels really gross
So I put
when
my phone out too.
you know you're
And
in
then as soon
position
as I
with the
took mine
betting
out,
lead
then
and
I
your opponent
realized,
check
wait,
raises you on an ace high board. You're like, oh god, what do you have over there, dude?
I don't know, but
My board.
it may hurt my heart a little bit. I may have a minor heart
His
attack.
mom might not be happy.
I'm debating on telling him.
The worst thing's worse is like
He really will have a
Let me show you.
the worst thing might be he wins and then he's like, oh, this is me now.
Let me show you this shit.
I'm that guy now.
I'm that guy now. Yeah. Fuck that house.
When he loses, he's gonna come back and he's gonna be a big star.
All right, Brass Monkey completes from the
What are
straddle.
these chips? What are these chips?
Comes up to flop 3 deuce deuce.
He had like a rollie
One
on, he
club
had
out
Gucci,
there.
he had the snake. He responded to Seinfeld.
That's weird.
He's probably being nice.
He had to be just being nice.
A spicy turn card here improves both players to a draw.
Go to Hollywood, baby.
350.
You're not gonna agree with me.
Brass Monkey, after check calling the flop, is now going to lead this turn.
350.
Venom makes the call. And another deuce out there gives Brass Monkey deuce is full of sixes, and he's going to check it over to see if Venom will go for it. But he quickly checks it back.
I thought you might fire one.
You're a full house, buddy.
I know.
Boat over boat? Boat? No. No. Ace high flush. Action game.
Action.
Hey, bud.
Wolfgang here, still up the most, nearly a full brick.
Go. Nick game?
Sure. I'm not gonna play any hands unless we're playing the Nick game. So
All right, Nick game it is. Starting now.
Me too.
100. Yeah.
we're on 100.
Hundo.
Yeah.
The 100 almost feels a little bit small when you have the $50 straddle on.
No, right? Just play the boat.
Agreed.
Just play boat for
But I think they just want to have
$200.
as many. They want to be able to play as many times without anyone being like it's like someone has to pay the like 300 or 400 twice. They're like, I think I'm done, guys.
Yeah, no, that's
So
very understandable. And of course, it's, you know, even at 100, right? I mean, you're still swinging $900 if you lose.
Right, and you say yeah, it's twice and it's 1,800, which is could be the difference between winning or losing a session. So
Yeah, no, it's certainly understandable.
Very satisfying.
Yeah.
So Nick game back in effect. JD giving the 3-bet business to Danny, who will make the call, and we go heads up to a flop. Turn 9's here for JD, going to be best. He may just check this back. Could also go for a small continue
Cappuccino, please.
to maintain the betting lead. This is a favorable board for his range, so that makes a lot of sense.
All this is fun. All this is for fun. Later. 50-100 makes game. Heads up. Games we don't know the rules. Like, we're gonna need someone. We're gonna need someone telling us.
Good re-raise. You got pretty full keen.
Yep.
You have to look.
I thought Danny made.
All right, been a while since we've looked at the Poker Atlas Tour
That's valuable.
events. Let's go ahead and pull up the main event. Of course, the one that everyone is looking forward to. The title event, $1.5 million guaranteed, with flights running from August 30th through September 5th. 10 day one flights, including a, I thought we had a turbo flight. Maybe no turbo flights on that one.
That's
right.
only
These
for
are-
the first one, the $500 million.
That's right.
I called you.
Okay, so $1,000 buy-in, 40K starting stack.
I heard that Danny has that
All the
one.
information right there, with day 2 going to be on September 4th.
I'm gonna check Mariana's.
And
If
the
he
final
didn't offer me
table
a local
live
SC,
stream.
I'm gonna be like, what the fuck?
on
Oh,
He only has like 10 extra. No.
presumably just to go into a third day, but ostensibly just going to be getting that final
It
table live
registers
stream
illusion over there, but
on the 4th, I guess, when we get down to that number of players.
I had
But,
one that was showing.
or I guess, no, sorry, that is on Tuesday. It is on the 5th. Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Sorry, saw the
yeah,
information.
they're gonna play down to the final table on Tuesday, or excuse me, on Monday. Oh my God! And then the final table on that Tuesday until we have a winner. I think it's been a lot of feedback from players that have been making the final tables of our big tournaments, and some of the final tables have been ending, 3, 4, heck, our $1 million ended at 6 a.m. and those players started day 2 at noon or 1 p.m. So. When they're playing for that much money, 300 to 350,000 per burst, I think it's totally reasonable to have this third day, so those players can come back fresh and play for that significant money.
Absolutely. All right, pair of deuces here. Still best for JD after he called the original bet of 400. And put a probe bet here on the flop for 300 after Safine checks it over to him, and that's going to be enough to take it down.
Local Olympic or local legend again. He's working his way back. Oh, I love the showing the deuce.
Love how JD like peeled both cards and then flips over one of the deuces, right? Like executed to perfection.
Yeah, like I'll sometimes do that where like if an opponent wants to see a card, but I have like a pocket pair, and I'm like, all right, yeah, pick one.
oh my God.
Yep.
Yeah, he does.
He wants to hurt somebody.
He's got my $5,000 chip down there.
100 to come in.
All right, JD's turn for a little rush. He's already gotten rid of his knit button, but he is playing every hand.
He's got new voices.
I'm here for
That's why you can't.
Not club with a sort of dangerous hand to be playing. Ace-9 off. But by calling, almost invites Wolfgang in.
Sorry.
Who should I see? That's my dog.
Put a sweater on. It is getting cold again.
King high, 1 heart out here. JD flops a gut shot to Broadway, so he'll continue. And Yacht Club here, who's bricked super hard.
Checking your scores.
Gonna have a decision with just the ace high for the small 1/3 continue.
How'd you get a little?
He will make the call. Looks like Wolfgang's over here mixing up some drinks on the side.
Just pouring some coffee into his styrofoam cup. The nuts
JD
here for
drills. Yeah, Broadway instantly.
Get a read on.
Yeah, and when you completely unblock all the pairs and 2-pair combinations out there, you definitely want to keep building the pot as much as possible. So large size incoming. JD goes nearly pot.
Wrong direction.
80% pot. It is.
Yep. How'd you know?
Wolfgang, funniest thing I think you've ever said. That was fantastic. That is awesome.
I mean, that's what I thought I heard.
Yeah.
So, Danny, you have an erection?
Every time Sophine loses a sports bet, it gets me going.
You're into that S&M shit, huh? You like the pain.
That was good. I wish you were that funny.
Your mom's not gonna be happy.
She can't hear. She can't listen to this. With the volume down, turns her hearing
Read
into
the chat.
She can't handle it.
Is your mom in the chat?
No, no. My mom wouldn't know how to get on the chat if her life depended on it.
Not Chat Pro.
Not a chat pro.
I had to stop my dad from chatting. He was an avid chatter for a while, yeah.
I need to start streaming more. Those things are so
My mom
smart.
and dad would both in the
You
chat.
can like, you
That's
can make it
awesome.
so
Cashman's
no,
parents would go in and blow up the chat.
I had this friend Danny, and he would like shit talk in the chat, whatever. My dad would just fire
You can make
back at
streams
full speed.
so that way you can't comment unless you're
Public enemy
subscribed.
number
It's
one.
genius.
Oh, wow.
That's how they farm subscribers.
Misdirection.
What are we waiting on?
We'll allow it.
How we build our subscriber base.
You're fine.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, make sure you shadow before the cards are.
No, I don't know. I don't think that's right.
Well, with Wolf, we'd let him look at his cards first. Yeah, he needs it. A little extra help never hurts.
I mean, he needs
Extra. The new official rule that I've been hearing about.
Yeah.
How's that a new rule? That rule's always existed.
It's one that
Now we're
they.
implementing.
Yeah.
All right, raise to 150.
Sure,
Brass
sure.
Monkey calls on the putt. Definitely a nit game sort of situation.
There's a deuce
11-6.
not coming.
And Wolfgang, I think, getting a price to come along this time. And does indeed make the call. So 3 players to a flop.
Did I show the whole time? Did we just notice?
Floor table 20.
What happened?
I don't know. You didn't pick it up and put it in there? We don't know how it got. Was there a misdeal? Did you switch a card? You flip a card and you...
Not that I
Are
know.
they all face up?
Floor table 20.
dead for sure.
I'll scoop.
I don't know exactly what has happened here. Derek, did you catch the action?
I think there was a box card, which, for those of y'all that don't know, I mean, this is a good learning experience for all players, maybe some aspiring dealers
Floor
or
table 20.
floors. A box card is when there's a card flipped up upward on the in the stub of the stub, which is the deck that the dealer is holding, and it essentially just gets removed from the game. That doesn't exist for this hand.
No, I need that card. I would never hit some hits.
You're under the gun raising range. Connected to the 2 sides.
Absolutely.
Yeah, functions a little bit differently than an exposed card. Normally, you know, during the pitch or whatever, if the card gets turned face up, that'll just become the burn. But yeah, if the card was already face up in the deck, that is a box card.
Floor table 20.
So we'll get this sorted out just in a moment. We do need a floor ruling just to come over and confirm that a box card is going to come out of play. So even though these players and the dealer know what's going to happen, we need to have confirmation. That is just to maintain the integrity of the game. So bear with us here for a moment as we once again pull up the schedule for the Poker Atlas Tour coming up here in just a couple of weeks. Actually kicking off basically just a week from today and running all the way through September 5th. Over $3 million in guaranteed prize pool money for the tournaments at 2 locations: Texas Card House, Dallas, and TCH Social in Las Colinas.
We might have a box card, but we've already...
If you are in or around the Dallas area, make sure you cruise on over. And if you're from outside of the Dallas area but looking to get in on the action, there are 3 weeks of tournaments coming up. So
that card's dead.
Yeah, there we go. That card coming out of play, not even going to participate as a burn, and we will get play coming right along.
Because, so when it's a box card, so technically you're supposed to treat a box card like it doesn't exist, like it just puts it in the box. I just wanted to get a full ruling on it.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, here we go. Onwards and upwards.
We'll replay it in case we had used it, just to see who would have won
Good thing
instead.
it's like on YouTube and we can like figure
Yeah, when I was muted for a second, I was just asking Tyler because Tyler and I are both floors. I just asked him like, next time this happens, like I was wondering if like we can just one of us go up there and make the ruling, but because we're technically on the clock right now working, So.
Yeah, I mean, of course we're 15 minutes or whatever in the past for when this is going on.
Right, but
so
Tyler would
have
know. Yeah.
Yeah, if someone else could pass the information along, I guess we could do that. Or you could. I can suffer no such responsibilities being down here in
Remember when I
Austin.
showed you? I showed one.
Oh, yeah.
We're saying maybe you guys just pulled in the deck that way. And so it was just a true box card.
All right, Wolfgang here flopping a spade flush draw.
800 is the bet.
Danny here with a gut shot
So it
to
really
Broadway.
was fun.
Yeah, you can look at the back of it. I put a big nail mark in there. You can know.
Oh yeah, I see it.
What's a box card? I haven't even heard that.
Box card means they face up card in the deck. Like that's just what it's called.
I didn't know that.
When I heard box card, I was thinking it like a card out of the box. It's that deck. And I was like, that's
All right, Danny here bets the turn, gets the job done.
I'll cause the trouble. Don't worry about it.
And we'll make sure that all the cards are face down this time.
Hold a jack like that.
I won't have that issue again. So
Got a pimple
another
wider
knit
than
button
Nick game.
comes out of play.
Oh, you're so helpful. If he doesn't give it to me, he doesn't remember it. Or y'all don't play that way.
No, if he
No, he
shows
already-
it, he can throw it in.
He'd already put it
He
in here.
doesn't show, he has to. He doesn't get it.
There's a game on Wednesdays. If you don't remember to give your knit button up, like you keep it, even if you show your hand.
Or like actually throw the button.
What's the
I
time
don't like that,
on
'cause sometimes
Is that
you're,
like within 5 seconds of showing your hands, 10, 2 minutes.
We know you have different time stack of chips, so it's
That one's curious. Even if you show your hand, but you forget to pitch your button to the dealer, then you don't get rid of it. That was what I think she was saying. I'm not sure, you know, what everybody's take on the nitty-gritty of the rules are, but I mean, one thing I think is quite clear: if you don't show your hand, you're not getting rid of your knit button. And if somebody else tries to remind you that you should show your hand or that you should remember you're playing the game, that's a no-no.
It can be like 3,000. Real? Yeah. That's ready to gamble.
But I mean, if we were playing and you showed your hand but forgot to actually give your knit button up, like I wouldn't see that as
He has like
a foul or any reason for you to not get rid of your button, right? What do you think?
but at least he's seen enough hands.
but he has no idea how.
I think it just has to be agreed upon, as long as everyone's under this, everyone's understands the rules
My knit button?
before they start the knit game. Then I think everything's fair game.
Sure.
I like not having the nickel. Everybody else has it. I don't have it. I was like, all right.
It just gets it probably just gets frustrating for some players when like they're like, wait, what? Like
So fake that it's
I didn't know about this, or
the little free apps that you can play poker
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, which is why I think as long as your hand was shown,
Everybody
like,
just goes all in every hand.
you know,
If it's like- if there's
you've
like
satisfied the
3
conditions.
months,
You won a hand,
For
you
sure.
showed it. You should get rid of your knit button. It shouldn't come down to whether or not you remember to actually like push it forward, because you're also raking a pot at the same time, right? Like,
25 billion.
you can imagine being distracted by other aspects of the game, and having satisfied all of the conditions for
Any amount of
getting
money
rid of
for
it
real
would be
money.
sort of
Any money,
frustrating
yeah.
to not actually be able to. So I'm not actually sure if that's in play or if that was just like a version of the game that the dealer was talking about.
600 is good.
Ooh, JD here. The birds, number 1.
Okay, how much? Oh, you got a big chip. Never mind.
This is a big blind squeeze from Wolfgang. Safine's original open in the cutoff here.
1,500 is
Very light and insta-muck.
JD Unleashed. Got him.
Local legend JD on fire tonight.
Now he's going to have to mention
Since we
it,
started the
'cause
Nick
you're
game,
going
only
to
2
raise him
guys
every
have 1
time.
hand.
What's that?
I said only 2 guys have 1
Yeah,
hand.
me and him are just going to win over and over again. Sorry,
Like
guys.
10 hands in a row.
To be honest, JD's won most of them.
Well,
That's your high
80%.
I'm running hot. I'm also playing really good, so like you guys are totally fucked.
He's
Bad combo.
zoned
Good
back
cards, perfect poker.
He's
fuck,
been
it's
online studying.
no.
The WSOP app.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark Wee here in the chat says that's not true. That's my game she's talking about. So maybe there's a different game. Help us out here, Mark Wee. Is there a different game?
Not too bad.
No, I think she was referring. Maybe she was misunderstanding some of the rules that they were put in place for Mark's game.
Benham's allowed to win too because he doesn't have
Yeah, the only like consistent game that runs on Wednesday at TCH Dallas is Mark's
I think
game.
you reminded him. Yeah, I think that counts as reminding him actually.
Easy money.
right?
Okay, yeah, we play. If you remind someone to show or help them in some way, remember that you're playing the game or whatever, you get their nit button. Yeah, yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. But if somebody actually like showed their hand after winning, and then someone was like, "Oh, hey, throw your button," would that count? Or did they actually, they did everything they needed to do, and at that point it's just like acknowledging the fact
A lot of times
and
they'll
taking the
come up to
button.
start, get a seat, and then leave, and come back.
Yeah, I'm with you though. Like, I mean, if they showed the hand, it's like tabling hand at showdown. Like, say like you table the hand and then the dealer mucks it. Like, no, it was tabled. So like you can go back on cameras, or if other players like all agree, like yeah, they showed the hand.
I don't know. That would be my take, but I would also understand like if you're running sort of a, you know, maybe not private but pseudo-private game, and you're kind of setting the rules for how you do it, you could make it very onerous and, you know, difficult for the players if you want to add that extra layer to it. But I personally wouldn't do that. Danny here going to squeeze it up from the small blind. Gets no takers on post-flop action. Takes down with the kings.
He'll also do the thing where he comes and plays two hands and gets the lead again.
Oh, yeah.
That drives me nuts. I'm like, where are you going?
Pretty good swings here from these stacks. Fire still sitting on just 2.4K. Originally buying in for just a little over 5,000, and
Now the move would be
opting not to add on.
30 minutes in. Okay, now it's been 30.
That's right.
No, you have the floor when you're in this club.
I mean,
100 to come in.
I did call the play. He gave me this look like.
No,
I
would
2
never
hours.
allow
I've been waiting for
that.
you.
Yeah, I would never allow that. If I didn't know, I didn't know, but like, you know.
Ooh, pocket tens here for Wolfgang. He flopped a set and doubled up earlier in the show. Now running into the pocket jacks from JD in the small blind. Gonna put in a 4x 3-bet.
Give me something to 4-bet him with.
Say local limper one time. He just goes.
It goes bananas.
The $100 straddle was on, so things getting spicy here. Both of these players quite deep.
Option is
It is
always
an option.
there.
It is legal.
Back over to Wolfgang here, 900 to call. If he does put in the call, we're going to go to a pot, or go to a flop with 2,700 thereabouts in the middle. I mean, this is a cutoff open, so very little chance that Wolfgang was going to fold here. Some, I guess, thought perhaps going for a 4-bet, but does settle on the call, and here we go, heads up to a flop.
Hold.
Oh my gosh.
There it is again, a set for Wolfgang. JD here, flopping one overcard.
Okay, there's an edge there.
So perhaps going to find a way to get away from this without putting too many chips in. It's going to be a standard continue here, 750 into 2,500 thereabouts. So a little under 1/3, not quite 1/4 though.
No.
Easy money.
No, it was plus 50,000 or something like that. It was 5,001. 5,001.
Okay.
Money line. Yeah.
And what
Did
happened?
they win?
No, but it's 5,001.
I think Wolfgang here should just be calling with all of his range. Really not a lot of hand combinations that you would expect to go for a raise with.
You have to bet the 5,001.
And he does indeed make the call.
Bro,
And they're gonna cap you.
4,000 in the middle. It's 4 diamonds now on the turn.
I would take
Changes nothing.
because it's dead money.
JD here.
Get there.
Never.
You're talking like a little.
It's a
teeny
Always
soccer
awful
game.
being out of position, but especially when you have a hand quite vulnerable
The
and
thing about it.
Yeah, you're better than this.
middling strength as
Dog
second
was
pair.
sweating it. Dog was sweating it so hard. He's just like watching the game. Yeah. freaking-
Wait, he had the favorite?
He had, yeah.
How much
No.
did they lose by?
No, he had the underdog.
Oh,
For like
I was
a ton.
if he's betting the
And
favorite.
he had the money line or whatever. He's like swinging super hard.
And
They
Wolfgang here with the second set.
Okay, this
They're
I mean, he
right.
really should be,
+7, +8 in a
you
soccer
know,
game.
in most circumstances, contemplating a way of how to get all the chips in by the river. There's 4K in there, so stack to pot ratio at 3.
Did you guys see that?
Needs to go for a big
niece
bet
of
if
the
he is going to try to
Somali,
go all in on the river.
Athletic
But
Association sent
whenever JD checks the turn, it's going to be
president
tough
of
to
the
have a
Somali
lot of
Athletic Association
hands
sent
in
their
that
niece
range
to run the
for
track
JD that are
event,
strong
and
enough
there was just
to
some
pay off a
untrained
big bet
girl
now
who
and
was
another one
all
on the end.
professionals.
He does go for the big bet nonetheless. Looks like over 3,000 or maybe right on.
She was running like I could probably even beat her. in
Okay,
her
3.5K.
yeah.
That's a thing on me.
If I could beat her in her race,
Damn,
like,
it's
come
just
on.
cold tonight. No one's getting. No one's
It's a
getting
rough night.
Seriously.
It's a big pot. Big pot energy.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
It was crazy.
I don't know. My guess is that JD finds a way to fold this. Having the jack of clubs just eliminates so many of the semi-bluff combinations that Wolfgang could have here. Ace jack of clubs, king jack of clubs. Every once in a while, jack 9 of clubs. Or I mean, I don't know. Maybe not even every once in a while, but more often than not. But yeah, he is going to let it go, and Wolfgang will show. Set of jacks once again. Sorry, set of 10s.
2 sets in 1 hour.
Nice hand there
Brian.
for Wolfgang.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. I just said nice hand.
Brian in the chat says, any reason TCH is not using the auto shufflers? We get this question from time to time. I'm happy to answer it again. The auto shufflers are not just an easy peasy thing that you go to Walmart and pick some up and strap them into the tables. There's only like one company that basically makes them. You have to lease them, and it's a whole big headache from a sort of financial standpoint. And dealers at all of the TCH locations around the state of Texas are fantastic shufflers and do a really good job of getting the hands out quick. So really not that big of an issue. And by and large, I think the players don't really mind having the dealers shuffle it up and deal. So hope that sort of answers the question.
That jack's head of the club. All the bad All the bad things. Huh? They had all the bad things.
Yeah. It's good for you, though.
Carlos says, average temperature in Dallas is mid-90s, and dude got a fleece jacket on. Well, inside the TCH Dallas building, it is nowhere near mid-90s, I will tell you that. Yeah, I'm wearing a hoodie right now here in Austin because the commentary room that I'm in is at a very comfortable but chilly, 70 so degrees. And outside it is, over 100. So, yeah, or at least it was earlier. It may be in the 90s now. All right, 3 players to the turn. Wolfstein and Cashman working with diamond flush draws now. Fire here
I've got 3 ones.
with the best hand, king high. Likely not going to be sticking around much longer as. Oh, sorry. Fire bet actually with the king.
We'll let you go
high.
north. It's okay.
It's called in 2 spots and is now going to be chopping the pot with Cashman if we get to showdown.
For a second there, I was like, did I lose the 5 took you on hand? I was like, what? You had a different one.
Sabine is not going to go for it. Checks it back with his jack high, and sure enough, the 9s are going to be chopping this one up.
Where's the diamond? Where is the diamond?
Who's going to
Where is the diamond?
Neither.
I was on a 9 draw. No, diamonds I don't know.
It's like extra toes.
Supreme money though.
I don't know, Jack 16.
Chop, you don't get to get rid of the button either.
It's like my flush make.
Supreme money's good.
Mark wears a hoodie every time he plays. Yeah, I pretty much do too. Some days, the temperature is always going to fluctuate in the room a little bit depending on how many people are in there and what the outdoor environment is. But yeah, by and large, I certainly always bring a hoodie. Whether or not I always wear it is a question to be answered on the day of. But always a good idea to bring a hoodie when you play poker. Whether it's at a casino somewhere in Vegas or whatever, or any of the card rooms here in Texas, we tend to keep it pretty chilly.
That's the only good thing that came out of all of that.
Yeah.
Is that they both keep doing it, but
Maybe they're both tilted even though they weren't.
must be nice to chop.
We already got it.
All right, 420 of you fine folks hanging out with us here on TCH Live Tuesday. Thank you so much for hanging out, for tuning in, for being part of the action. If you are not already subscribed to the channel, we would encourage you, of course, to hit the subscribe button. Also, click the notification bell. It'll keep you posted on any of our future streams, which are popping up several times a week. Got another stream for you guys.
God, how do how do you run so good?
Monday, out of Austin, plays 2-5, match the stack.
I'm gonna do the same thing, but with something worse.
Plenty
Give
of
the quarter. Come on.
no limit Texas Hold'em action across multiple states. We look here at the earnings. Wolfgang now up nearly 11,000. Danny, JD, and Yacht Club
The thing is,
all up a few thousand or more. Brass Monkey up 1,000, and everybody else stuck a fair bit. A lot of it. Dean down over 12.
thousands and thousands of dollars. I'd rather just pay the 8.
River Rat joining us here in the chat. What's up, man?
With the same.
Doing great, man. Thanks for tuning in.
Flopping 2 sets in the Nick game at TCH Live.
Lucas says TCH Live is the highlight of my Tuesday. Well, thank you so much for that. I do appreciate you tuning in each and every Tuesday.
I put it into my head so many times that I'm not even going to think about it. I'm just going to come out of my mouth.
This is one heck of a game. We've got a lot of tabletop and a lot of chips moving around.
I'm going to come up to you and be like, are you that local legend?
All right, Wolfgang looking for another set, this time with pocket nines up against Yacht Club and Venom.
Like legendary status. Nowadays, like I'm fucking everything's in wash. It's fine, you know. It's like better and stuff. He goes, no, you're still like. He's like, I don't remember where he's
No
from.
set this time.
North. He's like, oh, you're still a legend. People like ask me if I know you and stuff. And I'm like, that's so
Does
weird.
check to him. He
And then like
has the betting lead.
literally like 30 minutes later, like
465 in the middle. He'll continue for about a 200,
like, local legend JD, you're open for
or rather 175.
And they like linked it and sent it to me, and I was like, oh, okay. That's kind of fun. It was that big hand with YG and Mariano. I got the
Call from
introduction.
Venom and from
I
Yacht
opened a
Club.
3-bet, 4-bet call, and they played that huge pot. So he's just like, I opened. And I was like, I
Wolfgang
forgot I
was
was
like,
even in
oh,
that hand.
cool.
But, like,
Yeah, nines are probably no good.
Until I saw the video, and I was like, oh.
And not only are they no good, he does not want to make 3 of them, as that would give
I was super
Yacht Club a straight to the queen. Deuce of spades here on the turn. Checky over to Wolfgang.
Hey, we put me in the that one go better. Put me in, boys.
You gotta slow down local legend
He'll check as well.
You gotta slow down.
Free river card, 6 of hearts completes the front door heart flush draw. Venom has the ace of hearts to go with the top pair, but he'll continue checking.
Yeah, that's two. That's 2 of us. I don't know how the rest of the table feels, but we're good. Are we listening to the TV?
Yeah, why is that so loud?
I don't know.
Kevin Brown. Local
All right, we're going to check all the way down. Nobody's going to put in a bet, and Venom will take it there with
Ricky,
the pair of
you turn the
aces.
TV up? What'd you do?
I was making sure it wasn't a 6.
I had a 9 in my hand. How you
I
doing?
feel like everybody, thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it was a 6. I would have won.
Yeah.
You guys want to do 100 again? You want to do more? 200? 200.
$200.
All right, stepping it up now. $200 is the penalty for losing the
That means
Nick
we're due
game.
for it, right?
Yo, put everybody in.
Everybody's in.
We always do 100 and then we eventually spike to 200.
What, how much?
Oh, sorry, $200 is the PLO bomb pot. I was like, wait, nobody's lost the Nick game yet.
Yeah, the cash.
Apologies there. So here we go.
Thank you.
Double.
Dealer change, PLO flip.
Anybody else want side action?
500? Yeah, I'm running good today. How much you want? How much you want?
500. 200.
It's coming.
I got 5 with cash. 200.
All right.
Okay.
And I need to beat Sabine. I need to beat Sabine on the side.
We need to get some.
Got dealer, or we got dealer Tyler
Poker hands. We'll do it this way.
dealing our
I'm gonna win the whole flip. That's it.
second third of our live stream.
If I win this, does it count for my net, buddy?
Was helping about back here with the production side of things for a little bit. We'll be dealing for the next 2 hours. If you're just now joining us, we are streaming our 5-10-25 game live from Dallas, Texas.
I know. I'm going to win it with this 5-8, though.
5-8. I need a bullshit flop. Like deuce 3. Keep it low. Never mind, no deuce 3.
Just throw a king in the window.
Broadway spades.
King in the window.
Okay, I got it.
9.
That's a good
Well,
flop.
it did.
9.
I have a 4, JD.
That's a good flop.
For you?
Yeah.
I have a
I have
3.
ace high.
That's good. No, it's not good. It's not good.
What do you have?
Actually, it is good.
To the straight, to the straight, to the straight.
I have 2 pairs.
I have a straight.
Queen, 4.
I have a straight.
Which two? What?
7-5.
JD, what do you have?
I got ace high.
I got a flush.
The only other. Wait, JD, pay it to Cashman.
Yes. 3 clubs. Thank you. Almost a club.
Looks like someone made a flush, so Flush will take this PLO flip down.
Even when I win, I don't win.
Back to the 2-card game.
Don't thank me, thank JD.
Oh, and Venom winning the flip again. Look at that.
Take it. Take this spot every day of the week. Take this spot every day.
Oh, did you want to type that?
So Benham just wins every
Yeah, he just wins the flip again. Yeah.
So the hand that I just doubled him up with.
I should have taken yours for bigger.
I would have gone
Saying you
bigger.
were running good too. It's perfect.
I was running good, yeah.
Anyone who thinks they're running good and they want to flip, they just lose. That's just how it works.
Anybody thinks they're winning at sports betting? Like,
Oh my god.
Turns a
Listen,
blank.
you haven't pulled the ledger, buddy. You can go over this.
I'm almost full pot.
yeah, IRS.
3
IRS was
No,
too
no,
low.
we don't want to involve
Puts a red
them.
flag up.
Don't
That's
involve
the
them.
ledger king. And then, or is that or ace queen.
Yeah.
Oh, better be practiced.
Tens cross my mind.
Yeah.
And then when the king hits, I'm like, okay, I'm beating 125.
So no jam?
I think it's tough. I probably don't bet.
Raising a call in front here. Sabine in the small blind, waking up with the ace-king.
That makes sense. It's like
Squeeze incoming.
even between feels a little uneasy when it's like 17 but nervous, that's tough. I mean, I think like, it makes a lot of sense to.
I still got bet.
And 650 is the raise amount here. JD, the player behind, is going to go ahead and let this one go.
I really thought he didn't re-raise. I said, man, he's going to re-raise with ace king, ace queen, bucket tens. Or ace king suited.
Finally, no
To be when he called the 17, I was like, when I put the 17, I was like, oh shit, that's not what I wanted to bet.
Albert H. How did my boy Wolfgang get up 10K? Well, he flopped a couple of
Let's
sets,
go, buddy. Let's
and that usually helps.
Those, I just hate making
Yeah, he
those.
flopped
Second set.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Fire the
get
Cubs
paid.
up, too?
Yeah, second set against top 2 by the river. Yeah, that's a good
How
spot.
do you know this?
I like the Cubs.
I love the Cubs.
Not the time to beat yourself.
Yeah. So
Today,
Jacob, I'm not even going to try to attempt that last name, but Jacob, does TCH have any affordable, nice hotels nearby? Well, nice is definitely subjective. Nearby, absolutely.
Can they do that by winning?
For both locations, there's definitely a lot of hotels, you know, within a 10-minute radius, I'd say. Also, you know, if you are planning on coming over to the Dallas area for our Poker Atlas tour, there are hotel room rates for our members. So just make sure you go to the website and look at that information at texascardhouse.com.
Does anyone else like have a pocket pair like call for the card in their head like the
All the time.
all the time.
Number of players with nip buttons remaining is dwindling.
But like 9, I'm just like, yo.
4 players see this flop. With Sabine connecting the top pair and the diamond flush draw.
You didn't do it hard enough.
It's probably yeah, I gotta be louder.
Continuing for 200 and Cashman here with a really bad gut shot. No other opportunities. Just gonna let this one go.
I gotta put that on.
Feel that? Feel that momentum? The tides are turning.
So it's not JD.
It works about 1 in 8 times.
Yep.
Frederick here running bad in the TCH Live loyalty points gamble streets. Sorry, buddy. 7 times in a row. Well, you're likely to win the 8th one, so build it back up and rip it again,
You
my
know, if it
friend.
happens twice in one night, you're really focused. Yeah, exactly. He was.
See, if you can handle the variance of the TCH Live gamble rolls, you can handle the variance of poker. So, you know, it's like a good training
You live here now?
mechanism.
Yeah.
At least I'm not paying this.
Tilt training. Another 49? Are you kidding me? Throw your headset across the room. Yeah.
Really like it.
That cooked me way too much.
By the ice house, if you know what it is.
Feeling the juice. I need some more caffeine.
Switch it up. So are you into baseball?
Thank you.
I like this flavor.
Yeah.
Marrier, I'm not sure
We're gonna go to a range again.
if you're living in the past, seeing a previous hand, or if you're talking about the 9-7 there, but
I have some European friends coming back to town who
I
want
don't
to go
think
as
he had it
well.
open-ended.
We can get a group going, sure. I think someone we know has a box here, I'm pretty sure. I can't remember.
Queen 3 of diamonds here has just completed a queen high flush on the turn.
That's what he
Poker
said.
world is fascinating.
Mariona said that?
A bunch of people.
Neither Benham nor
I much
JD
prefer
have
if
their
I spend in the
knit
box
buttons,
like
so
a
there's
Cowboys
just
game. That's just
I think a different
battle
person
for
does, but
all the glory.
that is accessibility.
Chips and middle JD's out of there. And I think it's just, what, Yacht Club and maybe 1 or 2 other players that have knit buttons remaining.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, Cashman and Brass Monkey still have theirs as well. So 3 players still looking to win a hand,
But it's against
get
the
out of
A's.
the running
The A's are very bad.
for being the knit.
Well, we almost lost yesterday and we came back a little.
Dude, the amount of base runners we just leave, it's so tilting.
Against the A's and the Mariners, for some reason, you can never win.
Yeah, it sucks because I had the over in that game at 8.5.
Yeah.
And it landed 8. The Rangers game yesterday. So many opportunities. It closed 9. We got a good number.
Oh, was that 5-3 or
5-3. Yeah, 5-3.
There we go.
All right, Brass Monkey opens, ace queen o, JD on the ace 9 suited, just going to call
I thought he
here.
was going with his 1200 and then I was going to make it 3600.
Oh, it's never easy, is it? It's just never easy. So tilting.
Frederick, I'm sure you will be ecstatic as well, so good luck, my friend. Yeah, that's a good board here for Brass Monkey. Continues for a big size.
They're up 4-1 going to the bottom of the minute.
Yay. They are up?
They were. Sounds like it's more too easy.
Well, it does help to have ace queen. That's not a bad flop for my range.
Really, they scored?
Especially when everybody folds and gets to JD.
Albert H wants to know, what is the min buy for 5, 10, 25? I'm not exactly sure what the min buy is, but everybody pretty much bought in for 5K. And I think one player, I think Benham bought in for 4 initially. But yeah, the max buy was 5K, and then matched the stack after that. So that obviously didn't last very long.
Oh, that's so tilting.
You play stream or on stream?
Only on stream.
I don't know. What do you think, Derek? A min buy, maybe like 2K or 2,500?
I want to say it's 2,500 just because you know a lot of the players don't like players buying in for less than 100 bigs. This gimmicks kind of annoying for them.
Sure. Yeah. No, and it's as long as everything's set up ahead of time. You know, there are no questions as to whether or not you know, it's a short buy or you know, somebody trying to come in too shallow stack.
Is that the one he booked you? Yeah, I remember that. And you folded. I was like, why would you fold?
Well, Albert, there are plenty of other live streams throughout the week that offer a variety of different stakes. So maybe you can play on a Wednesday game sometime. We've got some 5, 5, 10 that kicks in from time to time. And, you know, come on down to Austin, hang out with us. We got 2-5 with Match the Stack here on Mondays out of TCH Austin. That game's 2K max buy with Match the Stack after that, so perhaps fits your price point a little bit better.
Fire, it's game over. I won. Yeah.
I saw some interesting.
All right, 2 players with knit buttons remaining. Cashman is one of them. So Yacht Club here rooting for JD to defeat Cashman and prevent him from releasing the button. There's going to be a bet here from JD with the bottom pair.
You're talking. That's a big difference. He did slow rolling.
Cashman calls with the flush draw, the 6-high flush draw.
Now we reload.
Board pairs the queen now, and JD slows it down with a check.
It's not good. Yeah, trust me, I understand.
Cashman now betting 375 after being checked to. And yeah, I think JD here gonna recognize that Cashman will have a lot of just sort of nonsense kind of hands, hoping to get rid of his nit button. Does correctly make the call there on the turn, but Cashman does pair the 6 on the end, and he's got the winner. He is. Oh.
Oh, he's so happy.
I think much more so than the $900. Cashman is just excited to not be the nit and the loser of the game.
1972.
We're back in school when we were doing this.
Blazer.
Yeah, it was like, oh, you remember the showdown value.
Having it redone.
Fire does have to pay out the nit bounties.
1972 what?
I think that was Yacht Club paying it out. It was just the stack of chips had made it over.
I see, I see. I just saw Fire throw some chips across the table. Frank, or Albert says he can play 2-2 PLO instead. That's a great game. And I highly recommend players, checking that game out at TCH Social. I mean, especially, people felt PLO was a little too big of a game at Dallas with the match stack, and 2-5 PLO plays quite large. The 2-2 PLO 600 max. If you're looking to get your feet wet in a new game, it's a good spot to do it.
So 600 max, and that's a hard cap.
Hard cap, and then it's true pot pre-flop, so it keeps the pots a lot more reasonable. And then post-flop they round.
I know heads up thinking is stressful, but like, that's like the point where it's the most fun.
So there's yeah, because you've got one chip, single dollar chips
Everyone's ever playing the Nick game,
right from the get-go. Okay, yeah, interesting.
We all played that. We all played that one. This is like the spot.
That being said, I have seen people cash out for 8,000 at that game.
Mike, I got a really good friend.
Yeah. That sounds like Texas PLO.
Yeah.
He'll have it. He loves the process.
Frederick in the chat, is there a rake in the cash games? No, sir. None of our cash games here at any of our TCH locations has a rake. We do a timed seat rental. You're paying for the seat, and you have to be a member at all of our card rooms.
He knows how to do it all right.
So no money comes off the table. That's why we keep our games legal here in the state of Texas.
Old vintage, like 90s Range Rovers.
I don't know if I can show you.
And not just legal, but honestly just so much better for the players,
Yeah.
No money comes off the table, so every pot that is won between you and your table mates is, just
My dad had a Blazer when I was a kid.
that money is staying there for you guys to continue to play for.
Yeah, anytime I try to listen to an argument that rake is better than time, I always respond, okay, so why do all casinos do rake? Because it's better for the casino, right? Because it requires more work and more employees to do a timed style, right? Because you have the hostesses that help with that. Here at TCH, you have the chip runners that help with that. It's just, I want to say more work. I mean, barely any more work, honestly, but it's just better for players.
It's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, I think depending on the number of hands that they're getting out, they're taking more money from the players. But it is an interesting phenomenon in that it's sort of the death by 1,000 cuts sort of thing, right? Like the players don't realize quite exactly how much money they themselves are losing because the money comes out of the pot before someone wins it. And yeah, I don't know. I've never understood how people can just kind of ignore how much money is being taken out of the game, especially at low limits, right? You'll see people playing 1-2 where people will have like maybe $100 in their stack or whatever. It's like every time they hit that whatever that little handle is, and you watch $6 disappear, you're like, that was 6% of that dude's stack just came off the table. Like that is not an insignificant amount.
Right, and it adds up, like you're saying. Players don't typically add on every single hand, right? So like every single hand, you're losing that ability to win $6 from the table. $6 from the table. You sit there for 10 hours. That could be.
Give it like 2 weeks.
I don't even want to talk about how much money that'd be. But
it's a lot of money.
It's a lot, yeah.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense.
All right, King 10 of Hearts here for Danny. Going to go go up against Brass Monkey on the button with pocket sixes.
And the people who can afford it don't
And
have
there
it.
is a set for Brass Monkey. A whole lot of not much here for Danny. But he was the pre-flop raiser, so he's going to put a little tickle out there. 150 is the bet. Quick call from Brass Monkey, and there is some improvement on the turn. Danny picking up a gut shot to Broadway, as well as a superior card for his range over his opponent's flop calling range. So Danny sizes this up.
2 days later, I happened to see your
We
story.
can see that he is in dire straits, but I do like the play.
Oh
And
my
it's a
God.
jack on the end,
Are
and
you
this has
serious?
gone perfectly for Danny and absolutely upside down for Brass Monkey, who has got to imagine that he is trapping the whole way down with his flopped bottom set. An overbet here from Danny, and it's just a call from Brass Monkey. He's like, wait, this is actually getting a little bit wild. I don't like this. I lose to all of these sets and maybe even Broadway, and sure enough.
Had a feeling.
Wow.
Wow. Brass Monkey just running spots, running terrible on those river spots. Either, it gives his opponent the nuts or gives him a hand that he cannot fold. Another big pot for Danny, up to 13,500.
That hand would have, well, no, he would have been out of there. Because if he bets a flop, he's raising all day long, and Danny's
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Brass Monkey didn't raise at any point throughout the hand is it's surprising, and it honestly saved him the remaining $8,000 that he has in his stack, right?
I mean, if he check raise flop, I don't see Danny continuing, right? Or if he raise flop, but
You almost what?
oh,
said
you're
king 10
absolutely
high.
right,
Yeah.
because the turn, there was not enough equity there, right?
I mean,
yeah,
and
had
even if he raises turn, I think Danny still folds the turn. Danny's a player that's disciplined enough to fold. Just a naked gut shot there.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
Especially with the clubs out there, right? So he has to imagine some of his outs could be dead. And I was actually going to mention that. I was kind of surprised to see Brass Monkey not raise the flop. Having bottom set, you don't block any of the value hands that your opponent could have, like ace queen or king queen.
Yeah, and it's another one of those things too, where you've got the front door flush draw out there.
Right.
Where if a club does peel off and your opponent had a hand that would have called a raise, and now when you raise later, or
yeah, disaster.
Yeah, or maybe you don't even feel like you can raise because the club comes in. Yeah, that just sucks. I mean, I'm not a proponent of always raising when there's a flush draw.
Yeah, especially when it's heads up. Yeah.
Yeah, but especially like on the turn, right? The turn is an ace, so it's not really good for your range, and your opponent just sized way up. So also, maybe raising there does seem a little bit fishy, but at some point it does feel like if you don't raise, the pot just stays too small, and you've got such a good hand.
Yeah, he's
And
definitely
just what an epically nasty run out. Ace, jack,
good hand. That could be anything.
fill in the straight.
Yeah, achievement unlocked there for Danny Marks. Well, he's been playing long enough. I'm sure he's done that a multitude of times. Where oh, we got king high, ace high. Oh, I turned a gut shot. Oh, I made my gut shot.
Sure feels good when you get there. Runner, runner, nothing funner.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
I did make runner quads yesterday in PLO against a flop set, which was like, I was like, oh Jesus.
It would be really funny.
Like against a flop superior set?
No,
like to your turn set?
No, flop was queen 5-3. I have ace 3. And they have pocket fives.
No, it's in real life. Yeah.
Oh, you didn't even have a set. Oh,
no,
you
no.
got a pair that
It
went
just-
runner quads.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Like I made trips on the turn, bet half pot. He potted it, and I was like, oh my god. Like I'm probably supposed to fold, but it was against a player that like could have some weaker threes. So then I call, and then I river the 3, and I'm like, oh. I guess I'm hoping it's a full house now.
Yeah. That's always a good feeling. Got club here on the button. Thought he had some devious intentions there. Had gone for it earlier with the ace-3 off, but he's just going to call with ace-4, and that will invite Wolfgang to squeeze from the small blind with
I
jack-10
didn't tell her
suited.
tonight, I forgot. So,
Okay, good.
yeah. What'd you hit there? A 4-outer on the river?
Did she watch last week?
It's even worse than that because it was running around.
Yeah.
I was trying
Oh,
to
the coffee, y'all. Okay. No, okay. Thank you.
Did she watch last week?
Yeah. She loved that.
I bet. I bet.
Brass Monkey having a good start to the stream. Unfortunately, now down 2,000, but for this game, that's just one medium-sized pot.
Poker can be brutal.
Here's your cups. Cubbies.
I thought,
Bottom seven.
Yeah, pretty nice
I
to
thought honestly, it
top
would be
eight.
start it off well,
Queen
so that
10
he
is
can
a
weather
very
this storm and not be down too much.
So let's bring it home.
Yeah,
One of those
I'm glad I didn't race. It crossed my mind.
one of those days here where he's
So like when you
getting put through the ringer
so when you gamble, like
on
it's
the
like
river.
customary to be like that game's over, you won.
What do you mean, like to share the information?
No, like it's a lock, right? They won.
No,
Right.
it's not.
The Cubs won.
No,
I did think
they
about
did
racing.
not.
Top eight, they're up
Top
one.
of the eighth.
Yeah. So
They're
they,
up one.
so they're gonna win, right?
No, I don't know. You know, I hate something. No, no, no.
So what you're telling me is like
The Cubs don't need any more jinxing, buddy.
Yeah.
they're gonna win, right?
Dude,
They can't lose. Is what
Right.
you're
See,
saying.
he's joking, but there's some people who are serious, and that's what blows my mind.
Bro, they're
Wow,
only
this
6 outs
has
away.
happened several times tonight, flopping flushes with very mediocre
They have
pre-flop
Albert
holding.
Alzolay. He's a closer.
Cashman gets the curse of the
Making names
fourth
up?
diamond
No,
on
he's
the
actually
turn,
the
but
Okay, on that sounds like a
still
made-up
working with
name.
the second
Albert
nuts.
Alzolay. It's kind of racist.
He'll try to get a little bit of value, but Yacht Club has the dustiest hand you've ever seen on
Like,
this
I can't
board.
have an ethnic name. That's
So
just
that'll
made
be the
up.
end of that one.
It sounds like you created it.
Huh? Sounds can be deceiving.
Jedi Master Ted, he's got a sick
Bro,
one.
last time
Flop. His
this was
opponent
my
flopped
honesty,
quad threes,
and there was
and
like a nail sticking up
Ted
there.
runner
he
runner
like put his arm
steel
down. He's
wheeled
like, ah!
him. That
There's like a
is
nail poking.
that is
up.
pretty gross.
And then I hear the dealer goes, "Yeah, there's a nail in Mariano's seat." Just
Yeah,
not
that
a
is
good
a
look.
low probability event, even in
I'll use
PLO.
the press.
And then he got bed bugs at his hotel.
I mean, I imagine
He got
it
bed
has to be pretty similar
Did
to
he say
what
that
I
in the
did,
vlog?
right?
Yeah.
He said a window.
The runner quads against the flop set.
Mariano?
I mean, I guess flop quads is already,
Wait.
to have that scenario, I guess it's obviously infinitely more unlikely, right? The flop quads and then
65.
Maybe he picked a nice lady up.
He's not
in
a
the
good
same
traveler.
hand.
Yeah, and you have to go runner runner perfect. Like you,
He's not a good traveler.
I mean, I guess
We were
your
trying to talk to him at the table afterwards.
your
Like, yeah,
danglers
I mean, I
could
did- I
have
was
like
"Don't tell me what you're
come
saying,
out,
like, you're not
you know,
saying,
Jack or
right
something,
here,
giving
right?
you
Like,
jacks
like,
full of
someplace decent.
threes to have won
That's
that
true,
one. So,
that's
so
true.
you know, it's a little bit
I
different,
technically had more outs,
I
yeah.
was trying to make sure.
So I'm thinking, what was it? Did you really?
Wolfgang still up 11,000 now in the night. Danny up 8,300, JD up 1,500, Yacht Club up 1,000.
Benham's got Taco Bell money.
Yeah. Taco Tuesday money.
I guess that's what I was in crowd
Because he gave
a drink.
I didn't know they were.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the first one.
Maybe I can
So I
get
said,
banned.
that's what I said. I said, this is what Danny, you want to know what my idea was? I told him, I said, every year when they're about to leave, they're just going to have to like get a drink for under each kid. Just like, because they get banned for a couple months, but they're already going to be gone for a couple months. So like, it's perfect. And then that kid's gone. So that's
The English kid, he won a
JD's got a fun little scheme there.
before he was leaving to get
Yeah,
back to the clock.
Without going
And
into too much
he won a
detail,
big
there's some
hand
truth to it.
right
But
before. He had his chips wrapped, and then he got like a $5,000 for him. It was big. Anyway, it was very nice.
King high flop here, top pair for Danny, third pair for Brass Monkey, and JD sitting on a dusty little under pair. Checks all the way through.
Really?
That's a juicy little turn card for Brass Monkey as he picks up straight draw, flush draw to go with his pair.
How often do you go back?
Go back, like Camarilla, like I live with.
That is 2 1/4. Danny calls, and we'll go heads up to a river. See if Brass Monkey can turn the river around for him, but that is not to be.
3 to 5 nights.
3 clubs, no change. Danny will win if we get showdown, and Brass Monkey's already checked it over.
900.
Although I am in town.
It does feel extra
Big chunky bet, but Brass Monkey not going to pay it off, so no further damage.
Yeah, registration's not quite. It's like still open.
Today, Friday, and Saturday.
Probably like peak.
Huh? That's pretty cool. Oh, dude. I would.
How old is
Taking
it?
a couple of those.
You play
It's a
tournaments
mixed
now?
game kind of day.
How's your boy
You
Big?
should play with us.
Dude, the mixed game's fun. You can't.
Did you ever play poker at the room?
Omajak?
Isn't there one room?
Omajak. I think you get 5 cards on board.
I hear somebody talking about Omadraw.
Oh, yeah, Omajak. Oh my God.
Oh, it's Omajack they're talking about?
Yeah.
We're getting
Man.
3 cards.
In your hand is your best black game.
Theoretically, you're gonna play that initially.
More mixed games. I love it. I love to hear it.
Regardless of your means, I
And
would
it's
say.
weighted equally. Like
We
you
need more
have
people
the
playing
number
games that
is
aren't
half
solved,
pocket.
you know?
Yeah, it's split card.
For
So if you have
sure.
21,
I definitely second that.
you chop the side, like the half of the pie.
Yeah, so if 2 people have 21, you chop it.
Jeez, is that-
I need to
that
talk with,
TCH must go
who
on
is it that like really put together the tournament schedule?
That's a great question. You know, I actually have my manager meeting tomorrow morning, so I can
Okay.
actually. I think we're gonna go over a lot of stuff, obviously regarding the series, since it's literally a week away.
You think so?
Nice.
So I'm sure that'll come up, and I'll throw that question out there. I'm sure it's a mix between our turn director and the Poker Atlas folks.
All right. Well, we should be planning. I'm gonna use you as a surrogate to plant the seeds of a deuce to 7 single tournament in the next series that we do.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised it wasn't even in it, to be honest. Just because I mean, it's a pretty simple game to deal. It's not like stud or.
Here's a 50 if you want it.
Yeah, it's just not a game that a ton of people know, right? I mean, Omaha is a game that is very
Even people that don't
translational.
know it, right? Like in that sense, right? Like they don't know how to play it, but they're like, oh, man, yeah, you get 4 cards and it's poker.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Whereas in deuce to 7, you're like, all right, now imagine
Why do I
you're
have
playing
5 cards? Yeah. Why am I drawing?
I mean, 5-card draw, I think a lot of poker players have some experience with, whether or not they've actually played it for real money and whatever, right? I mean, I don't know. I learned it as a kid. It was something.
Yeah, me too. That's
we
the first
did.
style of game I learned. Just like playing with my dad, like no money, obviously. Just kind of like, oh, like he just taught me like the rules and like what hand rankings were, you know? Like,
Yeah, exactly. And then you draw and you know, and often, of course, as your kids, you draw a second time because why not, you know? If that wasn't what I needed, let me try again. But yeah,
Go
then
fish.
it's just 5-card draw, but now you just don't want to make a hand. So in that sense, it's pretty simple to learn, but yeah. Anyways, I would love to get it in the mix. Would love to see it, as we've got a 3-bet pot here. Heads up between JD and Fire. Sean White in the chat says, "What's up, Booth Men? How's it going?" It's going great, man. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for joining us. As we get a deuce of hearts here on the turn, completes the front door flush draw. Neither player working with a heart. Both on just ace high. We go checky once again. JD here may be able to recognize that Fire is on a big ace. But let's see if he tries to push him off it. You don't always have to turn your ace highs into a bluff, even when you know that you're losing to your opponent's better ace high. But JD here is going to go for it. And he thought he was getting snap called, but instead it's a snap raise. And he's like, well, that was a value bet, but you didn't know it, and you still win. So nice hand.
200. I would have gotten the job. Thank you. That would have been fun. A little late now.
You got ace queen? I almost just folded free. I believed Fire.
Ooh, Benham up $10. That's still a decent Taco Bell trip, but dangerously close. Missing out on Taco Tuesday.
Oh, baby. You like the first one? What happened to that 10?
I went to go pitch it and it just rolled off my middle finger.
While you're flipping JD off.
The domino effect.
Raise 150. Water 5.
Raise.
Raise 500.
Oh shit. This one's gonna be fun.
Danny opens under the gun with 9s. JD hits him with a over 3x raise next to act.
I like that raise fire.
And these are some pretty strong ranges, but Danny is going to go ahead and make the call.
Is one of those yours?
Yeah, one of them
I
is.
think that's the 10 of hearts missing from the
I
deck.
don't know how I got 2.
I thought maybe both of them were yours.
What? Usually I take 2 just to make it even.
I gave you $50 to play both.
I'll pitch another 50.
Yeah, he'll pitch
I
it.
put 100 from each of you and I'll play both.
Side board here. JD going to put a bet of 1/3 pot out there. And Danny is out of the way.
Oh my gosh! Wow!
Thank you.
Now I know why you like that seat. Just sneak
I can
that
keep
nip
it. Yeah, I
button
just.
over there. Yeah.
Works every time.
50 on.
Touche, I see.
What are your thoughts about assigned seating, or like, you know, you get to sort of pick where you want to sit versus
Focus on the game.
random draw?
But it was like a lock, right?
For the live stream?
Yeah.
You said yourself the Mets.
Cocktails,
The Mets
20.
bullpen sucks,
Well, I mean,
right?
I think a lot of the players just prefer the drawing, right? Because they play with the same players so often, just to keep it fair and fresh.
To take a
I don't know. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter all too much, right? But
Touche, I see. That's my dog.
I'm always,
Yeah, unless,
I'm
of
always
course,
on
you do.
board for the interest of like keeping it fair and for everyone, and making sure no one's like feeling like, you know, one person always has position on them. Or,
Are you just like adding on to the?
I guess for me, I would just hate if like I was always assigned to C5, right? So like I would just hate that, and I would never want to play in the stream.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like, are you telling me I drew C5 for 6 months? Like I'm never coming back.
Yeah, no, that would be a pretty aggravating situation.
I'm assuming they're playing it Wrigley.
No, in
No.
In New York.
yeah. So the home team always had to finish the second, so they're gonna have 3 more guys to get through.
Well, they got bottom 8 still going too.
Oh, and the bottom. They have a lot more.
Only one out.
It's far from over.
All right, pair of 7s for Danny on the turn improves him to the best hand, and will stay that way through the river deuce of clubs. Fire here, though, with the jack of clubs. He's got the key card, blocks the straights and the flushes. Danny checks it to him. This is his spot to go for it, but he's already showed with his body language that he is going to check this down. And, yeah, big bet there may have gotten the job done.
Well played.
I agree.
Well played, Daddy.
I think he was calling back.
I'm sure.
I got him shook.
Since I was under the gun, I pulled it 7-8 off. Which would have been nice and then see, turn a little too fair.
Touche, I see. That's my dog.
Oh my gosh. So I was wondering, I'm just looking through some of the events. I was wondering what the final event number 21, the $500 no limit hold'em finger licker was. And
It's called the finger licker, okay?
yeah, so they're providing free barbecue buffet.
Yeah.
Nice.
Like they're bent this way.
Well, that's a good little consolation prize if you get bounced out of the day 2 of the main event, right?
Yeah, so it looks like that's going to be on Monday, September 4th, which is day 2 of the title event. So I guess that's kind of on the side, and looks like this one is, where's it located at?
Did you really ring your shot?
Yeah, you did, man.
Really good next one.
It's not telling me what room this is in.
You want to see it? Wait.
BDB.
I'm not even in
Watch.
there.
That could be problematic.
I didn't even do a good
Which,
finger.
yeah, it doesn't say which location is that.
Oh, interesting.
It's okay, I'll get this juicy turn right here.
Unless I'm just completely blind.
Yeah, look at
Very
that Poker
possible.
right there. Look at the Poker
I've definitely done that before where I'm just looking straight at it and it doesn't register, but I don't have the page up in front of me to confirm or deny. Yacht Club here turns the Broadway straight. Venom still in the mix with 2 pair, but breaks it out. As Wolfgang here is getting some B-roll footage. Check, check, turn, and check, check, river.
I can see like.
Yacht Club here going to take that one down.
Flinch and you're like not into the second time.
Thank you. You know my thought process.
That's what he had.
King 8. Straight.
I had a king of clubs. That would have been a hell of a turn.
Messed up the juicy flop. And
Oh, yeah,
got
this king
good
three
juicy
or something like that.
turn.
Off.
Screwed up everything. I've been driving past TI. Is that your company? Is that like the building?
I don't know the. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, looking at some B-pips there.
Oh shit!
Low 20s all the way up to low 30s.
Midnight stream. It's going to be 3 hours.
Oh, okay, midnight stream.
Brass Monkey here just holding the King Jack off from
Happy to talk about it.
the low jack.
You're like doubled down. You like doubled down too. You're like, no, this like.
I didn't even do it at first, and then you're like, you just like, don't say anything.
Yeah, I've already gotten rid of his knit button. Doesn't want to run into a raising war behind.
Yeah, Treasure Island.
You already started worried about it?
Treasure Island. I like Treasure Island.
I'm always
Play, that's the best place to play black.
Here we go. Single raise pot, 3 players to a flop.
For the longest time, I don't know if it still is.
Comes 10 high. A pair for Yacht Club and JD. Fire on a
To be honest,
backdoor straight draw. That's about it.
my league is like, he's going to lose the biggest hand.
250.
Which means I need to fold.
3 to 2 is like old
I need to
school
fold a
blackjack,
little more.
right?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with folding.
3 to 2 is like you should be.
A lot of money going
Which nobody does anymore, right?
A lot of places have 6 to 5, which is really bad.
Yeah.
And they don't sell 17.
Second pair good enough for JD to make the call and see a 3 of clubs on the turn.
I saw your
You
hand.
still like to play it?
Yeah.
No. Freaking out.
Pocket's too much more fun.
Block is a lot of
I've
fun,
only raised
and
it,
like
I lose all
craps
my
has been like really fun recently.
You keep winning, sure.
I get a little light.
So gotta
600.
do more of that.
2/3 is the continue
Just called.
from Yacht Club. A lot of draws available out there, so JD will make the call.
During the football season. Go to Circa, hit the pool
One of those
and
draws
stuff,
gets
so
there.
a little blackjack
The
on the
backdoor
pool.
clubs complete in 4.
Oh, baby. Prove to the haters.
Yacht Club here. Let's see if he continues going for value,
Set up. He's going to drop back down to 1-3 now.
or if he just checks this back and takes his showdown.
I'm also going to use that in this video. This is my redemption video. Just going to put that thing right in the front. I have it all planned out.
There's the answer. Goes for a 3/4 sizing on the end.
Jamal Williams on the Lions.
He's 3.5 hours early.
Let's see if JD brought his cape.
Bro, you guys, you
This
guys see
is
this
pure
motivational
hero
quote?
call territory.
Jamal Williams and the Lions when they were sucking. Unreal.
That means he's bluffable.
Hey, Danny.
He doesn't want to lose it.
Yep.
JD is going to let that go. Yacht Club there did not have his knit button, and JD confirmed as much there on the river, and he's like, you know,
Well, he has to say something.
going to go ahead and give you credit for it.
I hope he has to dig deep.
That's the only way you can make it.
You know, seeing Wolfgang shooting footage for his vlog, you know, makes me think of something that like made me really appreciate the vloggers. I mean, obviously, you know, big vloggers like Wolfgang and Mariano probably have a dedicated editor. But the turnaround on their vlogs is insane. So I mean, he played our stream last Tuesday and Wednesday, and he released his Dallas vlog today. So like,
Wow.
you know, a week time frame, which I mean, to me that seems like a pretty quick turnaround, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And, like,
how,
he had
how
it all
much?
completely edited. I mean, it was 2 days worth of footage. It was like a 30-minute vlog.
A 30-minute vlog. Yeah, I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah, that being said, a lot of the footage was from our stream, which makes it, I'm sure, a lot easier to piece it together and you know, I'm sure, you know, either David or someone maybe helped him like get timestamps for certain hands, but still, you know, like he had some B-roll footage and, you know, footage of himself coming in and out of Dallas from LA.
Very cool. Yeah, no, I mean, it is a tremendous amount of effort to put a quality piece of content out in the poker sphere for sure, and to do it with quick turnaround is, yeah, absolutely, like you say, very impressive feat. Zane Turpin wants to know, is someone typing the action as it happens, or is this a software? This is the RF Poker software that we are using, both with the table and the sort of the engine behind the whole system. So yeah, I mean, there is someone behind the scenes that is making sure that everything runs smoothly in terms of bet sizes and you know, who folds and who raises and things of that nature. But yeah, a lot of the information is all just streamlined and automatic based on the RFID readers and where the cards are in position or in relation to the players and everything. So yeah, a little bit of both, I guess, is really just the succinct way of answering the question.
Like 3 times for bluffs.
Okay, 1, 2, half people were straddling before.
I wasn't straddling, you weren't straddling, those two were. Yeah.
Z-Fish and Mario.
Yeah.
Z-Fish and Mario.
Z-Fish played pretty well.
He can do that.
Z-Fish is gangster.
Gangsta. He got Mark. He got
Tilted
everybody.
me in the last tilts.
Killed. Oh, with the flush. He was telling us the initial of that story.
Yeah.
Wolfgang with his nip button, not going to open the 10-5 suited from the cutoff.
That was straight. I thought I had the best hand.
A little bit surprising there. Of course, 10-5 suited not anybody's idea of a premium holding, but pretty sure I'm opening that if I have my nip button. He's still in the midst of getting his B-roll footage, though, so a little distracted at the moment.
It was a large pot in terms of dollars.
And a good fold because Cashman is waking up with kings in the straddle.
Well, that's I think we started hitting like 60 big blinds.
Fire says, you got your nip button?
I got straight. I'm okay.
I love how much of an influence that has on decision making. But Fire is going to go ahead and fold his ace face up, and Cashman pretends to fold his hand face down before he turns over the king.
I folded an ace too.
Love to see it. A little bit of gamesmanship
There's
there.
3 other aces. Yeah, you were drawing 1 ace.
Running really bad with the 400 dollars. I'm good when we do it here. We're playing short.
Yeah,
We just get it.
All right, only 3 winners at the moment. The other 6 players all stuck.
And we're actually like sitting relatively deep.
Safine has been quite quiet, down at 12K, and no hands to really get in the mix and try to get any of that back.
Yeah, a lot of his.
Handcuffed.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, he's been kind of handcuffed with
yeah.
bottom of range.
Yeah, unfortunately too, is like a lot of his hands, a lot of big pots that he was involved in were all like hero calls too. So it's just nothing to really, and yeah, like you said, he hasn't really been getting any hands to really rebuild that up.
Venom here certainly not going to get much out of Fire unless Fire gets real frisky here all of a sudden. But he will get rid of his nip button, so a positive outcome. Small pot and doesn't have to pay up.
Yeah. First turnover. I mean, Safine's had aces a few times.
Right. You don't have anything to worry about with me. I don't really play it differently.
Did somebody have aces earlier?
Not really, no.
I had him once.
All right, Safine, Wolfgang, and Brass Monkey
Oh, I thought you had the button.
I don't remember the hand.
still in the running for
Pretty sure I had aces.
the nit.
How many people are left? A little bit.
All right, 3. Okay.
3, yeah.
All right.
Poker Monkey wants to know if anybody talked about the Chat Pro meetup game this Sunday. Yeah, Raina was mentioning that earlier. So if anybody is interested in coming to participate, that'll be this Sunday,
It is fun to turn
12 noon at TCH Dallas.
Oh, that's not too
That's good to
difficult.
look because it's like a tilt.
It was tilting.
Maybe like 25% more.
It's more tilting when you have aces.
Definitely on the low end.
Like, you get 4-7 off, you don't repair.
JD folded what would have been a set earlier in the evening. He's not going to make that mistake this time as he will call pocket fives. Over to Safine, who sees a lot of dead money out there and has a nit button, as well as king, queen of diamonds, a pretty darn good squeezing candidate. So he is going to make the raise. 650, 750 is the bet.
Did you watch that movie, Danny?
I didn't. I heard it was good though.
It was actually, it was fun.
I want to watch offense.
It was phenomenal.
Decision point here for Yacht Club. With all the callers behind him, he can pretty well assume that making the call here will bring those players along. And so his call is not really, you know, 625 into the existing pot, but 625 into the pot when everybody else comes along for the ride. JD will indeed come along for that ride, but Fire may feel like his hand is a little too dusty. But of course, as I say that, Fire cuts out the chips and makes the call.
Oh shit! Big pot energy here.
The other thing is, like, if you have
3K in the middle. Safine, the betting lead, but out of position against everyone.
Listen, that's worth. If you know that's a setup.
Immediately drills top two pair. Both Yacht Club and Fire here working with a pair and a gut shot, so not out of the woods yet, but Safine here should be feeling pretty good about this situation. Of course, 10-Jack is a very real possibility given the dynamic here, but you can't go seeing too many ghosts under the bed or monsters under the bed when you flop top two pair.
Yeah, monsters under the closet.
Precisely.
I do.
All right, Fire is the only caller here. And that is not the jack that he needed to improve.
Pretty safe turn card. I mean, if he had the jack 10, would have already been on the flop. So, if anything, it should give some combinations of hands two pair. So, Safine should be able to get some more value out of some hands.
All in.
Yeah, Safine ships it in. And then, of course, he does have the nit button, and Fire will give some credence to that. But, I mean, this was a bet into, you know, 3 opponents on the flop. And, yeah, it's just very unlikely that Safine is just going to go blasting away. I mean, maybe ace-jack of spades or ace-10 of spades. And that's pretty much the only thing that you could really think of.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy, but I don't know.
All right, so Safine takes that down. And here we are. It's Wolfgang and a Brass Monkey still left in the nit game.
But the good thing is the longer I wait, then the longer it is in between keys.
But he might think that we're in a point with the catheter situation. That you have to bring the catheter implications into the equation. When
There is a chance that I gotta go to the hospital and get one of those.
Listen, catheter. If there's a catheter,
What? We're talking about catheters? What's going on here?
If there isn't, I'm putting the money. That's just me though.
I was like, I gotta raise 150.
Top of the night. One on.
Oh, you gotta see
One
his
on?
hands on this. That's
Have you
what
looked
I
at
need
the
to
Fed's market?
Yeah, I may need to.
Just for these nit game situations. You have to come prepared.
I got a guy that I know that will go to those festival concerts where you get your spot and you're there. Depends.
No. And then he's gonna party in.
All right, Safine and Yacht Club make the call. Players working with hearts.
I've just seen it a long time.
Nobody connects with the board, so ace-jack high still best.
But he probably doesn't do it now.
I mean, that is.
I like in style. Late 20s, early 30s. Yeah.
He's partying. Is he changing or is he just partying?
And Danny will bet with it. take it down.
Right?
What's the point of bringing the bet?
I think what he does,
like,
When it's easy,
because he was
and
embarrassed.
every
we
card
also
you
make
want
fun of
just
him.
shows
I
up.
think what he does is takes it off.
The other guy picks up more
After
equity
you,
too.
it's a
thinking
1 year
he's
thing, you
alive,
kind
and
of
he's
dump it
just
on the ground because you're
Every
not
time
going
you're
anywhere.
bluffing, I fold.
Oh, that's
I don't know.
That almost makes it
You
worse.
have it,
It's really
when you just
A shitty situation,
you check raise a turn, you miss, and you're like,
S&P
man,
Productions has 11 TCH Live loyalty points, ships them all in. Best of luck.
oh, it's happened a lot.
all right. We're gonna do
14.
I'm like, I have to
Not a good roll. Sorry, buddy. Better luck next time.
I got Mickey stuff.
I didn't think this far ahead.
Yeah, I was hoping he just hold. Yeah, or I get there, and then he has it. It's really funny how like your like prediction of what their hand is changes based on how things go for you. You like check raise a turn, you get there, and you're like, oh, I hope he has middle set. Or you check raise a turn and miss, you're like, oh, I hope he has like this specific hand that also missed.
So true.
Yeah, convince yourself to go for the play.
I figured for sure. Like, here he goes. I was getting my 800 ready.
I mean, I had a really bad hand. If it was marginally better, I probably could call Queen 3 off.
He's just a robot.
Marginally better.
Automatic.
I mean, Queen 3 is a shitty hand.
Yeah, that's not even like a 3x and ultimate hold'em. It's that bad.
I've never even played it.
Really? Well, sir,
You
you come to Circle with us when we go to Vegas.
Do you remember screen like all about this like
Video poker?
no casino
no,
gambling
table
for a
game.
year or have to
You
donate?
get 2
I
cards.
thought video poker was very
I've actually,
I
I've
thought
never
he
done
said
video
whoever
poker.
catches me at the casino has to give take me on the spot.
Okay, well I heard something along those lines.
We're gonna shoot ultimate hold'em.
Now
It's a
every other
poker player's
conversation I
game.
hear Safina is like,
If you cheat, but you can cheat
I
legally
had
at
this
Circus
sick
by sharing cards. They don't stop you. If you cheat and you don't bet like the best,
what happened to the penalty? What happened to that?
Conversation.
You raise 250.
Safina,
what's up?
Actually, I kind of know what he was talking about. So like when we were on the cruise, Aaron,
were you talking
Uh-huh.
about
we were playing. I was playing Ultimate
10K
Texas
all
Hold'em
year,
with some of my
10K
fellow
all
coworkers,
year,
and
10K
like we were just like opening our hands, and they're just like, "Please, guys,
I
stop,
thought it was a 10K
guys,"
whoever found
and like we would just have our hands open, so everyone like knew what cards were dead.
Yeah.
He said it was charity.
And like, I mean, they were telling us not to do it, but they weren't doing anything about it. So like we're like, I mean, we'll keep doing it because they help me know what outs are like live and not.
Yeah, absolutely. Fire here has once again flopped a flush. Brass Monkey is still in the mix with the Jack of Hearts. Really doesn't want to see a heart, but an ace is also
They're
bad.
one of them.
Many charities.
As if Fire was ever up to no good here. Or perhaps just betting a pair plus heart combo or something. Brass Monkey may have just caught up, but instead it's just more bad news on the river here, giving him a hand that may be strong enough to pay off. And sure enough, he does, and is like, oh,
Oh, and just
cool.
kept
Did
getting.
I just get like a 5 of clubs one time on the river?
Wow.
Worst river in the planet.
But yeah, no, I've heard of that before, and another response that somebody had to them being like, you can't show your hands like that. Like the floor man came over or whatever, was like, you guys can't do that or your hand will be dead. So then they just started announcing their hand because they weren't showing it, they were just talking about it.
Right,
and
right.
apparently that didn't break the rules or whatever, so that seemed to work.
Interesting.
Yeah.
They just counting on people like misreading their hand, I guess. They're like, well, technically.
Yeah, I guess,
yeah,
right?
it's-
And like everybody has to like announce it correct, like without speaking over each other, whatever, so that everybody else can digest the information. I don't know. It was just, I guess they let that slide. Messeper Production says, when will I be a TCH millionaire? Well, hopefully soon in the TCH Live loyalty point streets, and also perhaps in the Mega Millions drawing later on tonight. I know I have tickets. I'm going to try to be a TCH millionaire. Top pair and a gutty here for JD. Middle set for Yacht Club.
I don't know why they would.
Betting a call on the flop. Yacht Club here. Size up
God, you weren't lying.
to 80% pot now.
And what's in PRA? Like a 2?
2.54.
And JD's been in a couple of these spots, marginal holdings against a player that generally isn't going to do a ton of bluffing, but has a little bit too much equity to just go folding, or at least perceived equity, just go folding. And Yacht Club going to river quads. Let's bring in the front door spades as well. And Yacht Club here perhaps going to just be hoping that his opponent has made a flush. Ooh, but he's going to bet small.
That's what I was thinking, actually.
1/3 size here. Perfect size to get JD to call, given the massively texture changing card there.
You know, it wasn't technically the nuts, as I'm sure some of our keyboard warriors out there. Would be pretty sick, though, to see someone with the 9-10 of spades there.
Oh, God. Yacht Club definitely would have thrown up if JD had it.
Yeah, it's like one of the few other opponents that's covering you, too.
Oh, dude, yeah. And you're like, how is that possible? Like, what?
I'm not talking to you about anything sports related anymore.
I mean, you didn't bet on it, did you?
Oh my God. Done with this guy. Get him out of here.
Especially if they lose, never again.
Oh, I will never forget. Even though it's like one game, I won't.
All right, let's play a fun little game here. If you did win the $1.5 billion Powerball outright, what is the first thing that you would do, like with the money?
First thing I would do, or first thing I would do with the money?
First thing you would do with the money, like it's already in your possession, you've got it in your account, like you can, now you can do something that
pay off my student debt.
Okay, that's a good one.
Then, honestly, I'd probably start looking at some like charities that I could donate to, because like I don't need that, all that money, you know.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
So I'd probably do that, and then, like honestly, first thing I would actually do would be get a lawyer.
Oh yeah. No, that's like a given. Like we would all have a lot of things to, you know, sort of square away before we actually did anything. But yeah, no, if I
think I'd give like half of it to like charities and stuff like that. Honestly, like
that's very admirable.
I mean, I'd like this hope I would do that. Obviously, I don't know what I would do if I actually did get that, but I don't know. I'm one of those people who believes like you don't need that kind of money. No one needs that kind of money.
Okay, interesting.
I would only like have enough where like I just wouldn't have to, you know, I get to just live comfortably and family and also gets to live comfortably for the rest of their life, you know. So.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, that's pretty big perk.
I would travel like constantly, I think too.
Sorry, what?
I would be traveling constantly.
Yeah, that's my answer. Is the first thing I would do after all of the nonsense of getting it squared away.
Do like 2 years of traveling.
Yeah, I mean, who knows how long I would travel for? Because at some point you may just get tired of sitting on a beach with a Mai Tai. But I wouldn't get sick of it anytime soon. So I would definitely be getting on a plane and going somewhere really nice. You know, like some of my first activities would be pulling up Google and searching like, all right, what has the best temperature and whatever this time of year,
right?
You know, in terms of
just constantly go to the best temperature every month. Yeah, I like that.
Well, I mean, it may turn into that, but you know, that would be where I would start for sure.
For the remainder
take my family and maybe select a few friends, something like that, and just go hang out on a beach. You know, like rent a mansion or something. You know, right on the beach. You could
buy an island. You know, rent an island or buy an island.
I have always wanted to own an island. That is true. I do think that I could do that with 1.5 billion.
You could buy out a cruise ship and just have like you and your mates, you and like 30 people on an entire cruise ship or something.
That sounds kind of eerie and awful.
Oh, that's
actually.
true. Actually, yeah. The more I'm thinking about it, Now that you mention it, it'd just be an empty ship.
I already tried it.
Yeah, I think I would much rather be on a cruise with all the other people. That was actually one of the fun parts about it. Was like people watching.
Yeah, meeting people.
And, yeah, meeting people and everything. Yeah. JTM New York says you could buy TCH. I mean, if you had 1.5 billion, you know,
I think they're both really fun.
it's possible.
And
that
the
you
new
could
owner of
convince
TCH, from commentator to CEO.
That's right.
It's a 3-game mix. It's like Juice is 7 triple draw.
First tournament ever. It's gonna be
Juice is 7
Yeah.
triple draw.
I don't know. It's obviously an exciting thing. You know, everybody that plays the lottery is always doing it mostly, or at least they should be doing it mostly for
The daydream. Yeah, that's how I would say.
You know,
it's
it's
$2
like
for the daydream.
Yeah.
I honestly, I get kind of scared about probably like a half a percentage of me is thinking like I'm kind of scared that I don't want to win it too. You know, if when I do buy a lottery ticket, it's like, oh my god, more, you know, the classic more money, more problems, and then the percentage of people that just like go crazy or lose all their money when they win the lottery. It's like I'd like to think I'd be the other percentage rate, but you just never know, right? No one knows until it happens.
Yeah, and then also the interactions that you have with long-standing friends and family. And
yeah, you find who your
whatever.
true friends and family are.
Yeah, well, it could just change, right? I mean, it depends on your existing dynamics and a lot of factors, of course. But I mean, I think there's at least one sort of person who's a little bit on the fringes of your family group that you don't talk to ever, that you would suddenly be hearing from all the time, right? Like every one of us has that person, and so that aspect of it would be very weird. You'd be like, my second cousin is now like blowing me up all the time. Like, really?
Your second cousin on your great aunt's side.
All right, we've got a couple of king highs here doing battle. Wolfgang is the best of it with his queen kicker at the moment. And wow, that's a spicy card here. As both players going to river top pair. And both players have their kicker kicking, but Safine is going to go for the slow play here and check it over to Wolfgang.
Well, in general, like horse tournaments, aren't they usually limit already? That's what I thought. Yeah.
About 1,000 in the middle, be a 2/3 pot size bet. And a quick call. Safine is going to be like, wait, what? How does that river show up when I have King Jack right here?
I don't know that one very well either. I remember I played it a long time.
Hey, at least the Cubs won.
That's true.
I couldn't.
You know what? You're dead on, actually. Oh, good. Oh, good.
You want to play again?
One triple.
You guys want to play again? Fire wants to play the game again.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, Nick game coming back out. I actually didn't even see, we were sort of talking about Powerball and Mega Millions or whatever. I didn't see who paid that out. Was it Wolfgang or Brass Monkey? Did you notice?
Like we don't know.
That's a good point. I didn't catch that either.
Okay. I think it was down to those two players anyways.
You are.
In any case, we have the net game fired back up, and we'll try to do a better job of keeping track of all that. But we had some pre-flop raises, the highest there, up in the 25% range.
He really is.
What is that?
What is that?
All right, multi-way action here. 4 players to the swap. Our 7s for Safine. Enough for him to come along. Venom here just hoping to get this one through, betting the pocket 3s. Top card pairs now on the turn with 1,000 in the middle. Venom is going to continue betting. It's like 475. Okay. Safine's like, well, This could be really, really bad for me, but I've got second pair. And on this board, that seems pretty reasonable. Makes 3 pair on the end. Front door club flush draw does come in. And let's see how Benham wants to play this. He is going to keep his foot squarely on the gas pedal, and this is a very strong move. And he's going to get this through and mucks his hand.
What a river.
And he's fine with it. He's like, yeah, no, we're mucking that. We are mucking that.
I was like, no club, no club.
Oh yeah.
Interesting. I mean, yeah.
You get a chance where you drop off.
Yeah, I actually had 6-7. River kill pair.
I feel like I would show the threes or any hand, regardless of like how much I kind of wanted to keep that information to myself, just because the Nick game is such a good swing. You know, you just lock up $100 or $200 or whatever they're playing for. I guess they're probably still keeping it at 100, right?
Isn't he making an app or something?
He was working on some project. He was in Europe actually visiting some family or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, he's what, German?
No.
What's Zevenbergen?
Oh, maybe German originally. I don't know. His sister lives in the UK.
Zevenbergen.
Safine here,
He's from Oklahoma. So
mucking the ace-10 off to a single raise.
Oklahoma. I don't know.
Perhaps just
Before,
in the
like,
mode of like, I'm
generations
either
ago, I'm
3-betting
not
this or folding it because
American
it's
curse
just kind of
going on.
dusty, but
From Oklahoma. He's
getting
like
a
American
decent
as
price.
That is true.
I say Oklahoma is a very
Pair of 5s is still best here for fire,
I'm making it up. I have no idea.
but he is just going to let this go, and Benham
We're trying to figure, is it San Diego? San Diego.
is once again going to muck his hand.
Thank you. Are we ready?
Oh, we're not playing the Nick game yet.
No, not yet.
You ready?
Oh, I apologize. We aren't playing the Nick game yet because Wolfgang wasn't receiving his hand as he was away from the table.
Makes
Okay,
a lot of
that
sense
makes
now.
sense.
Yeah, they had him turned over, so that's man. We must have just missed that at some point when they were talking.
Yeah, no, clearly it just went right over my head. I'm like, dude, why is this bro just keep mucking his hands?
They'll pick me up.
I almost have like a bunch.
It's on me. Energies.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll say. It'll say.
It says it's on me.
Oh no, no.
Yeah, the crazy thing too about just to, keep hashing on the Mega Millions here. The crazy thing too is when you inherit or accumulate or whatever that kind of money, it's gotta impact your psyche too, in terms of like being concerned about just driving around to the usual places that you go to, right? You're like, wait, is someone gonna like kidnap me now and try to ransom me?
I can't remember if Texas is a state where you have to like become known. I think it might be.
Well, I wonder if that's is that a state thing versus a like the Mega Millions whatever rule? Because there's going to be like state lotteries versus the multi-state lotteries, and they may have different.
Yeah, but I think they still left it to the state. So in Texas, you can remain anonymous for both Powerball and state lotteries.
Oh, perfect. Oh, I would for sure be anonymous.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
No, I could care less about how the Cubs do.
Yeah, what would be the value of telling everybody that you got it? I mean, I guess.
I don't know why. There's some states that it's the law that you have to become known. Like you're not allowed to remain anonymous. So I don't know what that's about. I don't know if it's like for like so like people know like, oh yes, there actually was a winner, so it's not like a scam or whatever. But I mean, there's got to be some like, come on, like someone just won 500 million. Like, do you really want people knowing who they are and like what they look like?
Yeah, that's. I mean, I'm pretty thankful that Texas is one of those anonymous states, because if I do happen to make it, my 1 in 300 or 400 million chance,
Yeah, no
I
one
will
would know.
definitely exercise that option.
That is a raise to 750.
JTM, unlimited tacos for life with the Mega Millions. You are correct. I could eat a lot of tacos.
It's a lot of Taco Bell. I mean, you might just start buying some Taco Bells.
Yeah, just be a franchise owner at that point. Yeah.
JD, I don't have my mid
I'm
button.
telling you guys, the investment is Taco
See, now
Bell.
you know. You should've folded it.
Like, you know how Bitcoin was big 5 years ago? Taco Bell is the play right now.
Yes.
Barrels. Can we call the waitress over here?
Yes.
Second pair here for Safine as he does call the 3-bet. Oh, no, sorry. Safine is the 3-better preflop, and JD just calls with the ace-king rather than goes for a 4th bet preflop. Safine continues for 500.
No, Legend's too nice. I got the
JD
sassy
with the
hand.
ace of spades going to make the call.
The sassy writing.
6 of clubs. Pretty brickish card here on the
Sassy reg
turn.
with a side bet.
Sassy
To go to the
knows
gym.
Sassy knows right.
I gotta
Not a
find my
ton
notes, I remember about
of
JD.
3-bet calling hands that JD is going to wake up with here. Certainly ace-jack, king-jack, and queen-jack, all of the suited varieties can find their way in here. Maybe jack-10 suited, or certainly jack-10 suited as well. But yeah, Safine is going to continue betting.
I got you guys.
JD will lay it down.
Back to back.
He's gotten rid of his nip button twice in a row on me.
Venom is back into the positive after winning that hand just a moment ago. There are 4 players in the positive here. Everyone else stuck. Wolfgang still up the lion's share, a little over 11,000.
Call your real.
You still,
Get him over here.
you still late, Rick?
No.
That would be kind of fun.
Dude,
Like regular the
I
final
think
table.
Wolfgang and Paolo are like very similar in terms of their humor. This is like the same thing. It's so funny.
Just annoying, repetitive
No,
shit.
it's just like questions that have very obvious answers. You know what I mean?
I'm sure there's a couple tournaments where you could probably your late reg and be on the final 2 tables.
I tell Paolo,
Oh, yeah.
I tell
It
Paolo,
depends
like,
on the field size.
you
Yeah.
know, like Valley Girl Ditzy and stuff was like really stylish for a while.
This kills me.
Like,
Yeah.
like back in the day. Like,
Okay.
Paolo was like the male Valley Girl Ditzy. Like,
I see. No.
JD gets a walk with the nit game in effect. That is
he's like
He distracted them with the
Unprecedented.
conversation. That's what happened.
yeah, if you're trolling, you're
yeah. So I
definitely
mean, certainly that had to factor into it, but that is
It's
unprecedented.
like Valley Girl, like this. There was like Hunter was just like a thing. Like, oh, I don't know anything.
Right.
It's like,
Yeah, that's the
Paolo,
shtick.
is this like an LA thing? Like,
Oh,
what's
he's being
this?
serious sometimes.
You know, he's very
It
convincing with
sounds
it.
very real. Yeah. But then when you look at him in the eye like a little bit longer, you know.
Yeah.
Alright, dude.
I get it.
I mean, I think if it folds to
there's
me,
like-
like obviously there
Whatever
was some
you ask me,
distraction,
I
and I
have to
think
look
that
at him.
you know, Danny just had like a super dusty hand. But like if it folds to me, and I have 1 player left to act, and I have a nit button, I'm literally raising any 2 cards. So, and I think that's just
Red.
Dark gray.
Nobody ever plays red.
Yeah,
plus
the green
ED.
is kind of.
Both of them.
Maybe my calculations are wrong. Maybe it depends too much on how many nit buttons
Call
are
or
out there. I
raise
don't know.
because he couldn't see it a lot.
In any case, we're on to the next hand. And we've got 3 players seeing a flop.
Yeah.
Yellows.
Wolverine.
We just not that many of those.
Wolverine yellow.
Checks to fire with the mystery hand. And given how completely Yacht Club... oh, no, sorry. Yacht Club has 4 clubs. For some reason, I saw 2 spades on that board, but... Yeah, with the flopped flush draw, he's not going anywhere.
Giant, yeah, the rails like this. This is way better.
I like
Yacht Club improves to second pair of kings.
Seriously, no, you couldn't reach it, so we told you so. You have to sit there.
That's kind of fun, actually.
It was good.
That is 800.
I think the real question, too, is whether or not I would ever eat a Taco Bell again if I had $1.5 billion. I'm not
That
sure.
is something to consider. Where it's like, where you can afford to have a private chef in your own home.
Yeah, or just like go to nothing but 5-star restaurants and
But Taco Bell just hits different. I'd still eat Taco Bell if I was a billionaire.
It just hits different. It definitely does. And you're not wrong. I mean, I think I probably still would too, but I think the frequency may go down nearly to 0.
It's like, billionaires and presidents of the United States will eat McDonald's, Like,
Yeah.
I feel like food has no, at least
No
like
boundaries.
cheap food has no bounds, yeah.
All right,
Who
Fire
doesn't like
here.
cheap food?
Bet 800 on the turn after betting 275 on the flop. So, yeah, he's going to continue telling his story. And he may have a flush. He's got an 8 of spades plus another spade card. So, big chunky bet here, 1.9 thousand on the end. Yacht Club working with just a pair of kings, no kicker. He's going to make the call, though. And it's backdoor city here. Fire making a spade flush with the 8-9 of spades.
Look at that.
Well played.
And yeah, gets paid off in a big way. Yacht Club there just sort of like, I don't know, I blocked the front door clubs, but maybe the 2 of clubs isn't the worst card to have. Like, are you going to YOLO it off like this with just ace rag or something? Probably not. Maybe even a good ace is going to check back. So you kind of just have to be super strong here. And, yeah, makes the call. This is not one of those times, though, that Fire is bluffing. And with that, Yacht Club is going to move down towards the bottom end of the winners. Can still make his trip to Taco Bell as he's got 20 bucks in profit, though. All right, 3 players to a flop after Cashman opens in early position. Bottom set here for Danny.
150.
Pretty dry board here. I guess I could see both ways. You could raise or just make the call. But
Yeah, elects to just call. He is in the small blind, so he's going to have... Oh, sorry, I guess he's in the big blind. Yeah, so he's going to have not as many big Broadway cards from the big blind. He's going to have plenty of little cards as well. So, yeah, definitely go both ways there.
oh wow, Fire would have gone runner nuts with his 8-6.
He sure would have.
Time for a value bet from Danny. We'll go a little under half pot.
Oh.
Maybe try and target hand like 8s or 9s.
Setosaurus Rex.
Yeah, maybe even the odd ace high could find a hero there, but unlikely, especially with the 7 of clubs on the end. But Streamlabs getting angry at Mr. Houdini for the Taco Bell spam. I say bring it on, but you know, would be unfortunate if you got timed out. I know, dude. I thought it was a pretty good little emoji string there myself. Alvin Teaches Poker joining us in the chat. What's up, man? How you doing, Al?
Raise 150. It is true.
All right, Wolfgang going to go to work on the button with Jack 10-0. Run into Cashman in the $50 straddle with King Jack off after Fire calls in between. And yeah, it's squeezing time.
We need a more descriptive explanation, but that's what I thought when I got the jack, you know.
Yeah, when you hit the.
Normally, of course, this would be a snap fold. However, with the nit game in effect, Wolfgang's going to ponder his options.
So Joey Ingram coin turn.
Yeah, but it's okay. I'll take a granola bar as well. Yeah. Thanks.
Can I have a Coke Zero while you're here?
I hope Wolfgang, okay, I was going to say, I hope he's not just going to fold here if he's going to take this much time, but we aren't going to see a 4-bet or call. And the King Jack is going to get through and release the nip button.
Oh, we're in there.
3 clubs, though.
I think we went twice.
When's he coming back?
Nice race.
Yeah,
This
you're
year?
right.
Trying to stay out of nip button contention. I look at
Get it early. Oh, I'm good.
Oh, the weather is.
Usually, he's here for 2 months, right? Really got
Who is he?
Apparently Doug didn't spam quite enough dog emojis to get put in timeout, or at least threatened with it.
I think 6 is the threshold there.
Okay, good to know for all of the emoji spammers out there.
Yeah.
Defense.
Here we go.
And call.
Call for defense.
All right, Safine opening onto the gun. Brass Monkey the only caller, and it is a gin flop here for Safine, flopping top trips. Brass Monkey 3 to a straight, but not even an overcard to the 9. Makes the call, and unfortunately for him, pairs the turn. Safine checks it back, and another 8 would have been just like the most awful thing for Brass Monkey ever, but it is a 3 of clubs now on the end, and Safine will go for the bet check bet line, this time for full pot. And Brass Monkey again gonna make the call, improving to second best just enough to pay it off. And it's been a tough night here for Brass Monkey. A lot of these sort of situations where he improves, but only enough to pay off a better hand.
You don't want to slow roll, you know? Hey. Thank you.
The rounder show.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank
We
you.
did this pal one time years ago. He jammed all in, and I
The
just
string
picked up my
of
hand and showed him. But he didn't,
5
look at it
taco
for a second.
emojis
I had
now.
five. I just picked it up and like showed him. Like took him a second, and he looked at it and he goes, ah, what the f.
Yeah.
Like before I called.
I think 6 is the threshold, guys. Go ham.
He just jammed it, and I just like pulled it, and I'm just like looking at him. And he's like sitting there. He looks at it, and he's like, ah. It's like there was 3 aces on the board at the 4th ace. I was like, oh,
You're getting your nuts
look at
on
that.
the table, man.
Hey, Danny, when'd you order it, buddy? I didn't even hear you order it.
I copied you.
Oh. Good move.
Fulton Venom raise 125 from that.
He's sitting there all stoic too. It's like glancing. Ah.
Wolfgang getting some love here in the chat from Christopher Steinberg. Absolutely, he has been doing quite well. Made a couple of sets and got paid off in a good way. So things are looking up for Wolfgang here this evening. Although he hasn't played too many pots here as of late.
He's got editor, man.
Danny starting to move up into a position to try to reclaim the lead for biggest winner, but everyone else far behind. Fire, Venom, and Yacht Club
And then just like do a little editing and just like, you know.
only barely in
I
the
always
winner's
say when I
circle
lose
at
the
this
neck game,
point.
one of those. Because it's pain, you know.
Yeah. I expect to see some fucking story where like the annoying TikTok voice is trying to explain the Nick game. So here we're playing the Nick game. We're the last person to win a hand.
did that?
Yeah.
I think I know who that was.
No, I'm imagining it exists. I think you're gonna create it. Yeah. I was like, Wolfie's gonna create this stuff.
Well, see, I'm not filming shorts. You have to film it like vertically. I can't read.
Yeah, there might be something to it, to coaching, huh? When both of Alvin's students are at the top of the leaderboard.
I have to film it on like a phone in 4K vertical with on 0.5, so it's like wide angle.
Well, look at a flop there for Fire. Flush and straight draw for him.
350.
Yeah, no pair and
fucking Reddit of all places,
a
and I was just like,
very
it was
strong
quick, I was
majority
like, all right,
of the
let me
action.
see what this is. And it was like
Venom here going for the zero equity play.
His uncle walks to the frame like, oh,
This
you want to play hand
is
of poker? He's like, yeah. He's like, doesn't
pretty
jump in.
spicy.
It's like-
Quick call from Fire, and Venom's like, oh, you were supposed to like quickly fold your hand.
Just like,
Fire makes the flush.
I mean, I
Does
get
pair
how,
the board,
like-
but he has up and down
He's like
straight
those walks on the
flush
frame,
draw
he's like
here,
setting
and Venom
game set up,
has
and
not
hands
picked
already
up
been
any
shuffled.
additional equity,
Sits
so
there,
he's
like,
going to
"Oh,
continue
well, yeah."
with the zero equity line, and
That's good, 'cause his
he
uncle,
doesn't
like,
even
has
have his
quads, his
knit
uncle's
button,
just
so
like-
this is just a pure YOLO play.
Okay, I'll bet, you know. Like, we all know he has spots, he's just like, giving like all the claps.
Fire rips it in and wants to see the river. He's like, do I make the straight flush or not? But Venom has already mucked his hand and sort of gone head in hand like, oh, God, that was not a good time to try that.
I see those ones and I'm just like, okay, so I can just like purely like manufacture these, right? Like,
Just like that, Venom goes from up a little to down quite a bit.
Sometimes the action's so like ludicrous, or like people are showing cards, or like holding out a turn and stuff, and they just would never fly.
Alvin with some sage wisdom here. Short-term results don't matter. An illusion. Pay attention to daily ups and downs. Certainly can be a distraction, as some players will get hung up on. And myself included, I think we're all sort of susceptible to it as human beings, right? You get into a downswing, and it starts to feel like long-term. You know, when session after session after session, you keep losing. And, like, you know, you look at your trend line, you look at your win rate, you know you're a winning player and that you're not just, like, suddenly bad at poker, but you're getting crushed time after time after time. And it can certainly start to stick with you. So it's a very real thing that we all have to contend with as poker players. But it is definitely good to see the forest through the trees, be focused on the long run, and pay attention to, you know, sort of the macro quantity of the long-term results and how you perform as a poker player over the long haul. 5 of clubs here on the turn. Venom picks up a pair of 5s, but still behind the 6s of Yacht Club. Cut shot, straight draw, a couple of overcards here for Fire, so he's out of the way.
We just heard an ass man. You know your cashman? They're calling him ass man. But yeah, he's like, oops, I'm not folding. So, sound like your ass. The only, that 5-3 all.
Very good point there, Alvin. When you're a big winner, to recognize that you're sun running and not just that you're somehow a god. That is definitely true. And yeah, I have definitely had those realizations where, you know, it's also kind of tricky too, where you just like keep winning session after session and getting good runouts or setups where you have aces and your opponent just happens to have kings at that moment. And that happens like, you know, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 sessions in a row. Then you start looking over your shoulder. You're like, oh man, this is going to end. And I don't want to know what it's going to look like when I stop sun running. But, you know, you take the good with the bad. Get the run good, the run bad, and the usual sort of run in the middle and try to put your skills to good work.
I know no one ever actually wants this, but it's like sometimes you need that like losing session or whatever to like kind of bring you back to reality if you've just been sun running too much. It's like, oh yeah, I am mortal. Like you get set over set. It's like, oh yeah, this is like a thing happens in poker if you're gonna play it. So.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing that I've gotten much better at is maybe not appreciating them, the big like losses or whatever, but being able to handle them and be like, yeah, no, I haven't had one of these in a while. Like, you know,
that's how I take them too. Yeah.
Sort of due for that.
But I mean, it's all. But I almost say appreciate's almost the right word too, right? You appreciate it because it helps you appreciate the sun runs.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Because like I've been like there was one time where I was like cashing out and like you know someone's like oh like I mean obviously they're being very nice and like, I was like oh big cash out. I was like no I'm stuck double this and then like or whatever or like and they're like oh that sucks and I'm like no I mean it's fine. I mean it brings me back to reality. I had been running really hot before. So.
Just the two of us.
Yeah, absolutely. Bottom two pair here for Benham, but it checks all the way through, and probably the worst looking card in the deck peels off, but he's still well ahead, and no one has a real shot at improving, except for maybe Yacht Club here. Hitting a jack. I guess Fire could hit a 6. No, he can't hit a 6. That puts it straight on board, so yeah.
$375.
Fire bets 375. After it checks to him, and Benham is going to make the call. Wolfgang here with a whole lot of nothing, but facing this action, contemplating a bluff raise here, perhaps. Certainly doesn't feel like either opponent has a jack.
You know, using, I guess, the ace of spades, so you could be the only player to have ace jack of spades. But thinking better of it, we'll just let it go.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you're more concerned, or you should be more concerned about having a club in your hand, because like a jack here isn't going to raise, right? Like this board is good for a jack, but it's not like I'm going to check raise these two other players that have showed an interest in the pot. Sort of worthy, at least I don't think.
No, I agree.
Yeah, but in any case, he thinks better of it and does just ditch the hand. And we'll move right along. Hand number 108 coming at you here in just a moment.
No.
Cooking right along here. We've seen a lot of hands in the 3.5 hours of the broadcast already covered. $50 straddle has been on almost the entire time, and plenty of chips moving around. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in who's been hanging out with us since the beginning, and anyone who has come in as of late, we want to thank you as well for tuning in. And if any of you are either in or around the Dallas area, or perhaps would like to fly, /drive, /boat, walk, bike, I mean, pretty much any mode of transportation will do. If you want to come in and hang out with us from August 15th through September 5th for the Poker Atlas Tour at TCH Dallas and TCH Social in Las Colinas. There is a whole slate of tournaments coming up here in just a week. Running for 3 weeks with over $3 million in guaranteed prize pool tournaments. It is going to be a fantastic time. I'm going to be up there hanging out with you guys, playing these tournaments. Derek will be around working, Florin probably playing a little bit. So
and commentating.
And commentating, that's right.
Yeah. So yeah, you'll definitely see me around the room, in Dallas specifically. So definitely don't be shy and say hi. But if anyone needs any more information regarding those events, you can go to texascardhouse.com, and it'll be the banner at the top of the screen for all of our amazing events in the next week.
Yacht Club betting around half pot on the flop with the 2 overcards and the ace high. Benham goes for the check call. Now here on the turn, 1,400 into 26. So
maybe I can make it a stream trend. Instead of shoving, bet all but 100.
2/3 size thereabouts. Benham here is going to go all in with the pair of 7s here. This is not the greatest card in the deck, however, he says pair of 7s, you either got it or you don't, and you know, it's also not a bad, well, I mean, I guess it's, okay, yeah, no, it's not an insignificant amount more if his opponent did have pocket 8s, right? Like maybe pocket 8s finds a fold here, maybe even 9s from time to time, so a little bit of a merge play here from Benham. Yacht Club, of course, with just 2 overs is kind of like, what the hell do I do now? 2.5K to call, pot would go up over 10,000, so he's getting right around 4 to 1.
2 minutes later, he does the same thing, talks through somebody else's hand. I'm like, then why shut the table? You really believe that? He just wanted to show a little power. So weird.
I think a lot of
Yacht Club taps the table and lets it go.
He's grumpy about everything.
Venom will show the sevens and kind of fish for a little information. Was this good? And good it was.
Blind. Let's go. You gonna flip? I'm sure Wolfgang will do it. He's a big gambler.
Say what?
I said, did I get?
Oh, no, thank you. Thank you.
We'll get it in as a flip naturally, you know?
Ace king versus queens.
I'll take the queens. Yeah.
I'll take the queens too. Every time that's a hand, I'm going to the queens.
Yeah, the age-old question of which would you rather have between those two hands. Everybody's got a preference, of course. Everybody should take the queens because they are a statistical favorite, but yeah, there is something about having ace-king in pairing, and then you just kind of like, all right, cool, I like almost always win now. Whereas with the queens, you're always just like, oh God, please keep it low. Don't put an ace or king out there. Wow, open to 125 and a cascade of calls here, all the way over to JD in the big blind, or sorry, the big straddle. He is going to get to complete here, and we're going to go 5 players to a flop.
Fresh chips never been washed.
Make him sweat when I grab all the big chips, though. Grab all the big chips.
Jack 6-4 two-tone. Spades out there for Yacht Club. Top pair for Benham. Not a whole lot for the remaining 3 players.
350.
Brass Monkey, though, is not going to shy away from this one. He's going to bet 350 with a full-blown airball. Benham calls, and back over to Yacht Club here. He's got the spade flush draw, 1 overcard, and he is going to make, yeah, I was going to say, that's not a call. That is a raise to 1.2K. Brass Monkey here. He's got the knit button, which is perhaps the motivating factor for going for this, but now facing the prospect of losing much, much more than paying out the knit game. He is going to let it go. And Benham is going to let the best hand go. I mean, understandably so. This is pretty strong check raising into multiple players, but he is going to fold the top pair, and Yacht Club take that one down.
I put in Jack.
Wolfgang here again on the verge of having to pay out the knit game, as is Brass Monkey. So I think the same 2 players that it came down to last time. Once again, vying for the knit title.
Little 5-7 of spades.
Could have been 8 high. Could have been 8 high. Probably not.
2 better hands than full.
I always love this went to showdown statistic. We see JD there down at the bottom, 24%. Yacht Club up over 50%. Sometimes just a pure sort of function of the cards that are dealt and the dynamic of how the hands play out, but generally speaking, you'll see the more aggressive players have a showdown percentage that is lower than their opponents because they're just winning hands without actually having to show their cards. Battle here between Benham and Yacht Club.
I've had 7 deuce 6 times tonight.
Yacht Club here just getting a little bit out of hand with the Jack 3 off on the button.
Good or bad?
Good or bad, yeah. Good fun though.
I like the 7 deuce game.
Does find a bottom pair and continues with the best hand.
I go for it.
And this is just a sort of power play, as there's really no need for him to be making these sorts of moves. Doesn't have a knit button. Benham here going to make the call for 250, as it was only a quarter pot size continue, and going to drill the turn with a pair of 4s, which is now the best hand. Check, check. River deuce changes nothing, so Benham is going to finish with the best hand.
Sing the same thing. Danny.
unless Yacht Club can somehow blow him off of it, but betting here doesn't really seem like it accomplishes that much either. Let's see if Yacht Club agrees.
But you got like an extra 10,000 chips.
Oh, he's going to go for this tiny little in-position value bet.
Nice little wrinkle.
That's 1/5 pot with a pair of threes.
Yeah, one big one. You massive. You just went through at the final table.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Extra 90. Fuck.
And Benham here is like, well, I don't know what to do. My 4 is kind of dusty, but for such a small bet, can I fold? Do you just always have it? Like, what's going on here?
That would be fun. I would play that just for fun.
Yeah, the bet is just too small. The bet is too small for a bluff, and pair 4 is going to take this down.
Not messing around.
Don't you hate those nights where you, the ones that you, King 8 diamonds there. Top 2. What'd you have?
All right, this would be a great spot for Brass Monkey to put the $100 double straddle on, I think, as he is down to heads up in the nit game. And there is the $100 straddle. This is a fantastic piece of strategy where, you know, you sort of ensure that you will be last to decide if you're going to play the hand, because Wolfgang is going to have to decide first if he's going to participate. And if he folds, you know, then you know that you're at least not at risk of losing the net game.
What's he doing? Oh, definitely. I've only got 10 bins off the blinds now.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that anymore.
Yeah.
Those moments, man.
All right, so $100 straddle is on.
This hand.
Wolfgang here is out of the way. Oh, we had multiple other straddles, or am I missing something? It looks like we had, yeah, the 200 and the 400 on. They basically stole his move in a big way. Danny here, pocket jack, certainly good enough to raise up from the small blinds.
Of course, Danny gets gifted with this.
I know.
What is that?
He's out of the way, and Benham here, who put the big straddle on, is going to defend with the Queen 10-0. Need to connect, probably, most likely, with the Queen in order to improve to the best hand.
If he didn't know, but he already put 12.
sitting dicks with aces right now.
Oh my God, he may have an ace buster. Please, let's see it.
Ace 10-5, two-tone. Danny here not going to love this, as Benham can be calling with all sorts of raggy aces and such, just given the fact that he put the large straddle out there. But obviously the ace is going to be good for his range, so he'll continue for a small size. Benham will make the call with the second pair, and stack pot ratio is very nearly at 1. And Danny out of position, but with the betting lead.
How many blue chips do you have?
Now going to be in the awkward spot of, does he continue betting and kind of commit himself to playing this one for the rest of Benham's stack, or does he risk checking it over and giving Benham an opportunity to take it away from him with an inferior hand? It's where sometimes you'll see an in-between bet size, leveraging the full stack, not putting yourself fully at risk, and if your opponent does go all in, you still just kind of decide to let it go. But check and a quick check behind, Danny's going to feel pretty good about that. And now with the front door hearts bricking out, Broadway bricking out, and the 7 really not connecting with much. I'd like to see a little block bet here from Danny.
At least nobody knows how I play.
Yeah. And we'll be studied up.
By a little, I mean 1,500, something in that ballpark.
What's that? Yeah, they'll know how bad I am.
They'll look, yeah, they'll like look up the string.
Can also just check with plans to call a lot, but he's going to go for the very small size and bet 500.
Yeah. What a sick play. Well played, Danny. Check.
If you shove, he probably folds.
Yeah, gets the 500 paid off, so I mean the idea is there for the block for sure. And Benham just Kind of hoping that maybe somewhere in an alternate universe or something, his opponent also has Queen 10 or
I think things are
maybe even Jack 10 or something that he can beat. But
Oh my God, he's drawn dead. Get him a rack. Might as well play out of a rack.
Oh shit, there's a leak in my basement. I gotta go.
Are you sure the weather's not messed up, dude?
Oh, yeah,
The weather in Rockwall.
The weather's bad.
Yeah,
I
it's
played
about
with him
hail.
yesterday.
We need to leave.
Did you really?
Yeah. He was doing his normal chatty thing. He's like, buddy, you can't talk. You just can't.
all right, we've got just the $100 straddle on this time, but Benham is going to open under the gun to 250. Wolfgang's out of there.
How is the nickname still going?
Because we got a couple of really big nits over here.
Fire is in the mix, and Brass Monkey going to try to get rid of his nit button and play his ace-3 suited. We'll go 3 players to a flop. Benham with the betting lead. And what a flop is this? Everybody connecting. Pair and a gut shot for everyone. Fire up and down with his pair. Summit of diamonds now on the turn, giving Benham a diamond flush draw as well. This looks like a deuce of 7 hand, but all these players have connected. And we'll see this river. Jack of spades changes nothing. Pair of 4s will be best if we get to showdown,
How
but
much do those double D's cost you?
yeah, sure enough, checks all the way through. We see the pair of 4s as the winning hand, and Brass Monkey's like, come on, are you kidding me?
How does 4s win?
If I like just somehow spaz all in or whatever, I just win and get rid of the nit button. But
Yeah, everyone had Showdown Valley, so they didn't want to turn their hand into a bluff.
Oh, no, you're good.
Also 3 ways, the river.
yeah, for sure. And now Brass Monkey here dwindled under 3.5K in the stack. The $100 straddle sort of consistently being put out there. Playing the biggest of stacks and still has the nit button.
It's like 2 hours.
I don't know if I
We
can.
go to like
All right, just the 50 on this time.
I mean, realistically, it's y'all whenever you want to call the stream.
No. No.
Lock the doors.
Lock the doors. Strap in, boys.
Lock the doors.
Some of us are stuck.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Who's stuck? I'm stuck.
I'm stuck too.
Yours truly.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's only 3 players that aren't stuck in this game.
No, but no. We need to win everywhere, buddy. Win everywhere.
I think the guys who are up money can go, but then all the stuck guys have to get back.
That's an interesting approach.
Top pair here for
You're not
Yacht
allowed to leave
Club,
till you're unstuck.
but
And the
a
last
flop
person will
straight
lose
for
everything.
Safine. Brass Monkey here with only backdoor opportunities.
There's another tournament I didn't know.
Safine loving this spot.
That's kind of hard. But only on a personal scale. You know, everyone else has been
And
Have
he
you ever
will
heard of
come
the
in
cage
for
structure for a tournament?
the check
That would be
raise.
something you would probably like.
Makes it 625. So just a
So
2.5x
it's like a
check
deep
raise. Very
stack
small
game,
sizing
and the
here.
blinds do go up, but very slowly and only a certain amount of time. So you're going to still end super deep. And then when the tournament's over, everybody
Yacht
cashes
Club
out
will make the
whatever they
call.
have in front of them. So it's like cash flow.
Stack to pot ratio is still
Yeah,
relatively
so after-
deep.
At the end, it just
Around
depends. I think the cage is a 5K
4.5,
buy-in.
5.
You the chips are 1-to-1 with the dollar,
Yeah.
or it's basically
It's really
buy-in?
5.
No, it's 5K.
9 of
and
spades.
you get 5K in chips. And then it's
Quite
just
the
like
turn card
5,
here.
10, then 10,
Gives
20.
Yacht Club the
Exactly,
same
but you can
straight.
leave at the end.
Also completes the front door spade
ACI
flush
used to
draw.
do that. I don't know
And
if they
Safine
still
here,
do
who is going to be check raising with a good chunk of spade flush draws, is going to continue betting here.
I think it was like it's like long level.
Makes it
so it's like
850.
yeah, it was like something like 444 per hour level.
And yeah, this is a pretty awkward spot if you're Yacht Club, but for that size, can't go anywhere. He makes the call. And it's another 9 on the end. 9 of hearts this time.
If they offered it here in Dallas, like what it would be like a $50, $200 buy-in or 5K championship.
Yeah, probably.
Very awkward spot to be out of position.
Well, if you play 20 hours, $10 an hour. There you go. There's a thing they pre-roll. You got to plus the membership.
The natural inclination is to just check because this board has, I mean, the nuts has changed on every street, and it's just really awkward, but Safin does not want to give up the betting lead and allow Yacht Club to just sort of pounce on the perceived weakness. So that's 1,200. Yacht Club makes the call, and these players are going to chop it up.
Yeah, such a dynamic range of cards there on the turn river. Just like, oh, flush comes in. Oh, full house has come in.
That's the second time.
Yeah, everything's there. I mean, Safin, he blocks the 9 too, right? So it would have to be just like a set of 8s or something like that that would make sense for Yacht Club. Although Yacht Club was the pre-flop aggressor, and could have had all the sets, honestly. So yeah, just kind of a weird spot, but goes for the small size there on the end, and
Dude, knowing that I gotta come
doesn't get raised off of his flop straight, so that's a win.
You sit one side, you can't see the person.
Oh yeah, the little confession box.
And I'm here hoping that I get to see the winner of the knit game between Wolfgang and Brass Monkey here before I take off.
You make more money with a hole.
Yeah. No, I'm willing on this enough.
The winner of the knit game will not be Wolfgang, at least on this hand.
No, I just
Neither will it be Brass Monkey, as he is also folded. So Fire's just going to take that one down easy peasy.
I really appreciate it. I'll be nice to you in the video.
Thank you.
We haven't played a hand really though.
I missed my opportunity there.
The best player in Dallas, Danny Marks.
I've been really
Have the
fast.
banner in chocolate, Danny Marks.
you're gonna say.
He's a little too quick
Hats with the shirts, Danny Marks.
Sure.
Wakes up with Jacks in the quadruple settle, then Danny Marks.
That's right. Yeah, dude. Let's go. Let the rap scene begin. It's become like
Then
the
of course
Dallas
the ace
poker
hits the
rap.
flop.
Danny
The
Marks.
ace in the
He
window.
goes out to the East Coast. He plays at Parks. He also plays at Parks for the little boys. Gives them, gives them little toys. And makes little noise.
Oh my goodness.
Some freestyle rapping here. This is amazing.
That was actually really good.
Yeah.
Gives them much fun. Play with the boys and the toys.
And Wolfgang folds an ace.
Because of your ride.
The knit game going. What is happening? And then Brass Monkey folds his button. These two players are just, they're too nitty to even try to win the knit game. What's happening?
They're just kind of reserved to losing it, I guess. And I mean, Wolfgang's up so much money right now. He's just like, I'll just pay it out.
Bro, see, Monterey's playing a game
Yeah,
right
but
now.
you have an ace. I mean, you're under the gun. You range is amazing. Just raise it. And then it folds to you on the button. You have 9-8 off. Raise that. What's happening?
I'd raise that for sure.
Yeah, that looks so dangerous. It's like two like armored
I'm in any 2 mode on the button if I have
I
the
would
knit.
wear
Yeah.
neutral colors.
Sorry, maybe he was small blind, but still it folded to him.
Then
Show a
both
picture
teams-
of you saying a
On my
lost
life,
man
if I was in
appears.
Monterey, I'd be at this game right now.
Both teams would beat you up.
But I would be wearing like pink or like
Wait, are they mixed?
or
here?
like green.
They're sitting mixed.
I mean, the
This is
real
some
A combination
fumble is
like the family
Wolfgang
area.
not putting the $100
So who
straddle
can
on
they-
let's see if
and
they pan up
securing
to the,
himself
the
final
mountain.
action.
Like the prettiest thing.
Wait, there's a mountain next to the stadium?
Yeah, it's like.
But
Oh my gosh, you're right. Because then it forces everyone else to play tighter and then just gives you a better chance.
yeah, I mean, and he just needs Brass Monkey to
Yeah, they have the
fold,
IG system.
and then he can decide how he wants to play.
Yeah, I have one on my back.
Without any pressure,
Yeah.
without any of the net game pressure.
Thank you.
He'll be in the $50 straddle this time around, though, so
Yeah.
he may get that
She's gonna
benefit,
be dead.
depending on what 2 cards Brass Monkey looks at. But we'll take one more peek there at the earnings here.
You charge like
Danny
12
up
seconds.
over 12K. Wolfgang still up nearly 11, and Fire up 6. Everyone else stuck.
Yeah, it is. I'm not gonna win it. I'm just gonna sit here and watch.
They get tired of playing. They agree that they'll just.
We're just not gonna play in
They're acknowledging that we're just not going to play. We'll just hold on to these buttons forever.
I'm down. Yeah.
The next time around,
They just do it for the next 2 hours.
God.
Every single button.
You can win this one. I did that once, but
Can you imagine?
I actually won. Oh baby.
Somehow again,
Got really big.
What's
and
happening?
this time on the button, Brass Monkey has folded his button.
All right, Chris, what do you got?
Okay, it would be really funny if he just.
What do you got?
Yacht Club here is not going to give Wolfgang a free pass at this course, so he's going to open it up with the Jack 2-0 for a min click.
But I don't know what the line is.
Wolfgang will make
I'll
the
let
call.
you decide because I know you don't know the line. I don't have to do anything.
Come on.
The who?
Pair of fives for Yacht Club.
For how much?
Hey, Mallory, I'm gonna need some more chips.
I don't know. I don't know shit about this. I don't know. Okay, so that's what makes this fun.
Yellow or white?
So take the number. How much you want on it? I mean, it doesn't matter how much.
Half pot continues here.
They're gonna tie.
Yacht Club and Wolfgang will call with a lot of nothing.
You gave me the home team? Oh, you're a fish.
Now we find out who's the favorite.
Okay, check. Because one of us just made a really bad bet. He gave me the home team. What a guy.
Yacht Club still a believer in his
A fish when it comes to
pair of
sports
fives
betting.
with the threes and the king kicking on board. With that 350.
Yeah, thank you for not. This is like.
Cashman doesn't know how to check.
What do you have? Or what's the line?
And I mean, if Wolfgang was ever going to go for a raise with, zero equity type holding, the bottom card pairing is not the worst because, is Yacht Club really going to want to
No, what's the line?
raise pre, pair is 3, and bet flop for half pot? Yeah, so Wolfgang is going to go for it. Makes it 1,000 now.
Yeah, he's going for it. In position as well, so it kind of puts Yacht Club in a tough spot if he has, flush draw or
T-grade versus Monterey?
any kind of middling holding, like exactly what he has.
I don't know what this is. Why is it on TV?
I would love to see Yacht Club sniff out the call, the river brick off, it go check, bet, and another call. I would love to see that, but I'm getting ahead of myself here as Yacht Club still just needs to decide what to do to this raise up to 1,000, and he is going to let it go. Well played by Wolfgang. Takes the board pairing, the bottom card there as the opportunity to go for it. Gets it through, and Brass Monkey is going to have to pay out the nit game. And with that, we're going to get a dealer change. And I'm going to go ahead and step out and leave you fine folks in the very capable hands of Derek Ng. And you got Sal joining you here in a moment. All right, all right. Well, thank you guys so much. It's been a pleasure, and I will see you all next week. Enjoy the next 2 hours here with Derek and Sal. I'll see you guys next time. Good night.
Night, Aaron.
Yeah, just do a live bet.
He's going to live bet it, though.
Don't bet it.
All right, we'll be right back after these short messages from TCH regarding our Poker Atlas tour. So just hang tight and check out this video.
Attention Dallas poker players, over $3 million in tournament guarantees for the Poker Atlas Tour at Texas Card House Dallas and Las Colinas. 21 events, August 15th through September 5th. This massive series kicks off with the Dallas Duel, a $1 million guaranteed no-limit hold'em tournament. And what bigger way to close the Poker Atlas Tour than with the $1.5 million guaranteed title event? For full details, go to texascardhouse.com now.
I'd be so tilted.
I might save you money.
How much you bet?
All right, looks like we got Zach dealing the last third of our stream. We're streaming for 2 more hours here, 10 p.m. to midnight. It's been a pretty action stream so far. And if you're just now joining us, welcome to TCH Live. My name is Derek. And for the last 2 hours, I will be joined by Sal.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're good.
Happy to be back in the booth. Excited to see some hands. Hope there's lots of action.
It's been a while, right, since you've been on the stream?
Yeah, it's been a couple months.
Diamond flush.
This is my first cash game. I did the Saturday tournament a couple times, but
Very cool. But, you know, they've seen you deal the live stream a few times and obviously play it. But now they can hear you commentate.
the whole package, man. Jack of all trades.
Let's get right into it.
Nice fall pre. Nice fall pre.
Okay, looks like the team's gonna win the bomb pot, get a little money, a little bit of the money back.
So what have you been up to for the past few hours? Did you come play today or work today?
I played this morning, playing the round of each game. Didn't go too well, just couldn't get any momentum. Went home, ate some dinner,
200?
and came back.
You're a fish, buddy.
How did I lose that? Let's
But so far, it's a good day. How about you? What did you do this morning?
I was playing some PLO until like 9 a.m. and then I got an oil change.
Sharpest kid in town, they say.
Hung out at home and then I'm back here.
Oh, yeah.
How'd the PLO session go for you?
It was good.
Yeah. God, how do you say good against the JD? How?
Yeah, my sleep schedule's been going all over the place. So I've been waking up at like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. and I'm like, well, there's nothing else to do, so I'll go play it. Yeah.
Like a true DJ.
Yeah.
What did you have?
No, like I'll leave and like I'm like, oh, I need to text Lauren in case like she wakes up and there's an empty spot by the bed. She's like, she can at least see the text like, oh, I went to go play. I'll be back later in the morning.
Oh my god.
Good. Got the money in the rear.
How is she doing? Is she working yet or?
No, she's been applying to a few jobs, but she's on the job hunt right now.
Danny Cole calling it the ace-5 suited for a 3-bet.
You find out in Mexican soccer, the home team always wins, because if not, it's trouble. So it's like the first 16 minutes you play for real, but in the last 30 you're like, no, like we want to get out of here. Like, we want our bus to get out of here.
Pretty
so
decent flop here for Brass Monkey. Gonna flop 2 overs and the nut flush draw.
I assume when he bets, it'll fold around.
Yeah, not really anything for anyone else, so don't really want to be floating with just jack high flush draws. A nice pot there for Brass Monkey, and it's been kind of an unfortunate night for Brass Monkey. He started off really strong.
No, I'm getting over here.
And now I think he's one of the bigger losers. But
I mean, in a 5-10 quarter game, I mean, the stacks are it's a deep 5-10 quarter game. Has the strategy been going on?
I really don't know why I chose this dude. Well, I mean, it's 50-50. And I gave you the choice. It's not like I knew the information.
yeah, no, they've had the $50 straddle on for a lot of the night, and you know, I was telling the viewers like, you know, first half of the stream probably going to just be 5-10, 25, and then as the stacks get deeper, as you've seen how deep the stacks are, they're gonna have the 50 on, and we've had the 100 on a few times. So.
No, I know that. I'm saying I don't
Yeah,
know
especially a lot of these players are
will
usually play bigger. I mean, JD, Yacht Club, all of them will play the 5100 game. So it does not surprise me that the straddle's been going on. The game's playing much bigger than advertised.
I feel like the spreads on that are
Yeah.
It'll be both people will be like -115.
Yeah. The juice is really heavy.
Yeah, it's really heavy.
Wolfgang coming in with the squeeze, king jack off into small blind, or big blind.
What you can beat is college basketball, and it's like not even close. Yeah. But
Might get
a lot
through.
of big sports books like cap you on how much money you can get down, because they know like the market's artificial.
Easy game, gonna take down a decent pot with no flop action.
Yeah, and you know, Wolfgang getting a lot of respect for his raise there because he's been playing pretty snug, as he typically does on most of the streams. But you know, he'll pick certain spots like where it's like a good spot and with good removal. And, but like, you know, from a lot of players' perspective, he's been showing down with a lot of strong hands. Like I think in the first hour and a half he flopped 2 sets.
Oh really?
Yeah, so like when he bets it, he's been having it lately. So
I'm not too familiar with Wolfgang's game. I haven't watched any of his content, so I'm not sure how aggro or snug he normally is.
I mean, typically from his vlogs, this game's probably quite a bit bigger than he typically plays. Like he typically plays like 2.5 or 5.10 on his vlogs. But I mean, he's been playing a lot of 5.10, 25 and bigger lately on like streams and stuff. So I think he's really just trying to get out of his comfort zone and play bigger.
It's always nice to when you get to climb the ladder, move up in stakes slowly but surely.
We were betting on the Vietnamese. You always bet on the Vietnamese. Giving me money, like they were taking
Oh wow! What an
Oh my gosh!
Holy
moly! Man, just like when you were dealing, you're bringing the action flops here. I mean, actually, all credit to Zach here, but Fire flopping the nuts, Venom with second set
flip for it, right? Like,
I mean,
it's like flip through
we could see all the money get in here, but what an action-killing turn card for both players.
You know, he's like, I was like, he wanted the paper.
This
Okay,
just might
give
go
me,
back call
like 9 to 1
at
or
this
something,
point
you know?
now.
Like, we went back and
Yeah,
forth.
I mean,
And
no
he was
reason to
just like,
raise.
No, what about like 5 to 1?
Wow, what could have been a 15K pot turns into a $1,600 pot because of the run out there. But nice hand there for Fire.
I was like, okay, I just told you
I'm
the
surprised
live
Fire didn't raise the flop. Venom bet, and he just called.
Yeah, and he had no diamond in hand, right?
Yeah.
I mean, also, yeah, I mean, it's a very vulnerable hand. 9 comes, 4 comes, 6 comes.
Any diamond.
A lot of bad turns for him. You want to get the value when you can. But it seems like he's still doing all right on the night, so I'm sure he'll take down another. Happy to take down another pot.
Because there's no edge being had.
For those of y'all just now tuning in, we are on our final 2 hours of our 6-hour stream. Listen to the voices of Derek and Sal for the next 2 hours. Sal and I both work here at TCH. Sal mainly as a dealer, I mainly as a floor. But you know, both of us kind of started here. You started here before me, though, so.
A little bit.
Yeah,
you didn't
not too far behind you.
I gotta see the reciprocation somewhere.
We're both avid players. Been playing for many years.
for you. That's
I know, and it's tempting. But
it's a gift.
Yeah, yeah.
What, there's like a non-zero chance that you'll find Sal playing the Wednesday Marks game tomorrow, right?
Oh, I'm out for tomorrow.
Yeah, so like we looked
Oh,
at
you
the
what?
odds, we talked about
What's up?
it,
I'm out
and
for
he
tomorrow.
decided
Oh, you're
he
out for
wanted to make up his own
Man, they
odds.
haven't
Like,
gotten it going for the last
make up
2
your own
weeks.
odds after we already looked up what the
And they
odds
finally
were,
get
like,
it. Then they
that's
have all the
Yeah,
action
work.
players
You just
tomorrow.
do
Like,
it.
come on.
And finally he's like,
But it's my
let's make up
birthday
odds.
tomorrow,
Like,
so
all
I
right, you make
take
up
the day
odds,
off
I'll
from
pay.
gambling. And
Oh shit, it's your birthday tomorrow?
So you made up odds.
yeah, instead of working it like I did last year,
That's fair.
I'm
That's
actually
fair.
going to take the day off.
Yeah, he's a feel guy.
Dang, I knew it was in August, but I forgot it was the 9th.
A feel player.
It's okay. Don't feel bad. I always forget yours, too. I know it's like
Well,
December 30th.
now I can remember it because it's exactly the same number. Because yours is the August 9th, mine's December 29th. So,
Oh, December.
so I'm gonna be able to remember
See,
that.
I was
now.
close.
'Cause I know it's always in August.
I literally just said December 30th, so I was so close.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. So he always took the dog.
Ooh,
Yeah,
king
you
got
wanted
yellow.
the dog.
I never
So, like,
really
I
even
don't
like
give him that one or
try and
something.
do much for my birthday
If I just give you,
anyway.
like,
I'm the same
four,
way.
stands, you'll start to go
I mean,
bananas and-
my birthday typically
My guy just
falls,
got a yellow card.
you know, either
He's
like
out
I'm
allowed.
either on a trip during the holidays or like spending time with family anyway. So that's what I'd be doing anyways for my
Yeah.
birthday.
Oh.
I'd love to see the stands empty out. The game gets canceled.
But I don't know what the plan is
Yellow
tomorrow.
guys. Yellow him too.
Billy has got something planned, but we'll see what it is. She's been asking me for like the last like 2 weeks, what do you want, what do you want? I'm just like, I don't know. Just anything, doesn't matter.
What do you want to do or what do you want for your birthday?
Both.
Oh,
Like,
both.
what do you want to do? What do you want? I was like, I don't care. Nothing.
Right here, he loses it. He's gonna go
I
after
don't know, man. None of that really interests
Oh,
me.
that's he deserves a yellow.
Red card.
To be fair, this guy should not have gone down this easily. Like, look,
Which one in soccer goes down hard? No, not a one of them.
Got some good.
The faking
The
is
Fiend dominated, defending the straddle, but lots of good flops, such as this one. Flops the nut flush draw, or queen high flush draw.
That's the kind of move I'm looking for.
I assume he's going to make a call for a quarter-sized pot bet.
You ever watched a soccer match before? No.
I haven't either. It's so boring. I've never
And
watched
just
a
drills
whole
it on the
soccer match.
turn. Easy game.
It probably
Although I
doesn't
don't
help
see
that I
Danny
don't know what I'm
betting
doing in
anymore.
soccer.
I don't think these guys know what they're doing either.
I think they know a lot more than I do.
Oh, yeah, they know infinitely more.
I take myself first.
do you think you know more about
That might be the
soccer or they
perfect
know
river
more
card
about
for
poker?
Safine to get one more
I
straight of
bet
value.
you. Ooh, that's a good question.
I think he'll go for a half pot
This is a
size.
Mexico game. I may know more about
450
soccer
right
than
around.
I know where
I assume Danny's gonna have to
There is a
call.
card room in
some of that
Monterey,
stuff.
though.
Although he can easily find the fold as well.
You never know.
I know, but they know a lot about soccer.
I used to play in a game with the
They know
Dallas
a lot
Mavericks, who were several of them were surprisingly good. So
Yeah. I guess I misunderstood the question. I thought it was the opposite. Like, I thought it was how much they know about soccer versus how much he knows about poker.
Oh, yeah.
Like, do you think they know more about soccer
I'd
than
say
you know
a
about
professional
poker?
soccer player would probably know more about soccer, right? Than
that's Harvey.
Than any of us at the table know about poker, probably.
yeah, even you, like even a local legend professional like you.
I take the soccer player side in a heartbeat.
Safine gonna take down a decent sized
Because
pot,
I know
help
how
dig him
much
out
I
of this
value
hole.
Know or don't know, you know? And it's the bar is
Now
not
no
that
longer the biggest loser in the game.
The
bar's not that high on my poker.
stepping on up. moving
Yeah,
on
I
up.
mean, and down 6K in this game, I feel like is not that much in terms of like big blind wise, you know.
No, I mean, essentially it's 100 big blinds.
Yeah.
Like the $50 straddles seem to be going all the way around.
You should get like 3 subs.
I'm confused. What's happening? I'll bet you $100 he's gonna fold. Oh, shit.
I'm so locked in on this game, it's crazy.
Don't mind me over here. I just
What did you get?
I got biryani from this random place, but I haven't eaten since like 2, so I'm pretty hungry.
Assassin, I got you with the Vietnamese crew.
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't Brass Monkey up like 10K? Yeah, at one point, yes. That's what I'm saying. He has quite the swing tonight.
It is amazing. That guy just kicked that ball forever. Left-footed all the way across the field.
Right or
As the poker gods giveth, the poker gods taketh away.
Yeah, it's brutal game sometimes. Actually, I've been meaning to ask you, Sal. Are you planning on playing any events coming up?
On the Poker Atlas tour?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Delila's got some friends coming in from Venezuela.
Oh, okay.
And they're
So
literally coming in the day it starts.
Okay.
Until they're leaving like 2 days before it ends. So I might fire the main event and try and just take that down. I mean, why play all the events when I'm just gonna win the main event? Doesn't matter. But yeah, so unfortunately that's the only event I can possibly play.
No. Don't you want some heart?
I got a hard end.
So hopefully they bring it back. Hopefully it's not just a one-time thing, but because I've been looking at the schedule and it looks like a lot of fun tournaments.
Yeah, I can't play any of the multi-day or stream table events, but I was gonna play the triple draw, Badoogie, Deuce to 7, and Ace to 5.
I've looked at all of those. Actually, I have a question. What is triple draw? I thought that was a typo.
It's just 3 games of triple draw.
Oh, okay. So
They just rotate between the 3 triple draw games.
that makes sense. That makes sense. When I saw that, I thought that was a typo. I thought that meant it should have been like Deuce to 7 triple draw or something like that.
I'll make a determination.
It's already done. There's no...
Oh no, it's
Scale Danny.
leave me alone.
So scale Danny.
I don't know why. I do run really good against fire.
Danny electing just the flat with jacks against Yacht Club's open. Could have been a big flop or big hand. And he gets out flop by Yacht Club's ace queen.
Here, Chris, when we score, I'll give you a
Probably gonna save Danny some money this hand. I'll have to call once bet at least though, I imagine. Oh, and he just folds. Wow.
See, it's all in your head.
Probably an exploitative fault there. I mean, it was an under the gun raise, I think, or pretty close to it.
It was.
So
under the
you
gun,
give him
yeah.
credit for all the king, queen, ace, queen, kings,
Life, man.
aces,
We live in our head.
7, 8 suited. Like, I mean,
It can either be a prison.
I guess you're not really looking for any turn card, but another jack, right? So,
Yeah.
And then you might just cooler yourself.
Yeah, I mean, he's also betting the 3 other players.
Yeah.
I'm sure TCH will advertise for you too. What you want to do? Put a picture of Danny Marks. Having poker problems? Contact. Poker head.
You know,
Danny Marks.
you know how Clint has a truck with his face on it? Yeah.
How weird is that when he shows up to train you at your house and his face is on the side of the truck?
It's pretty loud.
Oh, did Clint play this game?
Best marketing.
Yeah, nothing that I would use.
I heard he was going to.
I saw a tweet that he was like today. They said like now that it said something like now that I've started playing NTTs, I understand how like these like mental game coaches have been making such a living on our in our space. You know?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
There's a bunch of them, you know. That's a poker therapist.
Some of them charge big money too. Elliot Rowe charges like thousands of dollars an hour.
Really?
Who does? Elliot Rowe. He works with like all the top players.
$1,000 an hour for coaching? Oh my god.
I mean, most of the top coaches, I mean, from what I've heard,
Have you guys
it's
seen
pretty standard. Like, most of them charge like usually 500 to 1,000 an hour.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah.
That's what she does.
A really good one.
Yeah, mental coach.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess when it is your living, right? Like, that's a huge investment into your long term.
Also, I mean, most coaches can't charge that much, but when you're like coaching the top of the top, I mean,
Yeah, sunlight is so important.
What a turn card there. I mean, everyone flopping top pair, but
and it checks through on the flop too.
Some good food, healthy food.
Then I'm just gonna turn top two.
Yeah, we all know this. Yeah, but everybody knows it. People don't do it.
One thing I wish I had easier access to would be like an ice bath, because I would probably do it every day.
Really? I heard it's really good for
I
you.
do mine. I bought a, no, well,
See
I
if
wanted to
Benham
see if I
likes
like
to
it.
just
So I
flat,
bought a-
slow play.
I wanted an ice bucket thing
So
in the
you go for
garage
the
anyway,
race
so I got
here.
a nice big commercial ice machine. And so I fill my bathtub up with ice. What you got to do is set the water the night before so it cools down to room temp, and then put the ice in the morning.
And
I
he
can get
does
to like
go for the
50,
raise.
45, and love it.
Wait, how long do you stay in there for?
About 3 to 5 minutes.
$3,000, 2,000 more for Yacht Club to
Started
call.
at 60 degrees
Yeah.
for like 2 minutes.
When the flop
And you
gets
kinda
checked
get used
through
to it,
and the
then
check
and
raises
then now
the
it's not bad at
turn.
all. You just get
It's kind of
into
hard
it.
to put
First
him
time
on
I did it,
hand.
I couldn't stay in there for more than like 20 seconds. Like I was like,
Maybe put him on
Crazy, your
pocket
body
jacks
totally
there.
gets- You gotta get
Turn
past
set.
that and go. And what's weird is if you dunk your head,
still some bluffs available, right? Like 9, 10 of
it makes
spades,
no
queen, 10 of
sense
spades.
whatsoever. But if I put my head
It's like
in
more
first,
uniform.
well, I don't
Even
know.
an ace
right?
10,
I'm just telling you, I go
ace
in,
10 of spades.
get my head
Yeah,
under
especially
right off
since
the
there's
bat,
like so
and then I get
little
out, and it feels way better.
There's a lot of
interest on the flop.
companies that make,
Like you expect maybe someone might be betting a hand like ace
you can put in
jack.
your
Or,
backyard or garage.
They're like 20 grand.
I've
yeah,
seen
they're
them
pricey.
like 5 to 10 grand. The ones I've been seeing.
Yeah.
I'd be tempted if I had a house. I'm not gonna put it in my apartment. On the balcony.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I don't mind
But
the one I
there's
got.
one of the buildings I toured actually in downtown. They had the whole second floor was like a gym, sauna, ice bath. It's really nice. I almost went with it.
This is in Dallas.
Yeah, I forget the name of it, but that was like
And
the
Yacht
selling
Club is
point
going to make
was
the
the
call.
second floor
Cashman's
was
probably
like
going to
a
get
whole
out of here.
experience.
That's sick.
It was great.
I think we're heading towards that direction, like in general, as like a population, like doing healthier things for you. You know what I mean? That included like a lot of apartment complexes I just was looking at, like I was in an apartment, their gym is like.
Oh, and Cashman does make the call.
that's very surprising.
The society's
Drawing's
going
dead. I mean,
No real way to improve other than hitting a 10, but
unless he imagine like,
If you want to see a cool gym that's self-standing.
unless he
from,
plans on
like, a
trying to
building,
bluff the river,
look
but
up
I don't
John
see
Reed.
how, especially when Benham has so
Yeah,
little
look at
behind.
that gym. If I extend my lease, I'm gonna get a membership there.
yeah, now the Yacht Club might be able to get away from it now with Cashman behind because Cashman's call looks so strong, right? Like
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, Cashman could easily be slow playing a hand right here.
I think it boosts your national like.
But Cashman did check the flop too when it was checked to him. on
yeah,
the
this
way.
is a very interesting hand all around.
I don't- Everyone's played this hand very peculiar. Yacht Club does make the call. Okay, Cashman. I imagine he's got to make the fold now. I mean, he's basically calling and hoping for a chop.
How much is it?
Especially when Yacht Club makes the call. I mean, his kicker was already not great, and now he's playing a jack kicker on the board.
27.50.
And he makes the call. What?
No, he's.
Benham is even, he flips over his hand, not even sure he's good.
I love that facial reaction. Wins $14,000. What is going on?
20K pot. Wow. Benham gets a
What?
full triple.
What happened? I mean, you get called in one spot, you're like, okay, maybe. Like king, queen, ace, king.
Yeah.
But then when you get called by Cashman, you're like, Cashman has an 8. Or or something, you know, like maybe a weak 8, like 7-8. Like, I don't
Yeah, just,
7-8 of spades. Like,
yeah, 7-8, 9-8 of spades makes sense.
like, wow.
Like Cashman.
And just like that, Benham's up 9K. What a freaking hand there.
Oh man, now Cashman's now the biggest loser in the game. Oh wow, what a swing. Oh my god, 20K pot.
And that's what I mean. Down 6K is nothing in this game. Like, Benham was down, I think, like 4 or 5K before this hand.
Hi, Sam. Thanks.
Man, that is very interesting hand. Everyone played that very peculiar.
Yeah, I think what really leveled everyone into calling that river bet was the check on the flop, right? I mean, was Benham the pre-flop aggressor?
I don't remember the
Yeah, I can't.
pre-flop back. Well, Brenham was the big blind, and Yacht Club was the $50 straddle. So I think maybe Cashman was the pre-flop aggressor, and then call from the blinds.
Cashman probably just making the call because the price was just so insane. I mean, it was 3K to win a 14K pot, or no, 21K pot.
Yeah.
Just in case Benham had a hand like king with whatever the card that wasn't the 8.
Yeah.
Not the jack. It was like a 7 or something, right?
Feng shui.
Yeah, I mean, maybe putting him on like king 3 there, counter for the 2 pair, and just help him. But at that point, though, Cash was like almost praying for the chop. Because I'd say his kicker just
You're calling the chop, yeah, at that point.
Like, the 8's such a bad card for him.
Queen Jack? Suited.
Yeah, that'll be a hand talked about, I'm sure. Coolest duelist here in the chat says, I paid $400 for an hour and a half from one of the Solve for Y guys. Totally worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said like a lot of the best poker coaches charge anywhere from hundreds of dollars an hour. Because also at the same time, they have to do a lot of work behind the billable hours.
The preparation.
The preparation, off behind the scenes work. So you're not even paying just for the hour that you get, but also the preparation for those sessions.
It's exactly the same hand I had last time.
So let's take a picture with you, Venom. You guys get together, I'll take a picture.
Oh my god, please take a picture.
Be like, these are the guys that are the biggest spender.
Now let's play a 40K pot.
Yes. Now we go for more.
I definitely want to get a coach at some point, but right now the price point's a little bit too steep for me, but in the near future,
Back to back, exactly the
I
same
definitely
thing
think it's definitely a worthy investment.
I'll take 100.
All right, I'm going to stop eating now so I can actually get back to talking. I was just so hungry. I needed to eat
Oh,
something.
no, man.
All right, Fire, let's go. Let's put the 100 on, buddy. It's time.
He had a whole program ready for me. Yeah, especially like in academies like Solve for Y or Upswing
That's
coaches.
literally what they do for a living, or part of their living, yeah.
I'm sure those guys have spent countless hours making a nice regimen for coaching the curriculum.
Who is this?
And I mean, also like those guys are top of their craft, some of the best players in the world. There's so much to learn from them. Brass Monkey.
I'll show them how big
Ace
it is.
King once again.
I mean,
The King Queen suited Cashman probably gonna make the call. In a bad spot, dominated.
Yeah, he doesn't want to see a king high flop here.
After this.
I'm hoping for hearts or a straight draw.
oh,
Or a queen. Does not want to hit a king.
it's happening. I can see it happening.
Yeah, we kind of hit a lull there for the second third of the stream, but man, out of nowhere. Oh no! Are you, I was literally about to say, if it comes like King 4-5 or like King 5 Deuce Rainbow or something, like Cashman's might get stacked here. Like,
oh, and Cashman's gonna. Oh no, never mind. He's gonna call.
I mean, if this turn card's clean, it might be. Oh no!
2 flush draws too.
Yeah, this is pretty rough for Cashman.
On this turn, Brass Monkey can bet pretty big.
Yeah.
I know if I call, you can
Going for relatively small with how much money they have back.
About 2/3, 1,600 to 23. Not quite 2/3, but a little bit under.
Like if he bet a little bit larger, he could have gone all in by the river. I think if he went like for 2K or. If this is like a deuce, oh my god. I mean, it might as well be a deuce. A complete brick. Nothing makes. Oh, it's a jack. Okay. I thought it was a 3 of diamonds.
Yeah, on the jack, I think half pot's about right. Because now you lose the king jack. You're really only targeting king queen, king 10. Pocket queen's probably 4 bets here, so there's not much you can target now with the jack. If it was a 3 though, I think I imagine he can go for a big sizing on the river.
Yeah, this river card might save Cashman.
Show one, show all.
Dig it out.
Man.
How's it feel?
Unfortunate for Cashman there. Gets just loses a big pot and then immediately loses another one. Ace king versus king queen.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. Yeah.
You know what's sick if I do it? All of it.
And another great point here from Cool is duelist. No matter how much your coach is or how good you are, it doesn't mean anything if you're just terrible at bankroll management.
Wait, do we score?
Amen to that. Amen to
Yeah.
that. Bankroll management is the #1 skill to have when playing poker.
Fires over here telling Cashman, you're winning this argument 4-3.
I've been noticing that when I'm playing more PLO lately. It's just so much different from No Limit in the sense like you want to have as many bullets as possible.
Oh my god, yeah.
Because just the nature of the game, you're just getting it in pre-flop with like you're getting it all in pre-flop with like rundown hands or suited rundown or. You have a wrap and you're just like, well, I can't fold, but like, so my strategy lately has been going with like more middling buy-ins. Like I've been doing like 800 for like the 1-2 PLO here, and obviously the 2-2 there is 600 max, and then even for like the 2-5 PLO, I do like 800 to 1,000 depending on the game. That way I can have like 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 bullets if I need it, in case like it gets that way. But when like No Limit's like, oh, I want to buy in deep, so I can just like cover them if I get in a set over set situation.
Yeah.
Or, like, but you're never really that far ahead in PLO. So
No, never. Yeah, in PLO, I've been doing something where I'll do like small buy-ins the first 1 or 2, and then I'll buy in deep after that.
Okay.
But essentially, yeah, doing the same thing. Okay, like I'll buy in for 500 1 or 2 times. Get in, trying to get a good spot where you're hopefully like 60-40.
Yeah. And just rip it, yeah.
And then after that, I'll buy in deep. But I mean, after talking to you too, I mean, just there's so much. PLO is such a complex game that I need like the deep stack strategy of PLO is so much different than short stack.
That's definitely a thing to consider. It's like, and buying in shorter makes it just easier for you too, yeah. But Safine gonna win in with the Ace King. Ace King doing well tonight. That hand between, I'm still thinking about the hand between Benham and Cashman, and like the look on Benham's face when he turned over the hand, he was just like,
I think I'm good.
He didn't even table it. He just kind of showed it and was like, I mean, here it is. I mean, if y'all have an 8, you're good.
I mean, and that's why too when you get called twice. I mean, especially when the 8 pairs on the river too. If like if they had like pair plus flush draw.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like all the 7-8 of spades, Ace 8 of spades.
9-8 of spades. Yeah, just like I don't know.
I thought you had black chips, and I was like, holy shit. We're at a home game.
It's like Cashman will add on for a bit more. Ready to battle.
Cashman's
Essentially a
always ready to
25-50 game. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it looks like the trial's going around by everyone.
It's hard to.
So I mean, everyone's only like 200-300 big blinds effective, which is still a lot, but in comparison to 5, 10, 25, it's much different.
Just curious, just because like Lauren hates seeing the numbers of like how much money these players are playing for. How does the Layla feel about it? When each player has like a used car in front of them.
I mean, at first it was very shocking to her.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is though, like with me playing, and I tell her like I'm always 100% transparent with my results to her.
Right.
So she sees some of the swings that I go on.
Right.
And so like for her, it's kind of like I guess like when you play, you get numb to the results.
Sure.
And so for her, it's kind of the same. I mean,
I still can't tell Lauren. Like I tell her like I won or lost, but like she's like, don't even tell me the numbers because I don't want to know. Like it's like whatever. Like she trusts me and whatever with being responsible with bankroll and everything. But like she's still like, I don't want to hear it. Like 'cause it's just like too insane to her. Like if I told her I was like in for $3,000, she's like, what? So that's like almost 2 mortgage payments.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, shoot, I lost a month of rent today.
Right, exactly. So when you put it like in real tangible things, like, oh, that's like I lost a car payment, or they have a car in front of you, or I have a down payment on a house in front of me. Like people that don't play poker, have a hard time wrapping their head around that. Like, I was at a party with a friend once who, like, we both play poker, and there was a mutual friend of ours that didn't, and we were talking about, like, you know, oh yeah, like, lost like 3 today, and then they're like, oh, like $300. She's like, no, 3,000, and she was like, what? Like,
I mean, luckily, like you and I, like we've been with our spouses for a while and stuff.
Right.
But like, before I met Dalila too, like that was always a difficult part about dating. Like I was always, that's also why I was always transparent too, because like it's
it's a thing that you're not going to change. So like you just, if it's something they're not going to buy into, it's hard to. No, I get it.
Yeah, and I imagine too. I mean, like it's hard for people who aren't in the poker industry to fully understand that.
Yeah, let us know in the chat if you have any family members or friends that just like you talk about, you know, even playing 1-2, right? People say you buy them for $300. They're like $300 for like a game, like for most people, I'd say most average Americans, right? Like even an average 1-2 buy-in at most casinos or card rooms is like a lot of money, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's
I
a car
remember
payment.
when I was bartending in Houlihan in Garland, so this was back in 2018, I assume. This is when I first started playing PLO, and I was playing the 1-2-5 round of each at Windstar. So it was a 500 max buy-in, and I usually go with $2,000 for buy-ins. Anyway, so I had these regulars that would come in, and we eventually found out that we both played poker, and they always said they would only buy in for $100 at the 1-2, and they were like the people at the time were like, so it's 1-2-20, people go crazy there and stuff. I'm like, oh well, like when I go, I play like the PLO, and I usually go with like they ask me how much do you usually go with. I usually take $2,000 with me. $2,000. I mean, so like even people like who play like smaller games, I mean,
it's all relative, right?
It is, and I mean that's I guess the whole purpose of bankroll management. You know, you have to be able to withstand the swings, and hopefully, you know, long term you're still profiting. But
let's see here. We had some pre-flop action here. JD currently the best hand that we can see. Fire making the call, showing the 5 of diamonds.
Maybe he has 5-4.
Yeah, could have 5-4.
5-3.
What is happening right now? What are we listening to?
Don't know. Is that from the stream?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe ace-5 of diamonds too. Floating with ace high, thinks he has the best hand.
It's the buy-in for the main event. It's 1.5 million guaranteed. Like, probably you're gonna pay that.
JD was most likely the best hand. Gonna fire another bet. Jack, pretty consequential too.
Not as many people can play that.
Yeah, it's called the high roller.
2 fires relative hand, and he's gonna make the call. Okay.
I want to say he has a hand like 5-4 diamonds.
Yeah, probably all of them.
Do you think he has 8-5 of diamonds?
8-5 of diamonds is possible too, and that would be river straight here.
Perfect time. I'll take a little time off.
JD does river a set though, so he does still beat some value. Obviously, the obvious straight draw came in, but he can still beat hands like other flop sets or 2 pair holdings.
Well, I wouldn't call it 8-5 or 10-8 obvious straight draws.
Sure.
I mean, like maybe like 9-8, 5-4.
Some kind of straight did come in.
Yes. No, both flush draws miss.
Are you going to play the PLO, Danny?
And he's going to bet big, full pot.
Are you going to play the PLO, Danny?
Why not?
One of us will do.
Yeah, I imagine he had like either 5-4 or 8-5 of diamonds.
Yeah, which makes a lot of sense. Zane in the chat says, I've gotten, hope you learned your lesson, telling people after I lost one buy-in. Oh my gosh. See, that sounds like they in that particular person sees poker as, they group it with blackjack or slots. Right? So.
Saturday tournament.
When I first told my mom I played poker, she'd always ask me what the results were.
That must have been uncomfortable.
I mean, yes and no. The thing is, her response would always differ. You know, if I tell her I won, I mean, at that time I was just playing 1-2. So I tell her I won like $500. Like, oh, good job, baby, good job, blah, blah, blah. If I lost $100 today. What did I tell you about playing that game? You need to not stop wasting your time there.
That's a wide range of emotions there.
Complete polar opposites.
Man.
That's awesome.
Very results oriented.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
It sounds like your mom should not gamble.
Oh, no. I mean, she does not gamble in the slightest.
You won the Saturday fight.
No, so I'm talking about the Saturday.
I mean, I've had to show my mom
won 2 in a row.
my results for her to even like kind of just stop those reactions.
He's better at tournaments.
Can you get a water learn?
But even then, still sometimes she'll ask me like, "Hey, how'd you do the other day?" And I'll tell her, and she still sometimes will come up with the reaction. What did I tell you? You need to focus on your career. Blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, mom. Okay.
Oh, we got some action here. Both players with low flush draws, but
Not as big as him.
could see some money get in here if both of them bink the turn here.
Especially with the king of diamonds, if the queen or jack of diamonds comes.
Oh my god.
Flush of a flush. Venom, another big hand for him. On the good side of flush of a flush.
I mean, I'm going to say he's going to win at least another 2,000-3,000.
At least 200, yeah.
Fire has to be a little bit concerned, right? I mean, you're never folding the flush once you make it, but the fact that Benham's just willingly betting here when you have the more likely flush draw is a little concerning, so I do like just the call here. No reason to raise.
Yeah.
And if your opponent is for some reason bluffing, you want them to continue with their bluffs.
Yeah, I imagine this is going to go bet call on the river.
And now what sizing would you go with here, Sal? Pretty large, so?
Yeah, with the ace, king, queen, you're betting to the pre-flop aggressor. Yeah, I'd probably go around 2/3 pot here.
They could have, 2 pairs, even straights here.
Jack 10, yeah.
And Fire, Fire actually goes for the min click here. And Benham's like, ugh.
I think Benham's just going to have to call here.
Yeah.
With the A-high flush, you're never going to really go for the 3-bet. I mean, I think honestly that's a pretty decent raise from Fire. You can still get value from a lot of hands.
Sets, 2 pair. Aces with the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, ace king, ace queen. Maybe like Benham could have ace 9 there. Benham could have ace 9, king 9 there.
Benham just going on an absolute tear.
Complete turnaround. Now the biggest winner in the game, up $12,000.
Yeah, unfortunately, Cashman at the spot you don't typically see him in on the leaderboard at the bottom here, down 16,000. But I mean, at one point Benham was down about 8,000-9,000. So it could be a quick change if he gets in the right spot against the right player.
It's so weird how that works. I don't even know where
All it takes is one hand sometimes.
Yeah, and then you start singing. Yeah. Humming it.
Ooh, wow. JD gonna wake up with some aces here.
Every fucking time.
I've seen this sequence quite a bit.
Every time.
Tree bet to finish in position.
Exactly.
I can see Danny calling or folding here.
He does have the stronger range, technically, and there is the game still, but at the end of the day, it's just still king queen off, right? But
yeah, I mean, if it was suited, I imagine Danny's gonna make the slam dunk call. Offsuit, a little bit lower in the range, but
I like a 4-bet more than just calling.
Yeah, but with the Nick game on, I wasn't sure how it affected the play.
To figure out. It's gonna give me like anxiety.
Oh, I love you.
But of course, JD gonna show the goods, and Danny's gonna pat himself on the back for the good fold.
You can say, how about this?
Outpipped you. Always a good feeling when you just outpip someone by one. Always a good feeling.
No, light raise, but I thought about it.
I just got a lot of like logistical stuff I have to figure out.
Without getting too detailed on specifics, but just to show you, like, I guess how much PLO has been growing lately. And I was playing at Social the other day, and I see Jim sit down at my table, and I was playing like a pretty late session, and he came in the morning. I've been doing a lot of the like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. starts into like 8 to 10 a.m. And yeah, he came in the morning and sat down with a 2-2 PLO game. I was
James
like,
S?
Yeah,
Jim?
yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I've been coaching him.
Yeah, and I was just like, whoa, what? What's up, man? And he's like, yeah, I've been trying to learn this game. Yeah, I just, it was cool to see like how many people that you just consider only no limit players just like hopping in the mix. And wow, we got a hand developing here.
Oh, wow.
And it's, big blind versus
Strato, and Yacht Club just chips. Okay, only has 3,000, but
well, and it kind of levels other players and they can maybe like make a light call, but with the Nick game in effect too, and it's a complete cooler here. Benham just drawing the 2 jacks or some running straight cards.
Luckily, Yacht Club didn't have too much relative to the game. I mean, I think Benham just forced the call there with Jack.
money.
Can he hit a jack? No.
Nice.
And Yacht Club's going to make some of his money back.
Nice in there for Yacht Club. He's had a swinging night too, honestly.
All right, what'd you have?
Easy come, easy go there for Benham. Down another pot, but still up with his 18K stack, and Yacht Club doubling up to a 7K stack.
You know when you're running good when you have a cooler and you lose to the smallest stack.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, and freaking big blind versus straddle.
Yeah, nothing Benham can do there, just a cooler spot, but...
How does that work with taxes? What are we talking about here? Like, I don't know how much you have, but say you have 5%, right? Cash 250.
I think he said he only had 2,400 actually.
You all get...
So I think the graphics might be a little off. I think he actually lost a little bit less than
Wait, did they call
the graphics might say.
Don't be saying that.
He's still up, even if it was what if the graphics were correct, he's still up $9,000. So still a good night for him.
Because that one guy, their main guy, is always arguing. It looks like last
Dealing some big hands today.
Yeah, he's only 40 minutes into his third here.
He dropped off the format talked on.
Those are just now tuning in. Really appreciate everyone for watching. We are live from Dallas, Texas. It's currently 10:43 p.m. It's still about 100 degrees outside, which has been a running theme. And I was kind of joking with Aaron earlier when we were talking. It's freezing in the room, so like I always wear a hoodie, right, when I'm playing. But like I refuse to wear pants during the summer in Texas, so I always wear shorts. So like it's perfect balance right now. I'm staying kind of relatively cool in the summer and then wearing a hoodie. But then like I always keep my hoodie on when I step outside when I leave the session.
Oh yeah, and then you're just
I'm
sweltering.
like sweating. I'm like, oh my god, because I left at like 10:30 this morning from here, and it was like hot. And I was like, oh my god, why did I forget to take out my hoodie? I was just sitting in my car. And
Zach was telling me he came in. He usually wears sweatpants and a sweater. He was saying when he went into 7-Eleven the other day, he was on right before he came into here. He said the cashier was looking at him all weird, like, why are you wearing sweats and a sweater in summer?
I mean, I was probably getting some weird looks too, because when I went to get my oil change, I still had my hoodie on.
Oh yeah, just
like, what is he doing? It's 100 degrees outside.
It's really funny whenever I play any tournament, Shock Tower.
Top pair, good kicker here for Cashman. Gonna get a call from Danny.
Isn't that that guy up on the banner?
Loading with the ace high.
Now I know two.
About the best turn for Cashman. Danny definitely could have some 10s.
I was literally about to say, this would be kind of cool lead here. If anyone would have a 10, it's Danny. He could have ace-10 of diamonds, having that ace of diamonds.
He just won it.
And yeah, Danny definitely knowing that 10s are more likely for him, so good spot to lead. But Cashman knows. Still got a call with his king queen.
And I don't know how this plays into Danny's strategy, but the whole thing with like the game dynamic right now, where Cashman's just running really bad. I don't know if that's playing into his strategy of like, okay, like I can probably get him to fold a lot of hands that he typically wouldn't fold because how bad he's running. But I don't know if that's really something to really consider
I think
too much.
if you're gonna lead the turn, though, you kind of have to lead the river. I mean, you're never really gonna get a king to fold the one bet. Definitely have to go for the double barrel on the turn river. So when you lead turn,
you're saying you have a 10 or like some kind of big combo draw.
Yeah, but
I guess combo draws would do that. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're basically saying you have a 10, and again, like you're really only targeting kings. At that point, maybe like queens or jacks.
Oh, the other guy calls too.
If he has those, they're like smaller pocket pairs.
You have quads?
Quads now.
He'll do just fine, buddy.
Check it out.
Okay.
Good game.
And the river was this guy.
Okay.
I
Mariana
shot
was
for
the only one
the
really good player.
someone has an ace. Yeah, exactly.
So Cashman's happy to pull that one down.
Yeah, for sure.
Harvey.
That's why you got a job. That's why you got a job.
And the other guy shows
That's it.
kings and maxes.
Whoa.
Yeah, I got benefited.
Brass mucking, electing to open the 7-5 off.
What did Harvey have? An ace? Ace king? Wow. So sick, bro. Well, I wonder what the look on Harvey's face was.
Get a call by Yacht Club in the small blind, and JD in the straddle going to defend. Yacht Club way in the lead with ace-jack suited. And going to flop the best hand with top.
I love it. You're rewarded.
Brass Monkey, though, open-ended.
Can you imagine if you
I imagine he's not going to go anywhere.
Harvey probably rips it. Guy wakes up with kings behind. Like, what are you doing?
Bet and call. Oh, wow. And just beats it on the turn. I can't imagine Yacht Club can expect him to have that straight. He's going to check. What?
One-liner does come in now. Don't know how many fives Brass Smoky should have in the spot.
Mainly just pocket fives and ace five.
Oh, yeah. Of course. Does what?
Your side's a lock.
If he decided to float the flop.
You guys are so annoying with this terminology.
Wait, what?
Terminology, why y'all do it?
Okay, there might have been an error in the graphics.
Nothing is ever
Very likely. I mean, because I don't think he's going to fold a straight there. But on to the next hand.
On to the next one.
Monterrey.
You guarantee the win. I would take the guarantee.
Why are you doing this to me? You literally want to lose $5, so I lose $500.
Pay him 10.
What is
Okay, you said no. You said no.
Here, I'll do it with you, JD. Just
There we go. Dude, why is everyone rooting against my team? What are we doing?
You hold it. We got $5.
This is so sick.
I know what you mean.
Look at that, your friend.
You guys got all the tricks.
Dude, Brass Monkey, I thought we were cool, buddy. I don't know anymore. What are we doing here?
Way down there, I'm over here.
Keep raising us, yeah.
Keep raising us. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, that was a breakaway.
Oh, he probably broke both his legs.
That's so unfortunate. Go Tigers.
Against Cashman. Oh, against Cashman.
Yeah. Look at this. You get a breakaway. Why don't you make the extra pass?
Come on, Monterey.
What are we doing?
We've been at the perfect time.
Wait, you got action?
No.
Yeah, from
$5?
$5.
Oh, here we go.
Let's go, Monterey. Let's go. I'm with you.
I like this. I like the support.
We're riding with the boys.
Let's go.
Oh, wow. The Monterey is rough. I mean, that's not right. They've really been calling. Hey, talk to your boys.
Them over and over again.
Talk to your boys.
I know this is
All right, Wolfgang and Yacht Club the exact same hand.
just one. If you get two,
But Wolfgang with the betting lead. Neither flopping anything. Wolfgang maybe with backdoor flush draw.
You don't get a replacement?
No, if you get the
10-9
two yellows,
forward
you're down to
way.
10.
Goes for a small bet. Oh, goes for the check.
Look at that. Oh my god.
What do you mean? It's
How's he
just
still
a
alive?
foul.
That's a laugh. That's a
So
laugh.
Yacht Club decides to get
Your
out of
guy's
line here.
flopping.
Do you know soccer?
Why is he flopping?
Everyone's soccer flops. That's
They
all
really
it is.
do. It's really
So the most tilting part about it.
It's over.
I think they should penalize them.
He is going to get out of line, looks like.
to determine.
To do it after the game.
No, to determine if it was a flop.
I know, but like a gross by
And betting
Yeah.
750.
The cartel would bet it
This flop, I think Wolfgang's just going to have to fold to give up his hand.
Do against Vegas.
Dude, is there a mistake?
Also, he doesn't have the Nick button. That's always the fun thing about the Nick game, is when they don't have the Nick button.
Yeah, it's like you feel like they're pushing you around, and then it's like becoming a leveling war here.
Well, it's like, I mean, it makes your hand both look weaker and stronger. So when you don't have it, like neither of you have it, it makes their hand look stronger.
Right. When both of you don't, when you both of you have the nip button, it's like, well, both of you are just messing around, right?
And then when you have it and they don't, yeah, it looks like they're pushing you around. So it's always a leveling war with the Nick game, which is it's so much fun. That's my favorite part about Mark's game is the Nick game.
Yeah, like you look down your hand and you look to see if they have the net button, right? You're like leaning over.
Well, there was a hand when I played in Poker House stream a couple months ago. There was a hand where I 3-bet queens, and Hayden just 4-bet jams me for about 1,500. And I'm just like, you have the net button? And he did it, and I'm just like, what is he doing here? And I just like, I wasn't sure if like my queens were ever ahead. I ended up making the call because I have queens. And he ended up trying to like bluff me with pocket 6 in there. Interesting hand. And if he had the nip button, I would have snap called him. But because he didn't, I had to think about it for a second. It's always an interesting dynamic with that game.
Oh, fast break opportunity.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get it.
Blind versus, or
I think so.
straddle versus blind.
I just don't want to go. I don't want it to go to PKs. Then now it's.
There's no PKs. This is probably just a draw, right?
You need a result. No, there's extra time and PKs.
How do you know?
I ask people. I'm basing this off what I've heard.
We need that three-way soccer we were watching last week.
Cashmere to take down this hand. Fire with nothing except king high. Small pot.
Next time we
Depends, even then, it depends like what round it's in.
Yeah, I don't know if it's an elimination round.
You got an invite. Teamwork makes it good.
Right, Wolfgang? The first round of World Cup, you don't do PKs. You just draw, right?
So the World Cup starts off with round robin. So they have the groups of 4, and each team plays each team once, and that always ends at 90 minutes.
I usually,
So a tie is just like 1 point.
Well, yeah, if there's stoppage, like +5 or whatever, but it doesn't go into the 2 15-minute halves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No overtime.
No overtime, yeah. Overtime. That's okay. That's fine.
Do you think this one will have overtime, you said?
Yeah, this is you have to advance.
You have to advance.
It'll go 2 15s and then it'll go into PKs.
I kind of wanted to go to PK. That'd be pretty sick.
That's what happened in Miami, Dallas the other day. I have to win.
Yeah, they said there's no draws allowed because of the tournament.
easy, no draws. Got that line to look alike.
That's why the line's so.
Man, I wanted to go to that game. That FC Dallas into Miami game.
I wanted to go to the game, then I
Yeah, spend $1,000 or more on a ticket.
Yeah, it's so crazy, messy effect. It's actually funny though, because the goalkeeper for FC Dallas is my apartment building.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Martin Pye. It's really cool. I met him at our pool party.
I can throw a messy look alike.
He's a really nice guy.
He must be pretty young then, huh?
I think he's like 26.
Okay, yeah, it's like that whole building just seems like it's a bunch of younger people, like 22 to
a little bit older than that. Most of them like they're like late 20s to
mid to late 20s.
Yeah, everyone's like.
I mean, even then, like the guy you met, Robert. I think he's one of the younger guys I there.
Cool, and there was that streamer too. That was just out
Okay,
barbecuing
yeah,
too.
that was outlier. But most of the people I met there are usually like in their like early to mid 30s.
Oh,
for the most part.
Did you see that? That was embarrassing.
Because it's not the cheapest building there
Call
is.
your guys
So.
up.
We had goal scoring
Usually a
opportunities.
little more established people, but then you have people like kind of like the
They already got plans.
one big Fortnite streamer.
We know what club we're
But apparently that guy like drives a Lambo and stuff. He just
Yeah, you can make, we're in a day and age you make millions playing a video game.
Oh yeah, Venom running hot once again, opening up the pocket kings under the gun. Cashman's just gonna fold the queen 10 suited.
Getting really tired of this.
baby.
The queen gonna defend the straddle, queen 9 suited. Oh wow, he's gonna outflop Venom. Top 2.
They're both super deep here. I mean, there's only 350 in the middle, and with these two player types, we could just see half of the stacks get in here.
Oh yeah. Venom's luck might just have turned, and Safine, both of their lucks might have turned. Might be Safine's turn to get out the hole.
Sharing's caring, right? I mean, I'm sure Venom could still be a little bit up even after losing this pot, but obviously he'd rather win this pot here.
Always.
Looking for a king or 5 here. Oh, wow, and that's
all about seal the deal for Safine.
It's a relatively safe turn card there for Venom as well. I mean, it removes some combos of sets, so you're really only worried about 5s full or queens full here. And Safine didn't re-raise pre-flop, so it's really hard to put Safine on queens.
I would really put him on just 5s or queen 9.
Yeah, it's so few combos of hands now that Venom's losing to, and a lot of bluffs still available. So this is a super tough spot for Venom. Does have the king of spades, which is the one redeeming factor of his hand. Remove some hands like king 10 of spades, king jack of spades. But hands like that, you wouldn't expect to continue barreling on the turn, right? Once the board pairs.
Yeah, once the board pairs, you expect your opponent to check a lot, especially with like the draws. It's such a bad card when you're drawing. But I imagine it's gonna go back call on this river.
You think we could see an overbet here, since the draws missed?
I could see that, yeah. And plus, it's under the gun versus straddle, so the under the gun range is gonna be very much stronger. You're gonna have all the overpairs.
He might go for okay here.
Those aren't.
I could see 3,500. I think 5K might be a bit much. But looks like Mike going for 2/3. Oh no,
right where you're at.
Gonna show Ben on the bad news. Safine getting max value from the king.
And as I was saying earlier, Venom was at a 21K stack probably like 20 minutes ago. That's just insane, the amount of money that just flies around playing these games. And these guys play this game every day. I mean, they sit over at social, open the 5-10 game at like noon, and play until like midnight. And they're like, all right, see y'all tomorrow. And then they do it again and again and again. You have to imagine there's at least these kind of pots happening over and over again.
Oh yeah,
right?
all the time, all the time.
It's just insane.
Speech about the nip button and just like top
Nice in there for Safine.
Yeah. So yeah, Bantam was down 6K, up 10K, up 12 or 13. Now, still up 4K, so he's still doing okay. Safine finally out the hole, essentially down $600 now. After being the biggest loser for a while, I imagine he's very happy with that result for now. All it takes is one hand. Wolfgang gonna open up the Queen 10 off in the low jack. A little bit loose, but I assume with the Nick game going, he's trying to get rid of that. Byers not gonna slow play his ace king at all. Gonna go ahead and 3-bet. He's gonna win the easy pot.
There's something about you guys and how you play.
win. I'm calling. You're still not. I'm calling you the nib tonight.
He's playing tight aggressive. Good player.
I just want to do
Yeah. A little too good. I don't like it.
A little scared, but that's okay. I always tell YG I'm good. I got skill. Just something too. But it's like a skill. You get scared. No, skill. He's got skill. You got skill.
Hey, results don't lie. You know, you're winning.
Winner of life.
Whoa, oh, the other team won. I almost lost $500.
Oh man.
I'm kind of worried because like JD's like against me now.
You're still on your side, buddy.
On my team.
On your side.
I know, but when you're on my team, you're actually against me. You're doing that thing.
I'm on your side. Let's co-monitor it.
You see him blow that?
Let's co-monitor it.
We had a shot.
Cashman with the queen gonna get one caller.
What are we looking at?
Wolfgang gonna defend his straddle with the jack 10
Very
off.
good, very good.
I think the fix is on.
The fix is
Gut
on.
shot here for Wolfgang Cashman with the overpair.
Depending on Cashman's size, I think Wolfgang definitely gonna have to peel one more.
Dude, we're the home team, buddy.
Yeah, if you're going to call with a hand like Jack 9 offsuit and flop a gut shot, I think it's a little too nitty to just fall to the flop bet here. I mean,
yeah.
You still have one over too, so
and
there's a chance that both of your cards are live if you hit them.
That's what
So
sharp money is a lot of the time.
I'd like to see a call here from Wolfgang and probably nothing else.
If you follow where the line moves,
Pretty standard, just a
drastically
call.
towards the end of the game,
See if he can
or before it
improve.
starts, you'll probably win long term.
Oh my
It
god.
is not Cashman's night.
So your profit margin.
Wow.
Zach just putting out the perfect turn every time. My gosh.
I mean, 9-6 and Jack 9 get there. So, I mean, you're targeting hands like Jacks or Ace 10, King 10.
I mean, Jack
flush
10,
draws.
10, 9.
Yeah, so many hands you're supposed to be getting at value from. And once Wolfgang puts in the raise here, which I think he will, just because of how deep they are, Cashman is just going to... You're going to see the eye roll. The Cashman eye roll, I think.
And he
like,
bet
what is
big
happening?
too. He bet like 3/4 pot. Has the queen of spades, which is going to be bad for him when Wolfgang raises. Blocks a lot of the bluffs Wolfgang have. It's a big bet. I wonder what size Wolfgang goes for.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem with the raise on the turn from Wolfgang's perspective, or for him raising, right, is Cashman bet so large that him raising Cashman's bet is so strong, right? It's like sets, 2 pairs, and straights. Like there's no reason for big draws to raise here. Like Ace 9 of spades, like why would you raise and then get blown off your equity if they jam? This is a massive raise here from Wolfgang. And yeah, it's a pretty easy fold, I think.
Piss like a puppy, stay on the porch and let the big dogs eat.
I thought you were going to show a vlog.
I wish he had a vlog.
I pulled over. I was so scared when he picked the front.
No, I called it good.
Good fold by Cashman.
I know, I was going to ride down.
Yeah, there's just no reason to stack off there with just one pair on that kind of board. I mean, there's so many sets, 2 pairs, straights.
Pulled over from my
Big dog.
big dog.
Don't piss like a puppy. Stay on the porch.
That was tough decisions for you to make.
What's that?
Who else has a buzz?
Only one.
Me. You lose?
Yeah.
Lose again?
Oh, you lose.
Oh man.
Oh, we didn't even realize that.
Oh, Brass Monkey's gonna lose a Nick game now because of that.
Same final two again.
Oh, 50-50.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, ship it, ship it.
I'm surprised that didn't play into Cashman's thinking at all, though.
Sorry, say that again?
So it was heads up for the Nick game. Wolfgang and Brass Monkey with the last two of the Nip button.
Oh, are you serious? So Brass Monkey had to pay it again? This
Yeah.
is like the third time he's had to pay it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Third or maybe fourth time. Jeez.
So yeah, I mean, I thought that I didn't realize they were heads up. That definitely, if I was in Cashman's spot, would have played into my thinking in that hand.
That's probably why he made it so large to Wolfgang's raise.
Makes sense.
Sabine here in a good spot to 4-bet. We got a cutoff open, a button at 3-bet. I think we're gonna see the 4-ball here.
And Safine's not one to slow play.
What's your favorite part? It makes his butt top?
Ace king might as well be aces for Sabine here.
I mean, ace 4 suited aces to Safine.
Can I keep him?
Yeah, well, he's in the second part.
Sabine almost out the hole, finally down a solid 60 bucks.
There you go.
Basically like a nice dinner.
I haven't seen it in forever either.
For 6 hours of fun.
God, this is going extra time, huh? Dude, Cashman, this sweat might last for like 2 hours. Extra time.
Sabine with the sports bets. That's like all he's been talking about in the stream.
I mean, I think he's got a bet on one of the
You mean golden
soccer
goal?
games.
When does he not have a bet?
You have to pay the entire
Well, I mean,
extra
he has like a guy that he
I don't
like
think
gives
golden
him
goal
tips or
exists.
something.
15 minutes to have.
2:15.
2:15?
2:15 minutes.
Avid sports better.
If you follow my picks, you're guaranteed to make money.
The one thing I know about the Tigres.
I don't know. I mean,
No, I'm just making fun of those, like,
Oh,
you ever see
God.
those like people post?
all the
I'm like,
time,
yeah.
man, all the time.
If you follow my bets, my system,
Look, I'll let
you're guaranteed to make money.
but I can't just call it off.
I mean,
We
just
can arbitrate. We can have an arbitrator.
sports betting is one of the true like black sheep of this country. I can't believe they're legalizing that and not poker.
Oh yeah, let it run out.
That
Oh,
is,
exactly.
yeah.
There you go, my man.
Whoever wins.
There's the argument, right, where like
Let
what's
there be
probably
a winner.
ruined more families and like lives? Probably sports betting than
I mean,
poker.
gambling,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Bro, let him play.
I mean, gambling has the #1 suicide rate in America. It really does ruin lives. And
Yeah.
Wait,
what I always find ironic too is
Not to say that there isn't some of that in poker. Like there's gonna be some of that in everything. Right?
Oh, yeah,
But
I
the
mean-
percentage of. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, between poker and sports betting, for example, I mean,
Yeah, there's no real way to improve your sports betting other than like, yeah, there's analytics and stuff, but
well,
like
yeah,
you
but
can't.
those guys have algorithm, like actual algorithm software and stuff. Like
But then at that point, it's just like the stock market, you know. It's
it is, yeah, essentially. But like
different.
you are a bad sports bettor. Everyone is.
It's a, you gotta move on.
I mean, these people like
Someone goes home.
spend hours and hours trying to find the smallest of edges,
That's a man with confidence.
What about
and they believe the law of large numbers. Basically, they go for 3% edges over hundreds of thousands of dollars in bets.
yeah, and then that's probably hard to realize even over that amount of money, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, yeah, these guys will put in bet $100,000 to $500,000 a day to make 10 to 20,000.
Yeah, that's just soccer in some games. When, like every other game, every other sport, hockey, basketball, football, overtime counts in terms of like total points and result.
Of course, the Fiend giving them a lesson on sports betting.
man, Danny considering call here.
Oh, yeah.
And gonna make the lay down. Probably gonna get the bluff through.
Go ahead, bluff. Queen time. Queen time.
Make them wait for the stream. Huh?
Oh. What was it?
Nice man, nice man.
Danny now kicking himself. Negative free roll there, always.
I had a 9. I really thought you had nothing.
DraftKings wants to open up a poker site that'll be legal in less than 5 years. I mean, that is true. That's the one silver lining about the sports betting industry getting big, is it could be an avenue to legalize poker. It's just frustrating that stuff like that gets priority over poker.
I looked over real quick. I felt like I was
Yeah, that's, I don't like poker being in the same, put in the same realm as that stuff, right? That's my thing. It's like they're gonna associate poker with sports betting, and like, of course, if they have sports betting, they're gonna have like little blackjack tables on the side. It's gonna be like a whole encompassing site, like Ignition or something.
Yeah.
The Ignition Casino, where it's like everything's together, right? That's
exactly
because most people think of poker, they think of a casino, right?
Exactly. I mean, and that's the thing is like poker is not quite like chess, for example.
Yes. Yeah.
Where the better player is gonna win, 99% of the time. But also, it's not quite like blackjack or slots or anything like that, where it's just pure gambling. So poker's a weird game where it's like in its own realm, in between gambling and a game of skill. Because obviously it is a game of skill, but at the same time there is
an element of quote gamble to it. Yeah.
There is 100%.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, we always talk about the classic coin flip, queens versus ace king. I mean,
that's a gamble.
It is 100%. JD gonna get there, turning the ace after an ace high float. I imagine Wolfgang's gonna shut it down. No real equity here.
Still representing range, I guess. Gonna bet with a 0 equity hand here.
I mean, I guess I don't remember what pre-flop action was, but I guess he thinks he can represent the ace.
You have a guy wide open. What are we doing? Wow.
Safine sweating the sports bet.
So hard. JD gonna make the obvious call. See if Wolfgang goes for the triple barrel here.
Dude, in Premier League, that's a pass all day long.
Now a showdown value, so but unlikely that his 6 is good. So maybe he'll like bet here to try to get a 10th to fold.
Look at your guy. He's dying.
Yeah, he could also, I mean, he still loses the 8s, 9s.
You guys are brutal.
Bro, listen.
He's gonna go for the bet.
Pretty big bet here too.
2/3, 1.1K.
Pretty big bet on a paired board, and now it's got JD.
Someone get him like a banana or something.
Wondering what he has. And he will make the call, and good call there by JD.
He looks a little confused.
Oh, like why he bet?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if Wolfgang showed the hand.
So much confidence in the shit.
Yeah, I thought about it.
Yeah. I looked a couple. I was like, shit. How did you miss the 2 6s? Like, yeah. Silent, no comp.
I mean, I think Wolfgang could maybe go do that with a 10 there. Thinking, I don't know. Actually, probably not. Kind of a weird spot.
You do look like a guy who looks slow.
Yeah, I will.
Wolfgang's still the biggest winner tonight, up $10,000.
What? That's real.
Just the price of a decent car.
Intentionally?
In the stream or after?
Not like really intentionally.
He does seem like he tilts pretty easily. He's young though.
I had top 2 pair in a 3-way pot. Let me see. And like, 2-3? 2-3 is good?
2-3 no good.
2-3 no good? You do 2?
Fire defending the 2-4 from the straddle. Wrong board pair. Oh wow. The board pair is gonna save Cashman, counterfeiting Fire's River 2 pair.
Showing JD, I guess, maybe trying to get some help. JD's like, oh, nice hand, man.
I love watching Fire play. He's so fun to watch.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. And a bump. Fully charged.
Oh, that would have been a good raise.
Hello, Brett? Can I get a call?
He's just like not. He has like 10% of his like brain power engaged in the game right now, in the poker game. The other 90% on his sports bet.
What about if he raised?
Well, he's even now, so he's kind of checked out of the poker game.
Oh yeah, like I made my money back.
He's like, all right, I made my money back. Time to make my money where I actually make my money from.
Turn 7, river 4. And like, so it was like a 3-way pot. Check 3 on the flop. I was in the middle. So check 3 on the button. I opened early, called on the button. Wrote what I wrote.
Nothing called like energy. Just Sleep.
Here we go.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Turn 7.
That's something that I will definitely.
Kills me. I bet like half pot.
Sleep enough.
Full.
Yeah. I like sleeping.
River's offsuit 4, which is like super dry.
So I've got the $100 straddle on here.
I'll try to get like an hour.
Getting close to the, what, we got about 50 minutes left on our stream tonight.
That's awesome.
End it with the bang.
Huh?
I also sometimes don't even.
Zach's been dealing some big hands
I heard that's
in
what
his
it's like.
portion of the stream. See if he can keep it up.
Yeah, now you don't know.
Always putting out the perfect turn and river cards to get max action.
Yeah, he's like this.
Motivational ball dude.
Yeah, he's like ripped out of his mind.
Like an ex-marine.
Like changed life with working out.
Pretty mundane flop for everyone. Brass Monkey with the best hand, middle pair.
Like push yourself without needing anything.
He was mad that you took a while to call.
You're never gonna like slow down. I took a while. Like the music will stop, right? Like you're not gonna have music with you all the time. You kind of want to use like, the same things you use when you're working out in normal life.
Oh, that's no good.
Going further. Yeah, when I run, I have music on. Like, I don't know if
I run with music.
So Danny's gonna shut it down here.
me or I don't have to think about actually. Because all you gotta do is think about breathing, really, right? That's why running is so good because like it just makes you only think about breathing. Like nothing else is there, just breathing.
Turn was at 7.
Especially after you're like dying.
Brass
You
Monkey
push
can
yourself
take
hard
this
enough
one
and you're still
down
going.
with the Queen 8.
Now it's just like nothing matters but to get enough oxygen in your body.
And I'm playing a chip raise.
People say like scuba diving and like being underwater is the same way. It's like when you're underwater, you don't care about anything in life other than making sure that like you're all right. You know. I don't do that. I'm terrified of the water. But that's what I've heard. Yeah.
You're gonna play after the
I
stream?
almost drowned when I was younger.
I'm thinking about it.
Whenever I go
Thinking about it. If there's a PLO game,
I remember that.
There was when I came in.
I do have a work meeting tomorrow at 10 a.m. though, so if I were to play, I can't play too long.
Yeah, I didn't.
I might just go home. I don't know.
Probably the smart choice. In this industry, the smart choice isn't always the best one. Or the fun one, I should say. Usually the best one, but not always the fun one.
Right.
Oh, that's okay. Oh, that's okay. Back or take
He's probably still not calling.
Yacht Club getting called in 2 spots with the best hand, but spades would be a spicy run out, but none of those.
Yeah, everyone just whiffing the flop here. Brass Monkey with a gut shot. Yacht Club with the best hand. Ace 8 high.
I don't think
He'll never come back here. I guarantee it.
See, Brass Monkey wants to peel one.
I'm surprised he came in the first place.
He does.
Just wanted some variation.
Brass Monkey can take this pot down.
Do you guys enjoy playing poker in like a new place?
Huh?
Do you enjoy playing poker in like a new venue? Like whenever you travel and you go play poker, do you like that it's different?
I like checking out a new venue.
Right? Yeah, I do too. I think it's fun. New people, like you're a new person now. No one knows who you are. Like, it's cool.
I don't have that problem.
Oh, my bad. Big time. My bad.
I agree with Safine.
It's been a while. I haven't played. I've literally only played poker at Texas Card House or like in local card rooms the past 3 years.
I mean, the last time I played somewhere new was I went to Vegas like 2 years ago. I played an hour at Caesar's Palace.
And like somebody called me by name.
Yeah, even that's a long time for you, right? So like, I haven't done it.
And they like talk to somebody else.
Yeah, I haven't played anyone really.
I've never seen him. Oh yeah, I know who he is.
I haven't even gone to like Peaks or Shuffle.
Right.
I've never checked those places out. I would play at Poker House every so often, but
Yeah, exactly.
now just either here or TCH Las
That's how
Colinas.
this place got put in the map originally. Like, everybody found out about us.
Yeah, and those games were just insane.
Apparently got sentenced like 2 weeks ago.
Although I am going to Vegas in a couple weeks, so maybe I'll try and sneak away and play poker for an hour or two somewhere.
Oh, you and Billy are going?
Yeah, with her friends coming to town. We're going to.
Oh, so like y'all are like going like a trip.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because they're spending like 3 weeks here.
Okay.
We're gonna spend
Good
like
save, buddy.
4 or
Good
5 days, and
This is
a couple
gonna
days in San Diego, a couple days in Vegas, and then coming back.
Got a big hand developing
Oh
here.
wow!
Oh, you want to chop it up?
No.
Chop it up.
So Venom Rays under the gun. Yacht Club 3-betting with the king. Fire. Small
I'll
blind
let
with
you buy out, but
queens.
we're not calling it.
How much?
Interesting spot for him. See if he goes for the 4-bet or
$30.
$500
flat
bet.
I'll buy it
3-bet.
for 30. That's booked.
30?
$30.
Does go for the 4-bet with the
Dinner.
No.
3x sizing,
Final
1.5k.
offer
Venom Rays not going to get out of the way.
Yeah, we'll make it way more than that.
What's his bet right now? If
500.
If it goes overtime, does he lose though?
No. Yeah, I'll give you a
Why would you buy out?
for $120 final answer.
If it goes to overtime,
Someone has to win. If you lose,
in conventional soccer bets,
why would he buy out?
the bet would
They're like, they're talking about like a $120 buyout, and there's a potentially 18K pot about to happen.
Becomes less of a advantage.
Yeah, we almost scored. We keep almost scoring.
Like, you shouldn't buy out. Even for 30, I wouldn't buy out.
No, I don't need your professional opinion.
Offer retracted.
Oh,
As it gets closer, the advantage on the field.
I don't know what a PK is.
Penalty
but I'm
kicks.
trusting
Oh my God, you
Oh
get
wow,
me
Yacht
so
Club's going for the 5-bet here.
But he didn't want to buy out anyways. You're so far apart.
3,500.
I was thinking about it.
Fire in a tough spot
It
with
takes away all
queens
the
there.
advantage.
No, I'm not doing it for 30.
Well, it's off the table anymore. You
I
don't
have a
go.
bigger edge than $30.
Queens is always one of those hands that I struggle to know how to play against 4-bets with.
Yeah, I mean,
Because most people's 4-betting range is, I mean,
JD's giving
people
him a
hardly
worse
ever
price than
4-bet
I
jack
gave you.
in live
This is me
poker.
giving you $200. I'm giving you 120.
And so like they're like, you're very like,
Oh, look at this. Oh,
maybe the stakes you and I
so the
play.
breakaway happening, but it's already over.
Oh!
I mean, these
this
games,
is
I mean,
behind.
I guess like
That's
obviously
the
when you
head.
play with better opponents, there's more bluffs in the range. But still, even then, like, queens are always kind of
That
like
hurt. That really hurt to watch.
in that weird spot where you're either crushed or you're crushing.
If you
Because
like
really,
the team
you
in
never
the
really
beginning,
know.
Yeah, or flipping. But I mean, Fire might just get away from here.
90 minutes,
Oh, and he
and it
folds.
possibly would go
Oh my
120.
God.
So you're
Yeah, I think the 5-bet,
2 out of the
when you're
3
really
wins.
deep,
2/3 of the way there.
it's very hard to have a balanced 5-betting range.
I mean, you've already gotten through the bulk of it.
Okay, good.
Is that jack?
Jack.
Yeah, it looks like a jack high flop.
Money might have got in if he just called, right, and seen the jack high flop.
Hold the PKOs. PK. What's it called?
I don't know, even then, like, jack high flop with queens,
Like penalty kicks.
it's hard to get value from. I mean, I guess, like, if, I don't know if y'all club calls with ace jack suited there.
The viewers know that. Watch me play.
Yeah, I guess even on that board, right? Yeah, queens are just kind of
I mean, because at
hanging
that
on for
point,
dear
you're,
life.
We win, right?
like, you're targeting, like, 10s and jacks.
Yeah.
7 minutes.
And then, like, ace king.
Then 30.
No way.
Then
Queens
30.
are always a tricky hand to play
Telling
in
you
the
the
4-bet
buyout is a
pots,
good offer.
in my experience.
120.
35.
Oh, wow, king just going around. JD now wakes up with kings in the
I'm
cutoff.
not giving you. It's a $500 wager. You understand how much you're robbing me right now? With a $35 offer, I feel disrespected.
Oh my god, another big Fire
After his amazing fold.
with queens. Now gonna have aces here. They're gonna go for the 4-bet once again. Let's see if JD goes for the 5-bet this time.
What is going on here?
Back-to-back 4-bets from Fire.
Poker game. Every hit I look, I just see like 4 bets. Like what's going on?
Sabine catching on a little bit too.
Queens is back fold or 2-fold? I'm going to see it tonight too.
It's a good fold. What did you fold? Queens? Wow, big fold. Big fold.
I don't know if that's gonna affect
Oh, what are we
JD's
doing? We
decision
got an
here.
argument. We got an argument.
And he's going all in. Yep, that's
Once or twice.
Oh, the ref is walking towards our direction.
You have aces?
Oh my god. A 20K pot here. Aces against kings. The nightmare cooler.
Fire did it like to go twice, so.
You want to sell some, Fire?
Chop
I'll
it
buy
up,
some
chop it up.
at the hand.
I'll buy some.
Insurance.
Illegal insurance
How much would you
options.
buy out for? Half?
Yeah, I give him 5K. Ooh. 5K right now. What is that word you get buyout? Oh
God.
never mind. No buyout. I'm gonna go with Fire. I'm gonna
Oh, I guess.
Please see the board. What's happening?
No queen. No queen. No queen.
Oh my
Oh, he
god.
turned the king.
Fire's scared.
Queen?
So roll is that?
Oh, it looks.
We'll good thing Fire liked to go twice.
Clubs on the second card. No clubs.
And when your ace is in the spot, you're like, come on. Like,
And I think it was
Diamonds.
to be honest with you.
Alright.
I think it was a okay.
Looks like this is going to have JD flop bet.
10.
JD's so greedy.
I'm trying to scoop.
Just the runner.
Alright, keep the money.
JD just full confidence, just knew they're going to chop it up too.
So how does that? It's 80-20, right?
Yeah.
So how does that work with the pocket?
Well, I offered the buyout to 5.
wow. Unfortunate spot there for Fire. Folds the queens pre-flop earlier. Gets aces against kings and chops it.
Unlucky, man.
Yeah, super unlucky there for...
What if the hand holds? What if aces hold?
So it wouldn't be exactly 80% though. So say he sold me half, right? So I would buy like a specific amount based on a value.
Live poker rigged.
So it wouldn't be
Yeah,
true odds.
for sure. Way more than online
taking
poker, for
some
sure.
percentage. So if it was 80%,
Especially string
I would be
games.
taking, I'd be
String
paying
game
like
rigged.
60%.
Going for max action.
You're pretty much just you're taking a percentage of the 80%.
That makes
But it's
sense.
higher than 80%. You know what I mean?
So you're profiting.
So you're profiting automatically. Unless it hits, then I pay the obviously the full value.
Wow, it seems like a lot of legend goes on for the dealers.
Well, dealer's not involved. It's between me and Fire.
So he pushes the pot that way, and then he'll pay you.
The money would take place. The transaction would take place like off the table.
So they pay him the big bucks.
So we don't see it very often anymore. But
Yeah.
it used to be
Phil
a thing.
Hellmuth used to do it a lot, right?
Have you ever seen that
You
insurance?
want to lower his risk, even though.
When I've watched some like
Cashman, you know they're checking for
streams
penalty, right?
or YouTube videos, like I think it's like I've seen it on GG
Say
Poker.
penalty or not,
They like
it's the
you can get it in like with the kilo hand, and you can like buy insurance. You can you get a percent whatever your equity is on the turn, you get that percentage of the pot, and the rest of that pot goes to the player, other player.
How would you buy for 480?
Interesting.
So like, say you have like whatever your hand is on the turn. If you have like 70% equity, you get 70% of whatever the pot is, and then insurance.
3 minutes in.
Really, you buy insurance?
Yeah, it's like insurance for your hand or something like that. Or not insurance, it's buyout. You can buy out.
Okay, so is insurance and buying out the same?
Different. They're different.
Okay. So I've seen like so on poker. I play Poker Bros every so often, and you can buy insurance, but I always decline because I don't understand.
It's probably minus EV, honestly.
Probably, yeah.
It's like a free kick. Do we get a gold? Yeah.
But the buyout makes sense. I was watching
It's like an
cat
80%
playing like some high
chance.
stakes online PLO. And, you know, it's like when the equities run so close.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like a 20K pot online. And he's like, oh, I can get 70% of the pot right now? Sure.
Yeah. I mean, buying now makes sense too. I mean, you sacrifice some EV, but the guarantee making money.
I'll take an offer. 450s. I'll take 450s.
The 30% seems pretty large though when it's like a 15 or 20K pot.
400.
395. 395.
I mean, 'cause you still probably make. I mean, if you're 70% or let's say 75% if it's in the 20K pot, you can probably guarantee buy out for like 13K.
$440.
So you sacrifice a little bit of equity, but you're still
You're just gonna shift the. You said the
guaranteed to be
Let's go.
positive.
Come on.
Do you know how much of an underdog you are right now? Even the refs like, bro, shut up. You guys lost. It's over.
Please.
If you somehow, if you miss it,
Cashman's both playing a poker hand and sweating the soccer
that
game.
might be the worst thing I've taken all year.
He's getting more penalties.
Yako going to outflop Cashman.
Honestly, the fix is in. That was not.
Check.
They've been crushing each other, and that was lame.
Cashman gonna outturn
Let this be a
Yako.
lesson. If someone gives you a good price to buy out, you take it. You don't leave the money on the table. Bet responsibly.
Say it's a lot, huh?
440. Oh, he's in the middle of a hand. This guy is.
Cashman gonna raise here.
He cares more about this 500.
He's got more than that right there. Yeah. See, he paid for your bet. Look, they're setting up. Oh, there's a smoke bomb behind there.
All I want to do is scream.
Did we get any closer?
It's that spot.
Pay attention.
$440, Cashman. Save the $60.
I would take 350.
No, 350.
Dude, I'm not going lower than 440.
I know, I'll buy it out. I'll buy it out.
What is going on? All their focus is on the soccer game.
That guy in the red's so good.
I don't even know any sports betting, so I don't know what buyout or I don't know.
the money in
Well, I mean, like buying out, you essentially like, let's say we bet $100.
It's not over yet.
I mean, you essentially like whatever the, you just like.
Kind of decide on some odds or whatever.
Yeah. So instead of you owing me the full 100, I'm like, okay, I'll let you buy off for 50.
Listen,
Looks
all
like
I
I'm gonna
see
win,
is
and
a scoreboard.
like, you owe me 50, and then we just call it quits.
And the 500
Wait, so he was letting cash
send my way.
buy out for $60 for a $500 bet?
Oh, he's raising. That's
That seems
Cashman money.
Maybe I'm
or
not.
maybe it's reversed. I don't know. He,
Cashman money.
I wasn't really paying attention to like who's buying out what. So
Yeah, it's a stupid thing.
got a hand developer here. 2 suited hands.
How can they celebrate while
They're gonna keep celebrating. They're gonna fall down.
Fiend
They're gonna
3
take
betting
it to
the
the corner.
ace-5 suited.
That's the first time I phoned it.
Alright, I'll let you buy out for $495.
Probably a good deal.
And I'm actually giving you a good deal.
There's no way they let him get anywhere near the goal. They're gonna call like 8 penalties.
Exactly. The cartel fixes it. Is he really proud of this
People
cartel
gonna
money?
take this pot down. Yeah, not much equity for fire on that
I'm
flop.
just saying that penalty was a joke.
No, so it looks like the Fiend's like almost 100% to win the bet. So he's like giving him like you can save like 10, 20 bucks or whatever.
Right. It was a lock from the get-go.
It was a lock in the
Lock.
I agree. I tried
It slipped my mind.
The ref
used
was
the O
very
word and
fair.
I was
He gave
very
us
scared.
about a dozen yellow cards, and he gave you guys a penalty kick. So like that's pretty even.
Yeah.
That's pretty even, I think, right? Right, Sabine?
Absolutely.
That's even
Absolutely. I agree. We have more yellows than you guys by like a lot.
Yeah, we got a lot of yellow cards. You guys got a penalty kick. That's all good. Like, I think
Headed towards the end of our stream tonight. Just want to reiterate our Poker Atlas Tour happening August 14th, excuse me, August 15th to December 5th. Over 3 million in guarantees. Lots of fun events. We're starting off actually with a $1 million, $500 buy-in tournament. 1 million guaranteed, $500 to get in. Should be a lot of fun. And of course, our final event is a $1,000, $1.5 million guarantee. So lots of money up for grabs between those 2 tournaments.
I don't think I let him off.
I wish I could play them.
Oh look, your boy got a red card.
It looks like it's gonna be a fun time. A lot of good tournaments.
For $499.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of
The guy just doesn't.
bullets firing away in those events, I imagine. Especially the $500 one. Like a million dollar guarantee for $500.
You are not taking out singles.
Great value right there.
Cashman, put the singles away.
That's gonna draw. I mean,
What is he doing?
you need like what, 2,000 people to hit the guarantee?
Yeah, it's gonna be like over that easily. I mean, we almost hit 2,000 for just our 250K.
Oh yeah, shoot.
We hit 1,600.
Dude, put those away.
And that was just one. Yeah, because we're doing tournaments in both locations.
Yeah, both locations.
3 flights a day, both locations, right?
2 flights a day. We can take a look right here, actually.
Because they have the turbo.
Yeah, you're right. 3 flights a day. There's a turbo flight.
At each location. Oh no, okay.
At
so
Dallas, yeah.
Oh, so okay, 3 flights total a day.
Be like, I'll take 5.
I thought each location was doing 3 flights a day.
You might get a set piece here.
But a lot of flights. So do plan accordingly, obviously. If you need accommodations, if you're coming from out of town, you can go to TexasCardHouse.com to look at local accommodations. And for any information regarding the entire tournament series, you can also go to TexasCardHouse.com. Click the banner at the top for the Poker Atlas Tour, and you can take a look at structures, buy-in amounts, information on blind levels, you name it, everything's on
You
there.
have a 5% chance here of not having to pay it.
I win. No matter what happens here, okay?
Yacht Club gonna 3-bet the pocket 9s on the button.
Oh, here we go. That's what I'm.
Harassment is going set
Yo,
mining.
did you count this?
Maybe they can turn his night around if he hits the deuce.
24, 60, 80. That would have been sick.
Flop's a gut shot. Ace high board. Yacht Club can represent the ace, or you can go for some pocket soul.
It's looking pretty bad.
400, 410.
Like, I'm surprised I haven't blown it.
Nice answer. Well played. I hope you enjoy being in the company of the cartel.
Just gonna get out of the way.
I don't know.
I would like to see it raise there, actually.
It's like even better for the down on the $30 here.
Gotta assume all your gut shots are live, and even if you hit a set, you're probably still way ahead.
Take care of this.
Can he give you $1 too?
say like $5 only.
Huh?
Like anything about 5.
Yeah.
Not the ones.
This is crazy.
Nice answer.
Thanks, bro.
I'll buy that stack for 450.
Come on, buddy. We didn't get here by taking deals like that. Come on.
That's a lot of faith. That's a lot of faith in my counting ability.
490 to me, and I'll trade you all that for this. Feature.
That's a lot of faith.
The best I'll give you is $499. Oh.
Looks like Safine made a little mistake there. Didn't see the $100 straddle was on, so you had to do a min raise.
I'm gonna put this here. Put this in the back.
I don't think it'd be that costly mistake here. I mean,
I'm gonna.
You're playing above the rim.
Not many
buy
hands
myself
here.
Something really nice and call it the cash one.
Well, I think he probably would have made it 250 or 300, so
You know?
not a huge mistake.
How many players?
I feel like I'm up. I should have lost
200.
200.
I lost 6K. I lost 0.
Just gonna take it down, easy game.
Wow.
Fadeaway
I
jumper.
should have made more.
Really
Hey,
need
hey,
to
do that.
just call.
No, no, dude, no chips off the table. No chips off the table. Oh my god. This is so tilting. He just gave me 4 quarters. Unbelievable.
You can use it when you go to
Laundry money.
I gotta go home and situate my finances. 100.
Take a look again at the leaderboard. Wolfgang still up about 10,000. Danny up 84, but Benham up 4,000. Has been on quite the swing session. Everyone else pretty much even or stuck. Cashman's a big loser, unfortunately, down about 16 grand.
What do you think the logic is for doing this stream 6 hours, but not the one with
I want to fight call you so
YouTube
bad,
stuff?
but I won't.
Cashman's gonna take down the blinds there and show the 5, of course.
Back-to-back days, they only do 4 hours, because they got to do like tonight plus tomorrow.
Yeah.
But if they only do 1 day a week, then they'll do 6.
Off.
It's like
This week is only
yeah, there's not anything tomorrow.
Tilted
so
about
it's a staffing thing.
Wait, there's no stream tomorrow?
I guess not.
Oh.
It was.
Do we have a stream tomorrow? No.
It's over. The game's over.
Yeah, GG's. I already got the money.
Do I owe you anything or no?
Man of the match.
You're good.
I don't know if I bought a.
The man of the match was in green.
I like how they don't say MVP. It's man of the match.
The man of the match had a whistle.
Because they're all valuable players.
Yeah, though, yeah.
Every life is valuable, Safine.
Yep, I agree. I agree.
Should have that $5.
Was that on your list of things you're gonna say?
JD, we're 1-0 together on
1-0
sports.
together.
That's pretty
Let me
sick.
keep tailing you, brother.
Dude, that's pretty sick.
Alright, I'm doubling down. If there's another Mexican soccer match, I'm in. Wolfgang,
Is there-
Wolfgang's picking for me.
I think there's another one at some point.
Wolfgang didn't defend his
We still can't know the
straddle.
Okay, that's fine. I don't
Reduce off.
I got you.
Because if
Gonna
you
flop the
draw
best
the
hand,
shit-
outflopping
I
Danny
don't know
7-5
Wolfgang
suited.
Do you know?
No what?
The odds on any of these?
I don't know
Okay,
that,
good.
but I would bet Messi right now. So take Miami. I don't know who CLT is. So
That's definitely not an option. We're talking
Quitters?
straight out of Monterey.
Curiosity is like, that's for sure.
Just gonna lay it down and
I
really
will be
flop the
checking the
pair.
tape on that one.
I don't think Messi's playing in the Mexican minors.
he is.
Oh my God.
This is a competition between the Mexican League and then the MLS. Messi?
Really?
Yeah, Messi's playing in this.
But the Tigers are MLS?
No, Tigers are Mexican.
He's saying that Mexico's trying
I
to
think
go,
it's a Tigres. Tigres.
They fail. I don't care. They don't deserve it.
Tigres.
They don't deserve it.
Tigers.
It is Tigres. I only know that because
Eduardo?
yeah, we had our friend in college who's a huge Tigres fan.
Of course.
You know, it's so funny.
Who
As soon
said
as
Tigers? Was it Cashman?
No, Wolfgang.
Oh my god.
No, as soon as he said that too, I immediately thought of him too.
Makes saying it out loud.
Apparently, they won like the Mexican League, I think, last year.
Yeah, they're a good team.
Which is so funny because they're all throughout college they were terrible.
Sure.
He was a diehard fan.
I know.
10-card flip?
He'd always
I know
post
the
about it. It's the only reason I even know how they do is because of him. I've never seen him so happy before when they won.
What do you want to go over 1200?
He wants to martingale your ass.
Okay, 2 times? Okay, booked.
I have one more hand and then we'll do it.
Okay. Is that
Black or red?
okay, are we going to flip on stream? Like 10 card flip?
Can you tell them that Wolfgang's about to leave, but he wants to flip once, possibly twice if he loses?
Possibly twice if he
I mean, the stream's almost over.
But not 10 card, just a normal.
Just for fun.
Oh, 10 card, okay.
Red or black?
Whatever they're most likely to agree to.
If they're okay with us doing the flip, or are they not?
We can only do I'll have to get it to read on the scanner.
Could do a PLO flip.
Okay. Next hand?
Yeah.
Okay, next hand.
Next hand, I want to do a PLO.
And then if I lose, I want to do one more. Yeah.
Two flips. Possibly two
Wait, what's
flips.
happening?
We're flipping for 300, and if he loses, we're flipping for 600, and then we're done.
And then 12.
No, there's no 12. You remember you
Yeah.
did
Is it like red black?
you remember you did that to me the other week? He said you want to flip for like $200. I said yeah.
If I win, if I win the first one though, I'm done. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get to an even amount here.
I understand.
Oh yeah, I was trying to even out too.
Huh?
You gotta market people because if you tell them like, hey, can I just like get like
Do you
3
want
to 1 or something? Like they don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So you're like, all right, can I market you? You're like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We should.
You got Clove flopping the best hand here on this jack high board.
You should have taken the 350 cash out. That was actually
Venom
good
with
value.
nothing. Just gonna go bet fold here.
He was being greedy. He was being
He kept
fair.
telling you, he's like, I'll take it. He would give it to you. I was gonna buy it.
Thanks.
All right, 300.
Thank you very much.
Fiend and Wolfgang are doing a flip of some sort.
Yeah. Sorry.
Is that okay? It'll be really quick. Side action available.
I want to get to an even amount.
They're just flipping here?
Yeah, I think Wolfgang trying to head out
Okay.
and just wants to do a flip or two if he loses.
Once my companion, now my enemy.
So this is a 4 card.
All right, I got a deuce. I need a deuce.
It's PLO, right? PLO?
Oh wow.
Let's see if flop.
Aces are low, right?
Yeah.
I'll let you buy out for.
That's it. Yeah, we're good for a flop.
What are you laughing at?
Have a deuce, I win. Deuce. Thank you.
We're outside, but I got you.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, you're down, Aaron. Always talking.
Looks
I
like
think everyone's
Zach is just
watching the flip.
awaiting
This is good.
confirmation from
I never flipped on camera before.
from
Y'all
production.
gotta get through this fast. This is bad content. I've never done inside.
Ready as I'll ever be. Just show me the deuce.
It's really bad.
I did.
What's going on?
I just put the deuce.
Okay.
Deuce.
Beat a pair of aces.
Oh, baby.
Wait, yeah.
What do I have?
Beat a pair of aces.
Diamond? 7.
Safine could have a straight draw. 7-5-4
Let's see
deuce.
it. 8 straight. 5-7.
Nice.
5-7.
It's the best flipper.
Bring it down.
I will take that. Thank you.
Alright, one more. I'm gonna let it ride.
It's the last one.
Double up.
Last one.
200, 400.
What are we watching right now?
Let's go, buddy.
Close.
I won
Yeah,
the
so
first
this
one.
is-
The first one on
Now we
last
go
year.
again.
Poker's a game of skill.
No more.
This is it.
No
It's
gamble
done.
involved.
What do you got?
What do you want, Danny?
I got
What do you have? You know what's so sick? If we had an entire stream where people were just flipping, we'd get such crazy viewership.
That's kind of sad, but true. I mean, it's true, but sad.
I mean, honestly, like,
There's like Twitch streamers that just only stream them playing slot machines.
Oh,
It's like, where they get like tens of thousands of viewers.
I mean, you remember when Dog and Steven would just flip like thousands of dollars?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure they had that here, especially with all their weird games. They do like the 10 cards, deuces.
Have you seen that one? The deuce, like they have like 10 cards getting rolled out. It's just a flip, but it's like the most complicated flip possible.
Yeah, 'cause they give you
like when a certain card comes out, it kills your board, and like you can only play certain like.
They do some weird ones. You know, if you show a deuce, you got to put an extra 500 in the pot or something.
Shit, ace-7? Go ahead.
How about a spade? Spade.
Oh, Safine's got. Essentially got the same hand.
Safine has the spades.
Oh, he does have the spades. Wow, they have almost the exact identical hands.
Wait, they chop? What happens if they chop?
Ace-5. Oh my! I have a flush. I have the nuts. Wait.
Oh, yeah.
We can pull a spade.
No, I have.
Yeah,
I have a 5 high
He
flush.
has to have a space to beat you.
Hold.
Yeah, wow, it's almost the exact same hand too, and Safine's gonna win with
Come on,
spades.
Alex. Come on, Alex.
The 5 high flush.
All sides. Gotta look at all sides.
Wow, well played. Was there like a bunch of side bets going on?
I think so, yeah. I think Safine just won like $2,000 from those flips right there. 900 from Wolfgang, and then I think he had some side action for a couple more hundred.
Well, that might be it for Wolfgang for tonight. Thank you to Wolfgang for coming out and playing on our stream for the past 5 hours and 45 minutes. The rest of the players are going to play out the rest of the stream. We've got 15 minutes left on our live stream tonight. Thank you everyone for been tuning in for the past 6 hours. It's been a fun one. A lot of big pots, a lot of action.
Well,
Good
that's
day.
the best.
Wolfgang winning $10,000. Good night for him.
Still feels the
Side
best
action
casual.
masters.
Happy to have him out always.
I did a bet against Dong, a 2.5K flip, and I was like, I need Steven on my side, so I
Oh,
went
for
half
sure.
and half,
Yeah.
and we won.
He runs the purest against Dong and anybody else.
And both of Danny in the third blind with kings. See if Danny wakes up with anything. Nope.
Ooh,
I want a small one there.
aces. I mean, kings.
And I saw aces versus kings.
And after all this action, there's really only like 2 big winners and 2 big losers.
Oh my god.
Standard chop on.
Yeah, well, Wolfgang's just cashed out.
Oh, yeah, 3 big
so
winners.
Two big winners, and then I guess Venom's like a winner. Not a huge winner for the game, I would say. Monetary wise, yeah, 4K, great, but.
Cashman, I love taking pictures of you and your water bottle. Like,
Oh, yeah. Cool.
JD, can you throw me a 5K chip for a second? Yeah, thanks.
Oh, just for the picture.
Oh, that makes a better picture. I agree. You said some 5Ks also spring.
I remember when Kyle Z told me one time, Next Gen asked Kyle to take a picture of his stack so they can use this as a thumbnail.
I was there.
When that happened?
Yeah, I was there when it happened because they were playing like 25-50 or like 10 1/4 on like table 2 or 3 here.
Oh, yeah.
And like I was dealing on like 7 or 8, and then like they like went by and like took a picture of it.
Yeah.
I think like
Responsible.
Rosie like sat behind the stack or something.
Yep. I have to make sure no one sees these streams.
He's different.
Usually they're okay, but today we've been a little out of line for sure.
He's retiring. He's got to make money somehow.
This is true.
Gamble.
Supplement income, buddy.
Supplemental income.
Very important.
Yep. Oh, exhausted.
Is that from Turkey?
What's it?
That's a turkey fight.
It's a lot of just going here. Sorry.
JD gonna 3-bet.
That's a
King,
shame.
queen
She's
off.
a person who plays on Hustler. She gave it to me. The boob stuff. I actually
I
picked her
could
up from
like
the
go to
hotel
10-4
before that stream happened,
suited.
and I was like,
Got caught.
I was, yeah,
Hand in
yeah.
the cookie jar.
Yeah, it's just really when the stream starts kind of lulling to a halt. You know, no one really wants, especially if they're not planning on playing after. Like, no one really wants to get stuck a bunch and then the game breaks. They're kind of just not necessarily locking it up, but you know, just kind of on cruise control, I should say.
That makes sense. You don't want to lose a big hand right before the game ends. That's the worst part.
I do want to mention, for anyone that'd be interested in playing on our live streams, you can reach out to Mallory. She's our game runner for our live streams. You can contact her at that phone number or email on the screen that you see, or use that QR code as well. A lot of options there to contact her. Of course, if you'd like to play on our stream, it's on Tuesday nights here in Dallas, Texas. And of course, if you make the final table of our Saturday tournament, you'll be on the final table stream as well.
No matter what, I couldn't play it, right?
Looks like Wolfgang is heading out there. Appreciate him for playing on our stream once again. It's always a pleasure to have him. And hope he has great rest of his week.
Might be a little more risky for guys.
This is two as well.
I'm gonna hold my money.
What?
Floor on 20.
I'm just gonna wait.
We talked about.
I didn't know either.
They're gonna determine if this is a nifty
Delta
action.
I need to make sure this hand stands.
Interesting. Looks like Danny opened up the button, but I'm.
Actually, I'm gonna call that.
Floor on 20.
All right, see you guys. If you want to come with, let me know.
I'll let you know.
It'll be fun.
When are you going?
11th to the 13th. Non-stop flight. 11th is
Sunday?
Friday.
Friday?
At like noon. Get back Sunday at 3.
Sounds like fun.
It's fun. Say hi to Chris. Or the other Chris.
Yeah.
All right.
See you, buddy.
Floor on 20.
Yeah, nice
What's
to-
happening here?
Do not know. There's an issue of some sort. When I see Danny open the button, being called, but.
Pretty small. You go. Yeah, you go.
Someone's gonna get messed up. Someone's gonna get hurt. Yeah. Someone's gonna
I know you get in trouble.
I think it's me, dude.
All right, back to the action.
All right, so it looks like we got that resolved. We got a call from Fire and Safine. Fire gonna flop the best hand with ace queen, top.
I would.
Gonna lead out. Might get a call from Safine. Imagine Danny just can get out of there.
And flop.
Well, you're not allowed to do that. I can't even answer. That's not smart. Wow.
You didn't make my card.
Safine does not improve on this turn.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Wow. Now I'm so fucking confused.
Let's check, and straight draw does come in on the river card here, and we'll go check again. Nice hand there for Fire. Profit him at $1,000.
That's it?
That's a big hit.
I think Fire definitely could have gone for a river bet there. Trying to get called by War's Queen, maybe even a 10.
Am I good to you?
Nice hand.
Oh.
I hope tomorrow we do better.
Shadow's been on all night.
I hope tomorrow we do better.
No limit, yeah.
That's the only thing I care about.
I was in for 5,000, but a lot of people got in for 10, 15. Yeah. It's a big.
What's his last name?
Benavides.
Benavides.
I saw him here, but
They usually the tournament actually.
Yeah, he said what's up from afar. ATR on poker.
Did they say talk minute on the screen? Yeah. Talk minute? Someone was their name for it. 200.
Blind versus blind battle between Brass Monkey and Safine.
Quite the turn card there for Brass Monkey. Turning straight and flush outs if his king was behind, but another bet here should get Safine to get out of the way here.
Yeah, and Safine just gets out of the way. Not really much you can do there. Not many ways to improve, even if you do hit a 3. You're not sure you're ahead.
Yeah, I mean, so many straight possibilities out there, 2-pair combos.
Flush draw 2. Not many clean outs, if they're even live.
You said it so serious, too. You said it so serious.
I would just reiterate our tournament series coming up. Just want to put this on there. For our final event of the series, it is a $1,000 buy-in, $1.5 million guaranteed in the prize pool. As you can see, all the flights there listed on the screen with the dates. And day 2 on September 4th with the final table stream on September 5th, starting at 4 p.m. 10 flights, 2-day event with a possible 3rd day if you make the final table. $1.5 million total in the prize pool.
What is the weather in Monterey? I can't be on here.
Colombia or Jamaica?
Bet I'm going to take down a small pot here.
Wait, this isn't live, right?
Zach started off his shift really well. Getting a lot of action hands here, but
Yeah, it's not live, buddy. Yeah, this came out as fun and shit.
I'm checking.
Oh, she slid on an ankle. Like, it wasn't anybody touched her. She just slid. Yeah. And now she's just walking off like it's no big deal.
I didn't know it was with the soccer, so I didn't know who you were talking about.
You put the 100 on, Danny?
No, it was that lady.
Fuck this hand. How much are you flipping for?
Yeah, I'm down for
500? 500?
This will be the last hand of the night. And wow, got some action here. Benham winking with ace king. Cashman just not even going to bother. And it will be the last hand of Nolan Hold'em, looks like, and they are going to do some kind of flip to end the night. And thank you to everyone that's been tuning in for the past 6 hours. They're going to do a $500 flip, it looks like, to end off the night. So a lot of action here tonight. Let's see who wins the flip. Who do you got your money on, Sal?
I'm going to go with Safin.
Safin? Is this winning all the flips?
He won both his flips against Wolfgang. He won the first flip when I got sat down, too.
Yeah.
So
I'll go with Yacht Club.
Yacht Club got in some interesting spots today. At least in the last 2 hours that I was watching.
We're still playing. We're still playing. I don't know. You don't have to go. You don't have to go.
Maybe Cashman can recoup some of his losses in this flip.
It's only 11:30. The game can continue. Is everybody done?
Wait, did we take money out in the flips?
I'm taking
If everybody stays, I'll stay.
I'll stay.
play 400 again. I was not like that.
Why don't you just waiting for me for dinner?
You get for dinner this late? Wait, do you go to his restaurant?
First thing I look at.
You go to his restaurant?
Oh, I don't want you to see any more hearts in there.
They cook?
Got some allergies or something?
I'm just tired.
Oh.
Ooh, we got sevens. I would have come 9-9.
Good start.
Check.
Someone thought the set, it looked like. Someone definitely made a flush.
I don't see any flushes out there.
What's going on here?
I got a club.
I have king 10.
I got a club.
Someone had ace 10. Fire has Broadway. It looks like he's not. He doesn't win, so.
I need a club too.
Oh, club!
Does Safin
Did Safin actually win?
Oh, he has ace high. Hold on, wait. Oh my god, don't do it to me. Don't do it to me.
Oh my gosh.
Well, Yacht Club has the ace of clubs, but he doesn't have it. No, it looks like Safin's going to win.
So close. Safin, the king of flips. But again, appreciate everyone's been tuning in for the past 6 hours. Have a great rest of your evening. And I will see y'all this Saturday, possibly.